All right. We are going to call the Chiropractic Physicians Board of Nevada meeting to open. Today is Thursday, August 6, 2026. This is the Chiropractic Physicians Board of Nevada's set meeting at 8:30. We are at the Legislative Office, 7230 Amigo Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89119, LV Committee Room 3. You can also provide direct testimony at phone number 888-475-4499. That's 888-475-4499. The meeting ID number is 897-2580-7039. That's 897-2580-7039. The meeting will also be streaming to the website and the YouTube channel. Those are on the agenda as well, www.leg.state.nv.us /app/calendar/a/ or on YouTube, www.youtube.com/@nvleg. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Julie, can you give roll call, please?
Dr. Lurie?
Present.
Dr. Ingalls?
Present.
Dr. Yeager?
Present.
Dr. Loudon?
Present.
Dr. Byers?
Present.
Mr. Augustine?
I am here.
Mr. Iazi is not present at the moment.
All right, looks like we have a quorum, so we're going to go ahead and open up the meeting. We're going to be led today by Pledge of Allegiance by Dr. Byers. Everybody please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, and Dr. Ingalls is going to give the statement of purpose of the Chiropractic Physicians Board of Nevada.
Yeah, the purpose of the Chiropractic Physicians Board of Nevada is to protect the public and regulate the chiropractic profession in the state of Nevada. So,
All right, and a couple of housekeeping items that we're going to go through. Number one, if you're coming up to this is a new building. If you're coming up to speak, the chairs are in front of us. There's a microphone up there. There's a little button on the very bottom of the microphone. Just press that button. Make sure it's on green. Once you're on green, everyone should be able to hear you. And once you're done speaking, click the button again so we can not hear anything else you're saying. Just move on here. All right, and then for Zoom, the Chiropractic Physicians Board does have a few policies we want to make sure we go over. Number one, definitely just please keep your microphones muted unless you're called upon to speak. If you do need to speak, you can use the icons in the lower portion of your screen. I'll be able to hopefully see who's raising their hand to give them recognition to speak. Only unmute your microphone when being spoke to. Please refrain from eating and drinking on camera if possible. Also minimize any disruptions. Please be present and engaged, specifically if you're here for CEU credits. Julie, did anybody log in to let you know?
I'm letting Dr. Heckler in right now.
Okay. If you were here for CEUs, you would need to have let Ms. Strandberg know so they can let you in. Also, make sure that if you are here for CEUs, that you're online the whole time. If you do have to step away, be brief and come back. Also on Zoom, we're still going to give the same thing. If you're at home or somewhere else, just make sure that the people behind you are dressed appropriately and make sure to keep your pets from barking and things of that nature. Again, just minimize disruptions. Also, please chat respectfully, dress appropriate, and most of you are here on time as well, so I appreciate that. I'm going to move to agenda item number one, which is going to be public interest comments. For public interest comments, will be taken at the beginning and at the end of each board meeting. Public comment may also be taken at such time as requested, so long as the request in the public comment be taken will not interrupt ongoing board business. Depending on the number of individuals wishing to speak, to address the board, a reasonable time limit may be set. The board will not restrict comments based on viewpoint. Most importantly, no action will be taken on any matter raised during the public comment until that matter itself has specifically been approved and included on an agenda item, at which time action may be taken. And then lastly, prior to the commencement and conclusion of a contested case or a quasi-judicial proceeding that may affect the due process rights of an individual, the board may refuse to consider public comment as per NRS 233B.126. Are there any public members that would like to make a comment? Any public members that would like to make a comment? Any public members that would like to make a comment? All right, not hearing none. Julie, I do believe we received a written correspondence for Public Correct from the coalition.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and
Part of the packet.
that has been sent out as part of the packet as well. We're going to move to agenda item number 2, which is going to be the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Dr. Ingalls. Any discussion at all on the agenda? Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. We're going to go to agenda item number 3, which is going to be the approval of the April 25th, 2026 and May 27th, 2026 board meeting minutes for possible action. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for April 25th and May 27th, 2026? I'll move. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Ingalls. Any discussion? Board members have a chance to go through and review the board minute meetings. Any changes, corrections? Any? All right, not hearing any. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We're going to go to agenda item number 4, which is going to be the legislative matters for possible action. With us today is Dan Musgrove from Strategies 360, who is the board lobbyist. Who's going to update and discuss some of the bill draft filed for the 2027 legislative session. They may impact the board, and discussion regarding the board's BDR status of a sponsor, and including revisions to the following NRS 634.035 subsection 2B, 634.070, 634.080, 634.090, 634.100, 634.105, 634.115, 634.123, 634.125, 634.135, 634.136, 634.137, and 634.1379 for the Legislative Committee update. Dan, welcome. We appreciate your service. Turn the mic over to you.
Thank you, President Lurie, members of the board, Executive Director Strandberg, Dan Musgrove, Strategies 360. It's an honor to be in front of you today. It's great to see you all again. It's nice to be here in person. These great location here at the Legislative Council Bureau. We are in good spot with our BDR. The Chiropractic Board has secured a sponsor. That sponsor will be Senator Julie Pizzina, who is the Chair of Commerce and Labor, and that would be the committee that the bill would go through. So just wanted to let you know that the BDR process is now in place. August 1st was really the first deadline, and there's already 338 BDRs that have actually been released by the Legislative Council Bureau. If those of you who have been a part of the legislative process, remember that really all we get at this point is a one-line, very vague description of what the subject matter of the BDR will be. So, matters relating to healthcare or to healthcare providers. Our bill was not a part of that August 1st deadline. Legislators, the governor, they all have a first deadline of August 1st of when they submit their BDRs. Our bill will go in as of the second deadline, which is December 10th. That doesn't cause us any problems. It just is, Senator Pizzino only has a limited number of BDRs to submit at a certain time. So that first deadline was August 1st. So she's committed that ours will be in that second group. Because you guys do so much work on the bills, there's not a lot of work that the Legislative Council Bureau has to do in terms of rewriting the bill. It's not like we're just giving them a flat subject that they have to draft from scratch. So I don't see any problems with our bill getting obviously introduced in a timely manner when the session starts. So that bill will start on the Senate side in Commerce and Labor. And granted, hopefully Senator Pizzino does win her election. She is up for election, but she'll remain the chair of Commerce and Labor. So that's the status of our BDR. Also on the agenda item was discussion of the revisions to anything that might affect our chapter. Again, at this point, we haven't seen any BDRs at this point that may in fact be related to chiropractic. Of those 338, we've identified 64 that are healthcare related, but there isn't anything, at least at this point, without seeing the language, that we would assume would impact chiropractic physicians. We do know that the Business and Industry, Department of Business, Business and Industry will probably have a BDR. We probably will see that in the next, there's a group that will probably drop tomorrow that will be released because the governor gets 110 bill drafts. His departments use those BDRs. And so we may see that actually pop tomorrow or within the next couple of weeks as to what B&I is asking for. But again, it's going to be very generic in terms of the title. It probably will have something to just say boards and commissions. And again, we won't know what the details of the bill are until A, they want to share it with us, or it gets introduced during the legislative session. They had been working on a regulation, as we've been well aware. It was supposed to go in front of the Legislative Commission at the last meeting of the Legislative Commission, but the chair of that board, Assembly Member Sandra Howdegee, asked that the B&I pull back, withdraw their regulation, and work on it more because there has been concerns voiced by a number of boards and commissions as to what that regulation would contain. So that regulation is still not in place, and I would imagine it would come back at some point to the Legislative Commission. But most of the boards and commissions are working with B&I to see what the language will look like, and hopefully we can move it forward. I think that's most of the items that were under this agenda item. I would like to at least give you a quick snapshot of what's going on politically, because since our last meeting, we did have a primary election in June. And so you've got Governor Lombardo facing off against Attorney General Aaron Ford for the governorship. Governor Lombardo holds a huge cash advantage over our sitting Attorney General in terms of dollars raised. A number of the polls are showing it very, very close or within the margin of error. There was some Republican polls that came out, I think, yesterday that showed the governor's in the lead. I really think that if you're watching everything that's happening on the national scene, you know that being a pollster is probably the hardest job there is right now in the world, because none of it's coming back the way everyone thinks it does. And so we're going to just have to wait until the election and see how things play out, because the uniqueness in Nevada, very candidly, is the fact that we have a huge nonpartisan voter registration. They could not participate in the primary. They're waiting for the general, and we don't know, again, if with a non-presidential year, what the turnout's going to be like. Usually a non-presidential election sees lesser turnout. So again, it's all going to be in how the voters come out, how those nonpartisans vote. And so again, it's tough to be a prognosticator in today's political world. So I'm not going to do it. So I'll just say, get out and vote. Senator Majority Leader Nicole Cannizzaro, it became that was a very close primary, at least was considered to be close. She was running against Treasurer Zach Conine. She won. She'll be facing off against Adriana Guzman-Freilich for the Attorney General seat. A number of state legislators actually faced strong challenges in their primary. Assemblymember Jovan Jackson won his reelection. They thought that it would be a lot closer. He actually won with 70% of the vote, again, showing that you can't figure it out until the votes are counted. Senator Edgar Flores also won his reelection. He had a very contentious primary because he was running against sitting North Las Vegas Council member Isaac Barone, but he won. Sitting Assembly member Howard Watts lost his seat to Miguel Davila, and so he'll, because of the voter registration in that primary, basically that was the race, was in the primary, and so the sitting incumbent lost his election, which was a bit of a surprise. There's a number of open seats in Assembly Districts 1, 2, 7, 9, 19, 23, 29, 40, and 41. Those all drew competitive fields. Again, we're seeing, and I think this is something I've reported to you often in my legislative reports, just about every legislative session, we're seeing about a 25% turnover. So 1 in 4 legislators have never been up there before, and that's been pretty consistent over the last probably 5 or 6 sessions, just because of term limits and how people, look to move up in office and stuff like that. And that means so there's a lot of very candid work that lobbyists and advocates have to do in teaching people about their issues. And that's our job for you as the Chiropractic Board, to make sure that new legislators understand the importance of the Chiropractic Board, and that's the job that you hire me to do, and we work very hard on that. I think that's pretty much it. Again, I talked about the BDRs, the governor's number of BDRs, so the legislative has interim committees that have been meeting this month of August, like the healthcare committee will meet next Tuesday. They'll do their work session and they'll finalize the BDRs that they will submit. There isn't anything on the healthcare agenda that impacts chiropractors. The one that I would be watching would be the Commerce and Labor interim committee, chaired by probably presumptive speaker is Elaine Marzola. They meet on August 20th. We'll be watching that to see if there's any bills that might either impact insurance. Again, not necessarily the purview of the Chiropractic Physicians Board, but anything when it comes to boards and commissions could, again, go through that committee. So I think that's all I have, unless you have any questions.
All right, Dan, we really appreciate, obviously, the update that you gave us. Any board members have any questions for Dan, Strategies 360? Any board members? I don't see any, Dan. I was informed by board counsel that BNI, it looks like, did submit a bill 18-185.
Oh, it's out, okay.
So,
Thank you. It's always good to have someone watching my back.
all right, perfect. All right, well, we really appreciate it. We have a lot of changes. Obviously, you understand that. You've been to some of these meetings. You're getting the updates as well. Dr. Yeager's the legislative chair, and definitely I'll be assisting out. I'll be assisting this year as well in legislation to get these changes made and answer any questions that need to be answered for public safety side of what we do for chiropractic. Any questions that the legislators will have, we'll be present to make sure that we support you and back you up on that. But we appreciate your time and effort and the work that your group does for us as well.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie, Dan Musgrove. Again, it was great working with Dr. Yeager last session. He did an incredible job at the legislature, and I would assume that we'll do another great job this session. So it's great to work with all of you.
We appreciate you. Thanks for coming today. Going to move on to agenda item number 5, which is going to be the Nevada Chiropractic Association report. Is there anybody from the association here today to give their report?
Yes, sir. My name is Dr. John Wise. I'm the Vice President of the NCA.
Welcome, Doctor.
And it is a pleasure to be here in person. I think the last couple of times have been Zoom. But ultimately, the NCA is still growing. We are actually getting a little bit stronger. Currently, our cash flow is up to $62,574. Our current treasurer, Eric Prawl, will be stepping down. He's going to be moving to, I believe, the East Coast to be closer to his daughter. However, we have Dr. Jacob Queehee, which just moved here from California, and he has a 20-year history of being the treasurer of his Cal Chiro. So he will be assuming treasurer for the NCA. Currently, we are up to 68 active members. And our biggest thing that we're going to be doing right now is our fall convention, which is going to be October 3rd and 4th, and that's going to be held at Bay Law over in Henderson. Currently, we've got things listed as regular price for NCA members is going to be $199 for the regular price. Early bird price is going to be $149. Non-NCA members are going to be $299 regular price and $249 for the early bird price. And then we are going to be offering CEs for chiropractic assistants as well at $99 for the regular price and $49 for the early bird price. Early bird prices end at Labor Day. Ultimately, we don't have any major things in the works for legislation, but we do have Dr. John Petrick is going to be trying to work with trying to bring more of an equal opportunity bill for workers' comp. It's going to model something very similar to what Montana just had and what Montana unfortunately did not pass. But it's supposed to equal the playing field between any doctor and give patient choice for healthcare. So if we have any more information, especially from Dr. Petrick, we'll bring it up at the next board meeting. And that is my report.
Definitely appreciate the work you guys are doing. I, at some point, am going to reach out to you guys. I'd like to sit down with you and talk about how we can get information out to the doctors, both from the board side and the association side, especially on some of the changes that we're making. There's a multitude of changes we're making from the CA program to, you'll see some of the prepaid funding stuff, some of the stuff that we've already submitted. And I think kind of working together to make sure the masses understand the public safety side of it, as well as you guys in the legislation side, so we're not kind of in there butting heads together.
Absolutely. Let me know whenever you're ready for that. I'm actually the person who handles the constant contact.
Awesome.
So I would be the person who would be sending that all out.
I'll be reaching out to you then.
Perfect.
For sure.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome, Riza. You just showed up. Appreciate you being here today. We're going to move on to agenda item number 6, which is going to be the board council report. No action is going to be taken. New board council, Colleen Platt, welcome.
Thank you.
Your first board report.
Colleen Platt, for the record, I have nothing to report because it's my first time.
All right. Easy to go. We are going to take an agenda item out of order right now. We are going to move to agenda item number 14, which is going to be the consideration and potential approval of the settlement agreement and order in the matter of Fidel Odanuga, license number B01519, complaint 24-12S for action. I believe Dr. Odanuga is here today with his counsel, Edgar Carranza. Welcome, Edgar. Welcome, Dr. Odanuga. We're going to turn the time over to Colleen.
Hello.
All right. We're going to turn the time over to Colleen.
Good morning, board members. Colleen Platt, for the record. I am going to be here to present the settlement agreement that you discussed last meeting. Again, as previously explained last meeting, we're here to present the settlement, which we believe is an accurate reflection of what you guys discussed last meeting, to resolve this matter without to resolve this matter after extensive negotiations. Again, limited questions can be asked as it relates to the underlying settlement agreement. I'm happy to answer them as I can. You have Deputy Attorney General Stephanie Itkin-Goodman. Did I say that right? Okay. If you have questions, she'll be able to answer them. I can answer certain questions. So I'll present the settlement agreement as you guys had previously discussed last meeting. You should have it in your board packet. I'm not going to read it for you. Again, it reflects some of the admissions with regards to the charges. Some are dismissed, some are admitted, some are somewhat admitted, I guess. But the main crux of this is going to be starting on page 4 of the agreement, talking about the agreed disciplinary action. So what you'll see there in paragraph 1 is Dr. Odenuga's license will be on probation for a period of 1 year, which will begin upon the effective date of the agreement, which will be the date that it is signed by the appropriate board member. At that time, within 180 days, Dr. Odenuga will take and pass the EBAS exam. And then again, we'll also take and pass the spec exam. Within 180 days, Dr. Odenuga will provide written evidence that he took and passed 12 hours of continuing education related to making and keeping of chiropractic medical records. These hours will not count towards the required continuing education required for the renewal. During the period of probation, Dr. Odenuga's practice will be monitored by a practice monitor provided by affiliated monitors. And you'll see there with regards to the conditions surrounding that. And then during the term of the probation will be extended unless, in a situation where Dr. Odenuga is not in compliance, we will be extending the probation for that period of time that he's not in compliance. Paragraph 2, you'll see that Dr. Odenuga will pay the investigative board costs for the prosecution of this matter in the amount of $16,251.84. He'll pay those within 120 days of the effective date. And then you'll see paragraph 3, he'll pay a fine totaling $5,000, which is $2,500 for each of the 2 admitted violations. And that $5,000 fine will be paid within 120 days. And then you see some standard language regarding compliance. Do the board members have any questions regarding this? Believe this is an accurate reflection of the conversation, of the discussion you guys had last meeting with regards to some of your concerns that you had during that meeting. And so we believe that this is reflective of that discussion. And Dr. Odenuga's attorney, Mr. Carranza, is here as well.
Welcome, Edgar.
Good morning. No, I echo everything that Ms. Platt just referenced about the terms that have been agreed to between the parties. I know this case has taken a little bit of a long and winding road to get where we are today. We've gone through a couple of iterations of defense counsel for Dr. Odenuga. We've had several waves of settlement negotiations between the parties through 2 different board councils, and I thank them for their efforts. I thank Dr. Engels for his efforts and involvement in getting us here, and we're hopeful to have a resolution today. Thank you.
Awesome, appreciate it. Do any board members have any questions at all for Ms. Platt or Mr. Carranza? Christian?
Good morning. Can I have just clarity? I settlement negotiations, and I don't necessarily disagree with how this has been changed. There is one hesitation here, and that is I'm concerned that 180 days is such a long amount of time. That's 6 months. Was something that was so critical and with matters that really need to be addressed. I'm surprised that we agreed to 180 days and 120 days to pay, especially since these matters were so critical. I'm curious as to how we agreed to 180 days, or was that a defense attorney's pressure on this in terms of negotiation?
I'm happy to take first swing at that. It wasn't necessarily pressure as much as it was practicality. The impact on Dr. Odenuga and his practice, given the fines, given the board costs that all increased from the original agreement, we wanted to try to lighten that a little bit and soften that burden on him and his practice and give him a little more time to comply with that, because as we know, a lot of these courses have some pretty substantial costs associated with them, and there really wasn't any, again, settlement tactic negotiations or forcing our will upon Ms. Platt or Mr. Ling. It really just was in a sense of practicality to try to get us to a place where Dr. Odenuga could comply with the terms of the settlement, which is, at the end of the day, is really what we're all working towards.
Colleen Platt,
Okay.
yes, I would agree with that. It was no pressure put upon myself. It was just a request, and we had conversations about it and felt that this was not an unreasonable request.
Okay. I mean, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, he put himself in this position, but, um, yeah, 6 months, it's half a year, it's a long time. That's a lot of leeway, but, I do appreciate all the additional stuff and addressing our concerns from the last meeting, so thank you.
Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. Dr. Yeager, for the record. Thank you, Ms. Platt, Mr. Carranza, and Dr. Onuga for being here and present today. Ms. Platt, would you just take some time for us and tie in the settlement agreement that was presented at our last meeting? There was elements of charges that were admitted to as well as not contested. But as I recall from the last settlement offer, the discussion was admitting to or not contesting only portions of the charges. And if you would just explain that for the entire board and everybody present, how we cleared that up, whether you either admit or don't contest the exact charges that were initially made.
Give me 1 second to. So in looking at my notes from the prior discussion, I believe everything in regards to the admissions regarding the allegations were the same, and the changes were really regarding the exam, the increase in time to take the discipline, then pay the costs, and the spec exam, the practice monitoring, the increase of cost, and then in addition, the fine was previously $1,000 for the 2 admissions, and so instead it was. The discussion last meeting was that it should be $2,500 per admission. So that's where you got the total of $5,000. And then, so those were the changes. If I'm, and Mr. Carranza can correct me, but I believe the admissions stayed the same.
That's my understanding as well. With respect to each of the charges, what was admitted to, what was dismissed, and what was no contested, all stayed the same. It really was a concern from the board members about the ultimate terms of the resolution that we worked towards addressing and got us to the point that we're at today.
All right, Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. And for clarity, and you may speak to this, if it's your interpretation that the admissions or not admissions to the charges reflected what the actual charges were. In other words, did we admit to a portion of a charge, but not to another portion of the charge? Does that make sense, Dr. Lurie?
Yeah, it does for me. I know Christian is on. I'm just going to briefly go through my notes from the last meeting. And that was Christian Augusta, board member, had brought up the fact that only 2 of the charges had been admitted to, and that the other ones were just no contest. He went through a lengthy discussion on the difference between admitting versus a no contest. One of the things that he had asked is to go back and look at the charges to see what other charges were relevant to not contest but to admit to and or dismiss. I didn't see any of those changes either. We did, there was discussion regarding the cost portion by Mr. Augusta as well, and the fines that were increased. And then lastly, I had brought up the compliance monitor terms, which I don't see was changed at all. I know, Christian, you're on. That was part of your discussion. If you went through that, are you comfortable today with the fact that it was renegotiated, all of the charges have stayed the same, still not contesting charge 1, charge 3, charge 4, charge 5, charge 7. And then the 2 admitting charges are charge 8 and charge 2.
Yeah, I think we're moving in a good direction. I hesitated last time. I still hesitate today. You heard some of my issues. Those issues. I appreciate that they're addressing these concerns. I can see it, but I think there's an attempt to kind of to minimize what we witnessed in terms of a trial. And I get it. That happens in settlement negotiations. But it seems to be a big give on our part, and our part is a discussion of what's best for public safety and what's best setting a standard for the rest of Nevada citizens. And so I'm concerned. Look, if we're moving this down and it's getting better, I see that, and that's why I appreciate our board counsel working with defense counsel on this. I just addressed 2 additional concerns. I don't remember the 180 days being part of the last one. I could be wrong on that. But I always am concerned when we have a no contest. No contest to me is not necessarily not guilty. No contest to me is I'm not contesting this. I agree that I am guilty. Now, other attorneys may have a different impression of that, but that's currently mine. But I would hope that we have some sort of discussion through these settlement negotiations. I do see changes. Again, I'm happy that the changes are happening, but those concerns still exist. But I'm also able to, with the concern of Nevada citizens and safety, able to move this along. And I'm happy to hear what other people are thinking and how this is, what the rest of the board is thinking in terms of their opinion now versus last meeting and versus the trial that we saw at the beginning of the year.
I appreciate the comments. Any other board members have any other questions or comments regarding the settlement agreement for Dr. Odenuga?
Reza Yazzie for the record. So I echo some of Christian's thoughts as well of kind of where this is at. I do remember from my notes trying to create a path to practice here, and I'm glad to see that we are getting close to resolution, and perhaps today's the day, and that would be great. The thing that is weird to me is there's a couple things like the practice monitor is going through. Why 10 files? And my understanding is the original iteration may have included a clause that the 10 files would be picked by Dr. O's office. Is that accurate, Colleen?
Thank you, Colleen Platt. So if you scroll down to that section, we, the 10 files is setting just a number of files so that the monitor has a stack of records to review. So you have to set a number, and my predecessor and probably Mr. Kranza agreed on 10. And then what exactly are you asking about? Who's picking the files?
So I guess who's picking the files, and how did we get to the number 10?
So I think 10 was just agreed upon between Mr. Kranza and Mr. Ling. And based on, I believe, making an assumption here, but past practices of typical practice monitoring is generally, and correct me if I'm wrong, but generally around the 10 record number that the monitor reviews at a given time. And then I believe it's also, it's supposed to be random. So I think Dr. Odenuga would be just selecting 10 random records.
I'm sorry, Dr. O would be selecting 10 random records, or the IBM would be selecting 10 random records?
It says the practice monitor and or the IBM may visit, inspect, request, and review no more than 10 patient files per visit. The records will be considered including the files for review. It doesn't say who's selecting them, to be honest. So I think it could be either. I don't know how the IBM, Mr. Kranza can perhaps explain, but I don't know that the IBM or the monitor would be aware of the patients to be able to select records, but I apologize, I'm not familiar with how the actual practice monitor works and how they request those records.
Edgar Carranza, for the record, I'm happy to address that. It says right there that, and that's the way the practice has been with the board, that either the IBM or the monitor selects it. If you read that sentence, it says the practice monitor and/or IBM may visit, inspect, and request, right? So the request part is the patient charts that they go in and select, and that could be a random. That could be as simple as the practice monitor being out of state, calling up the doctor's office and saying, you know, just get me 10 files. If that's the practice monitor's practice that he wants to follow, then the office would randomly select 10 patient charts. If the practice monitor comes in, or if the IBM visits the practice and decides to select the charts that are going to be reviewed, that's the practice. It really just depends on who's doing what practice they want to follow, and that's at the discretion of the IBM and the monitor, not Dr. Odenuga.
So then in that scenario, if the IBM or practice monitor wanted to come in and say, give me a list of your patient files post the settlement agreement, we would be able to comply with that?
That's happened before in past monitoring, yes.
And if I may, Colleen Platt again, if you scroll down a little bit further in that paragraph, there's a sentence in there that talks about the purpose of the practice monitoring is to inspect and review the patient. So to the extent that maybe there's a record that isn't what the practice monitor is looking at, they'd be able to give that record back and ask for another one.
Thank you for that clarification.
And I would also like to address Mr. Augustine's comments. To the extent this matter is here for a settlement agreement, if the board rejects it, the plan is to move directly into closing arguments, and then at that point, you guys would have the matter submitted to you. If the board decides that they want to change the settlement agreement, that's something you can do. This is an agenda item, it's an action item. We can go back and work on it and present something different to you, or you guys can move into closing arguments.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from board members? Any other questions or comments regarding the settlement agreement order in front of us for Dr. Odenuga? Any other questions or comments? All right, not seeing any more comments or discussion regarding the matter, is there a motion to approve the settlement agreement at this time? All right, Dr. Byers moves to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second. Reza Ayazi.
All right, second by Mr. Isaac. Any other discussion or comments by board members?
That's fine. If someone else did, that's okay.
Dr. Byers, and then second by Reza. Oh, wasn't you?
Okay.
Who was it?
Then moved by Reza. Thank you, Dr.
Reza.
Byers.
Who second? Any seconds?
Not yet. Anyone want to jump in?
I heard something.
We
I'll
can second
second.
for the
I'll
purpose of
second.
discussion.
I'll second.
Who is that?
That's Mr. Augustine.
Thank you, Chris. Make sure you state your name and name for the record,
apologize.
please. All right.
I apologize.
Second,
Sorry.
any discussion, any other discussion regarding the settlement agreement for Dr. Odenuga? Questions? Any other comments or questions? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Those that are opposed, aye.
Aye.
All right.
It's a
Is that
1 to
everybody?
2.
And Dr. Ingalls, I recuse myself for the record.
Okay. Looks like the matter did not pass, so we'll be moving into a hearing shortly to finish. Thank you. All right, we are going to move to agenda item number 7. Agenda item number 7, agenda item number 8, agenda item number 9, agenda item number 10, agenda item number 11, agenda item number 12, and agenda item number 13. I am the investigating board member, so I will be turning the meeting over to Dr. Adam Ingalls, who will be chairing the meeting for these next 6 settlement agreements. Dr. Ingalls?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Leary. So we're moving on to agenda item 7, discussion and potential action regarding the settlement agreement order in the matter of Shannon Peacock, DC, license number B01781, case number 24-34N for possible action. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Colleen to present the settlement agreement.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Colleen Platt for the record. So this is a little bit different than the previous matter. These don't have formal complaint notice of hearings. There was an underlying consumer complaint. We've investigated and we've decided to resolve this matter before having a formal complaint notice of hearing and a hearing. We believe that this reflects, Dr. Lurie and I have worked together with, you have Ms. Krastis online, I believe, who reflects the review of the case, and we believe this is an appropriate resolution for these matters. So you'll see there the background, the acknowledgements, and then you have the agreed disciplinary action. So Dr. Shannon, or Dr. Peacock is online. You can see him up there. So Dr. Peacock will pay a $500 fine within 90 days. He will take 12 continuing education units in record keeping within 6 months of the effective date of this agreement. These education courses will not count towards the continuing education requirements. And then he'll pay board costs in the amount of $600 within 90 days of the effective date of the agreement, which will be effective upon signature by the appropriate board member. If he fails to comply, obviously we'll retain jurisdiction and can engage in other disciplinary action. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Platt. Is there any questions from the board for Ms. Platt or Ms. Kratis at this time? Any discussion? Any discussion or comments?
Mr. President, Mr. Augustine.
Yep.
I will make a small note that I do see here, while the fines are lower, and it does show, I think, an appropriate date range of 90 days. I get the differences, but I think that's an appropriate time frame in terms of having to pay a fine, just some opinion. Other than that, I will leave it to the rest of the board.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Augustine. All right. Any other discussions? Any other questions by the board?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Ingalls. Dr. Yeager, for the record, if Ms. Platt and or Dr. Lurie is the investigating board member on this case and all of these cases, as I see they are related, would just orient the board as to what the background were for the decisions to not look at any sort of specialty assessment exam like the SPEC or the ethics and boundaries exam. We've talked about this in the past, Dr. Lurie, and you always have a really good reason on the decisions you make, and I would just like the board to hear it for the record.
So this agreement, again, this is a little bit unique because there's not a formal complaint, right, which sets out the formal allegation. So we're kind of catching this earlier. What I can give you, if you want that information, then you unfortunately have to reject this settlement agreement, and then we have to draft a formal complaint, and lots of things happen, which is more time and obviously costly for the licensees. But Dr. Lurie and I had extensive conversations about the underlying complaint that's generating this settlement agreement, and he can opine a little bit, not too much. But we feel that the issues involved in that are being resolved by the disciplinary action agreed to here because of the nature of how the complaint came to us. I can tell you it's not a consumer complaint. This was a report from the NPDB. So it's a little bit different than say a complaint where a consumer is alleging that a licensee has engaged in malpractice or has engaged in acts that are below the standard of care. So this is a little bit different. Obviously, there is, and when things come through to us through NPDB, just hypothetically, you've got a situation where we're not involved. We don't have an underlying consumer complaint sometimes, and so we're only going to get half of the story because there's other things that happen in that underlying case. So Dr. Lurie can kind of give you a little bit, but we believe that the next group of settlement agreements are appropriate given the information we have.
Dr. Leary, for the record, and Dr. Yeager, just, when you go through these, there's an amount of evidence that we have the ability to look at. Also in speaking with counsel from the other side as well, and really understanding what happened between the patient-doctor relationship, kind of moved the needle just a little bit over to more of the record-keeping issue, but that's based on evidence that was presented as part of the package of the totality of the case. And based on that, I drew the conclusion that it was best to go ahead and just move this to the record-keeping matter and not impose any type of spec examination for these doctors. But again, that was based on evidence that was presented verbally and in writing from defense counsel as well. So I'm very comfortable with where we're at with the settlements in front of you.
Thank you, Dr. Ingalls. I appreciate you allowing me, indulging me on that question. Ms. Platt, Dr. Lurie, thank you. I'm very satisfied with the answer, and I just appreciated allowing for the board to hear that for the record.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager. Is there any other discussion or comments from the board at this time? Okay. Ms. Kratzis, do you or Dr. Peacock have any comments or want to make a statement at this point?
Hi, Marjorie Kratz, and I have no statement aside from I appreciate the board's time and consideration. I'll hand it over to Dr. Peacock in case he wants to add something.
Dr. Peacock, I have nothing to add to that statement. I just appreciate the opportunity to resolve this matter with the settlement at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Peacock, and thank you for coming before the board for this matter. At this time, would anybody like to make a motion to approve the settlement agreement?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Dr. Yeager?
Dr. Yeager, for the record, I'd like to make a motion to approve the settlement as presented.
Reza second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Dr. Yeager, second by Reza Ayazi. Is there any discussion at this point? Any discussion regarding the settlement agreement? Okay. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Dr. Lurie, for the record, I recuse.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lurie. All right. So no opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much, Dr. Peacock and Ms. Krassis. Okay. So we are moving on to agenda item number 8, discussion and potential action regarding the settlement agreement order in the matter of Jeffrey Vasey, DC, license number B01817, case number 24-35N for possible action. At this time, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Platt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Colleen Platt for the record. Again, you should have a settlement agreement with you, very similar to the prior case that we just discussed. If you scroll down in your packet, you will see the agreed upon disciplinary action. Dr. Vasey will pay a $500 fine within 90 days, take 12 continuing education units in record keeping within 6 months. These will not count towards his required continuing education, and a $600 payment of investigative costs within 90 days of the effective date of the agreement. And I would ask for your approval.
Thank you, Ms. Platt. Is there any discussion at this point from the board? Any of the members of the board have any comments regarding the settlement agreement? All right, not hearing any discussion. Ms. Kratzis and Dr. Basie, would you like to make a statement or have any comments?
Again, I just appreciate your consideration, and I'll defer to the doctor if he wants to add anything. Thank you.
Then, Dr. Basie, do you have any comments? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm Dr. Vasey. I appreciate the opportunity to resolve this, and I acknowledge that my record keeping wasn't adequate at the time, and I will do better, I promise. And thank you.
Yes, and thank you for addressing that issue. It's a common one that we see, and that's our goal, is just to get things back into compliance and help you guys do a better job. Any other comments or discussion? Any other comments or discussion from the board at this time? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the settlement agreement?
Dr. Byers, for the record, I move to approve.
Motion to approve by Dr. Byers. Is there a second?
Dr. Loudon, I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Dr. Loudon. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Dr. Leary, for the record, I recuse.
Thank you, Dr. Leary. Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much, Dr. Vasey and Ms. Kratzis, for coming before the board today. All right, moving on to agenda item number 9, discussion and potential action regarding the settlement agreement order in the matter of Christopher Blaha, DC, license number B01571, case number 24-36N for possible action. I'll turn it over to Colleen.
Thank you, Colleen Platt, for the record. Again, similar case as the last one before, the last two. This one's a little bit differently. When we looked at the totality of the circumstances, we felt that there was an additional requirement needed in this particular case. So what you'll see here is, again, we have a $500 fine payable within 90 days, 12 continuing education units in record keeping before December 31st of this year, $600 in board costs within 90 days, and then Dr. Blaha is not currently, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Cross, is licensed. And so if he becomes licensed, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. Apologies. His practice is going to be monitored, apologies for having case merging, by the board for 6 months beginning effective date of this agreement. And again, very similar, we're going to talk about the 10 patient files. And I would ask for your approval. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Platt. Is there any comments or discussion from the board at this time?
Razazi, for the record. So he's not currently practicing or licensed?
I apologize. I think I'm having deal merge. I think he's licensed.
Okay, and he is currently practicing, yes? Okay. Thank you.
Any further comments, discussion?
Mr. Augustine, I have a comment or question.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Can I get the distinction? I understand the the additional section 4 of the agreed to disciplinary action. Can I get the distinction between the other two and why this one is being added?
So again, because this is a settlement agreement, there's limited information that you guys are kind of entitled to. If you want the nitty-gritty details, you kind of have to go to a hearing. But again, when Dr. Lurie and I looked at the totality of the circumstances, we just felt that there was a little bit more in regards to Dr. Blaha's involvement in the case, and which required, we felt, this 6 months of practice monitoring.
Is Dr. Blaha, is he represented by counsel?
Yes, Ms. Krastis is here.
Okay. Would Ms.
Margie
Krastis, hello, Ms. Krastis, would you be willing to share a little bit on behalf of your client? Obviously, you don't have to, just getting an idea.
Oh, of course, and I'll be limited, given Ms. Platt's direction and how we're addressing this. Again, with this one, there's no allegations with the board settlement proposal as it relates to patient harm. This is isolated just to record keeping. And I believe that the 6-month period was proposed here just because of wanting to ensure in the future more attention to record keeping. And I can assure you that Dr. Blaha is motivated to please the board, and moving forward will show the board that he can and will comply. So I think the 6 months in this instance, as you can see, distinguished from the prior issues, will satisfy, I think, any concerns the board might have with future records.
Thank you for your response. I appreciate it.
Of course.
I have no further questions. I apologize.
Thank you. Any other further comments or discussion?
Reza Hazi for the record. Colleen, you said if we want the nitty gritty, we have to go to a hearing. And maybe this is just from a compliance section. Like what are we as the board entitled to in like a closed sort of hearing and the knowledge that we're allowed to have to make like a more informed decision on these settlement agreements?
Sure. So when I say that, do you have to go to hearing? It's really, this is a unique situation because we have the underlying complaint and we've decided to resolve this without filing a formal complaint notice of hearing, which would have, it is the alleged facts and the alleged violations of law. So yes, you are kind of, I'm giving you a little bit, enough so that you should have enough information to make a decision, and based on Dr. Lurie's, comments earlier, that this is truly like, we feel that the public is protected with these settlement agreements and that there isn't really an allegation of patient harm here, that it does involve kind of the record-keeping situation. But this is a unique situation where we don't have a formal complaint notice of hearing, which you would see those alleged facts and then the alleged violations, where you would have more of the story, right? Because the alleged facts and the alleged violations are going to tell you the story of what happened, allegedly what happened. And in this situation, I'm presenting you with a settlement agreement with some information that there was a record-keeping issue and we've agreed to this settlement. What I'm telling you is that if you really want more information, then it's something I have to go and draft a complaint notice of hearing. We're trying to save the board time and money and still protect the public and recognize that we would likely be in the same spot if we had a complaint notice of hearing in a similar resolution.
Can I ask a follow-up question? This is maybe procedural. This is Mr. Augustine. In this scenario, would it be okay though, because it's a settlement negotiation, for Dr. Blaha or his counsel to answer questions regarding that? Obviously, while you may not be able to explain some of the things, they have their full right to disclose, or do they not?
So the issue is that if they disclose all that and you have the full information and you reject the settlement agreement, I've now potentially biased you in the underlying hearing. that may or may not occur. So we're trying to walk that very fine line to make sure that you guys still have your, if you decide to reject the settlement agreement, that you still have your independent judgment and are not biased in regards to the case in one way or another.
Fantastic. I appreciate your response. Thank you so much.
It's always the lawyers that ask too many questions. Reza Ayazi, following up, what level of bias are we allowed to have as well? I mean, like, you're going to present evidence to us and we're going to make decisions based upon that evidence, not based upon perceived biases. So at what point does it become kind of dicey for the board to make these decisions of, have we been too prejudiced and we are now biased?
That's why if you, when you ask these questions, that's why we're trying to walk that fine line of giving you enough information to make you feel comfortable to approve this settlement agreement, but also not bias you. So we're just trying to walk that very fine line of, again, eliminating the argument that a licensee could have in the future that, oh, you rejected my settlement agreement because of all of these discussions, and now I can't get a fair hearing in front of you because you now know the information, but it's not under, a traditional hearing where they're, under oath and allowed to present evidence and whatnot. So we're just trying to make sure that everyone, due process, those
Okay.
fun things.
Sorry, Reza,
It's
I
a
asked for the
question.
record. I mean, Christian, if you want it, you can take it, but I was just going to ask the follow-up question of like, okay, in that extreme scenario where we're given all of the information, right? Like, let's go to the extreme. Everything's on the table. We're told every single thing, right?
Then
Now we
we
have
get a
to
hearing
proceed.
officer.
No. I'm saying like if we were given that information, because at times we're given information under seal, right? We're given like certain documentation, right? If we're given everything early on, right? How does that create a bias that disqualifies us from being able to go to hearing?
Well, it depends on how you're getting that information, and we're getting a little outside the agenda item. And maybe we can talk offline about that, but or do a training. But if in, like, let's hypothetically say that we gave you all this information and you rejected the settlement agreement, Dr. Blaha has an argument to make that you guys all have this information already and are now taking it and looking at it outside of a hearing context. It wasn't presented under, like, it wasn't reviewed by the vice president. Like, they weren't able to like object, but like say it's a document I put in, they weren't able to object because it's not a hearing. And so there's an argument that due process has been infringed. And so you guys would all be, bias is probably the wrong word, but you would be conflicted at that point because you have all this information. And so the proper procedure then would be to take that case and I'll put it in front of a hearing officer, and you would lose not jurisdiction, but the hearing officer would make the decision.
So then I guess the follow-up question to that one is, if that is something that gets negotiated within the settlement agreement, can't we as well as a board negotiate what is appropriate to bring forth to the board so that we have a little more meat on the bone? Especially for future hearings. And I know this is a little bit in the weeds, but like these are the questions that we're going to keep like kind of asking if this is kind of, the level of like stuff we get, because we want to be able to like,
Sure.
I mean, personally, like I want more transparency for like the state of Nevada, not less.
Yeah, and again, this is a unique situation where we haven't filed a complaint notice of hearing. So, in the future, maybe that's the answer is that you guys don't like these kind of early resolutions. You want to have a little bit more information to be able to make a better decision. And then what happens then is instead of these earlier negotiations of settlement, then we would just file a complaint notice of hearing and engage in that process.
So it's the in between that I'm asking about, Colleen. So I'm not asking about go to full blown hearing. I'm saying right now we've endeavored to create early resolution. That's awesome. Glad to see it. And if this is a road to practice that we're allowed to give the chiropractic physicians so that way they can get back to treating the Nevadans, even better. My question is, during these settlement negotiations, can part of these negotiations be, hey, we want to disclose XYZ information to the board that we believe will allow them to make better informed decisions? Would you be willing, opposing counsel, to agree to the same with the understanding that you are agreeing to this information to the effect to also agree that you are not disqualifying the board from the hearing and you're not making such a bias argument for the purposes of the settlement. Because at that point, you can kind of like pick and choose what's said without them. Because if they're pre-agreeing to, yeah, we're not going to bring up arguments of due process because we are agreeing to the information and the context and the way that it's presented to the board, wouldn't that keep us from being disqualified?
Potentially. I mean, I'd have to think about it a little bit more and have conversations with opposing counsel, but
Let's talk about that afterwards. I think that would be a lot of fun. Thank you.
Dr. Larry, for the record, is the investigating board member. Again, I just want to remind you on these cases, I go from the extreme and start a deviation downwards based on the evidence and public safety for Nevada. In this case, again, particularly, Ms. Kratz has presented information that cleared up a few of the issues that I would have had as the investigating board member, and then from there deviated downwards to where we got to the records. So I understand what you're asking. I'm just saying, as the investigator, understanding that I went through the totality of the records that I had, worked through our counsel, Mr. Ling, who had, I know he was on here, had plenty of conversations, and then Ms. Kratz's. I deviated from the original complaint that had come into the board because the evidence didn't support the actual claim. I then looked at court documents, reviewed court documents, and then from there made the decision that we're just going to move this down the road as record keeping for these cases. And I felt the public is protected by the measures we put in, but I do want you to know I started from the very extreme based on the complaint that we received from the authority, and from there deviated downwards to get to records.
Thank you for that explanation, Dr. Lurie.
Okay. Thank you, Reza. Any other questions or comments? Any other discussion? Hearing none. Dr. Blaha and Ms. Kresses, would you guys like to make a statement at this point?
I have nothing further to add, but thank you for your time and consideration. Doctor, do you have anything?
Yes, just thank you for your time and thank you for your consideration. I was a new employee at the time, so I do apologize for that. The board will be happy to know that my records have been much, much better, and I've been making a concerted effort to get those quite up to par.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Blaha. Any other questions? Any other comments, discussion from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, for the record, I'd like to make a motion to accept the settlement offer as presented.
Okay. Motion to approve by Dr. Yeager. Do we have a second?
Dr. Byers, second.
We have a second by Dr. Byers. Any discussion? Any discussion from the board? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Dr. Larry, for the record, I recuse.
Thank you, Dr. Larry. Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Blaha. So moving on to agenda item 10, discussion, potential action regarding settlement agreement order in the matter of Timothy Windsor, DC, license number B01823, case number 24-37N for possible action. Ms. Platt, I'll turn it over to you.
hello again, Colleen Platt for the record. Again, similar situation if we scroll down in your board packet to the agreed upon discipline. Similar to Dr. Blaha, a little bit different. Again, based on the totality of the circumstances, I'm looking at Board Member Ayazi. We have a $1,000 fine payable within 90 days, 24 hours of continuing education by December 31st, $600 in board costs, practice monitoring for 1 year. You'll also see some language in paragraph 5 that if Dr. Windsor decides to not engage in the practice of chiropractic, he needs to let us know, and the practice monitoring will be paused, and then we'll pick up again after to the extent that Dr. Windsor is re-engaged in the practice, then the practice monitoring would be picked back up. Happy to answer any questions, and I ask for your approval.
Thank you, Ms. Platt. Any comments or discussion from the board?
Reza Azzi for the record, if he's not practicing, is he still going to get his 24 credits done by December? And if not, how would we enforce that if he so chooses to start practicing again?
So thank you for the record, Colleen Platt. That's a good question. It doesn't matter if he's practicing or not. He has to take those 24 hours of continuing education separate and apart from practicing. And so those are required to be completed by December 31st. The only thing that's paused is the practice monitoring if he decides to stop practicing.
Thank you, Reza. Any other comments? Any other discussion? Any other comments or discussion from the board? Hearing none, Ms. Karatzis and Dr. Windsor, would you like to make a statement at this time?
Marjorie Pratt says I have nothing. Thank you for your consideration. Dr. Windsor, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't have anything to add at this moment. Just thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Windsor. All right. This time, any questions for Dr. Windsor or Ms. Karatzis from the board? Okay. Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve by Reza. Do we have a second?
Second, Dr. Yeager.
Seconded by Dr. Yeager. And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Dr. Lurie, for the record, I recuse.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. So motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Windsor, for coming forward to the board. All right. So moving on to agenda item number 11, discussion and potential action regarding the settlement agreement order in the matter of Christina Pellegrino, DC, license number B01853, case number 25-46N for possible action. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Platt.
Thank you, Colleen Platt, for the record. Again, very similar to our other matters that we just discussed. If we want to scroll down to the agreed disciplinary action, Dr. Pellegrino will pay a fine of $500 within 90 days, 12 continuing education units within 6 months, $600 in board fines. And I would happy to answer any questions and ask for your approval.
Thank you, Ms. Platt. Any comments or discussion from the board at this time? Any comments or discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Karatzis and Dr. Pellegrino, would you like to make a statement?
Marjorie Pratt says I appreciate the board's time and consideration. Dr. Pellegrino, do you have anything?
Hi, Dr. Pellegrino, for record. Nope, nothing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Pellegrino. Any questions or comments from the board for Dr. Pellegrino or Ms. Karatzis? Any comments or questions? Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Reza. Do we have a second?
Dr. Loudon.
Dr. Loudon, second. Any further comments or discussion from the board? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Dr. Lurie, for the record, I recuse.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. All right, motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Pellegrino. Okay, moving on to agenda item 12, discussion and potential action regarding the settlement agreement order in the matter of Cynthia Klinger, certificate number CA 1846, case number 26-12S for possible action. I'll turn it over to Ms. Platt.
Thank you. Again, we have a settlement agreement that's brought to you before a complaint notice of hearing. You'll see some pertinent facts in there. We have Ms. Klinger here. She is not represented by counsel, but you see here that her CEUs were audited and discovered that she took some courses that were not approved. And so unfortunately, while it is a kind of minor error, we do kind of have this disciplinary action where she has agreed to pay a fine. Sorry. And pay a fine of $500, just $500, and 12, and then obviously take the within 30 days, take the 12 continuing education units, and those are not going to be counted. And then that's it. I'd ask for your approval.
Thank you, Ms. Platt. Any comments or discussion from the board at this time?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Ingalls. Dr. Yeager, for the record. Ms. Platt, just to clarify, you just said that Ms. Klinger she did her CEs, they just weren't approved. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Ms.
Hi, Dr. Yeager. This is Julie, for the record. And actually, in her case, she didn't complete any of the CE to renew her license. So she needs to take all 12.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Any other comments or discussion from the board? And Ms. Klinger, are you on today? Yep. Would you like to make a statement?
Nope, just thank you.
Do any of the board members have any questions or comments for Ms. Klinger? Any questions or comments? Hearing none, would anybody like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Mr. Azi, do we have a second?
Dr. Loudon, second.
Seconded by Dr. Loudon. Any further discussion? Any further discussion or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Dr. Leary, for the record, I am the investigating board member. I recuse.
Thank you, Dr. Leary. Okay. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Klinger, for coming for the board today. Moving on to agenda item 13, discussion and potential action regarding the settlement agreement and order in the matter of Faustina Tenorio, certificate number CA0832, case number 26-13SN for possible action. Ms. Platt?
Thank you. Again, similar to the prior case, Ms. Tenorio took some CEUs. It was discovered on an audit that 2 of the CEUs were not approved courses. And so you'll see here in the settlement agreement, she's agreed to pay a $100 fine and take 2 CEUs. Those CEUs are not going to count towards her continuing education, the current renewal period. We wanted to make sure that those are going to be like the ones that she's taking. And so she'll be required to take her standard CEUs going forward, as long as they're approved and she's not audited again. But I would ask for your approval.
Thank you, Ms. Platt. Any comments or discussion from the board at this time?
Mr. Augustine, I have one question, maybe for the investigating board member.
Okay.
The question is how do we discover that the chiropractic physician took classes that were not. Was this part of our selective audit that we do every year? How does that happen?
Yeah, Dr. Leary, for the record, this was part of the 20% audit that was performed by the executive director. And just again, to be clear, this is a chiropractic assistant, not a chiropractic physician. And what the executive director, Julie Stramberg, had during the audit, 10 of the hours that were taken were approved by Nevada board. 2 of the hours were not approved but were taken. So there was a totality of 12. It just happened to be those 2 that weren't approved, and that was picked up as part of the new random audit that the board performs for continuing education upon renewals.
And can I briefly follow up? I appreciate that, Dr. Lurie. If I could follow up with the chiropractic assistant, even though they have their own license, is there any sort of standards that we have set where the supervising chiropractor, the chiropractor that they are working for, do they have any sort of repercussions here, or is that typically not the standard?
It's not the standard. They stand on their own license. I would say as an employer, it would be the best practice to make sure that your chiropractic assistants have everything in order and approved by the board prior to taking it, but that's individual practices and doctors. Otherwise, they stand autonomous upon their certificates.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. I appreciate it. No further questions.
Thank you, Christian. Any further comments or discussion? Any further comments or discussion from the board? Hearing none. Ms. Tenorio, I see you're on today. Would you like to make a
Hi.
statement?
Hi, Faustina Tenorio here. I appreciate you guys' time and consideration, and those 2 units, it was an oversight. On my end, I did it through a betterchiro.com and just didn't realize I didn't have the NV in front of the class, but I appreciate, your time. And after the fact, my chiro, I did have a discussion with my doc, and just moving forward, I will pay more attention to those details. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for being here today, and we appreciate the honesty there. I always refer people to the board's website. That's the most updated list of approved courses. So if you get on those online courses, you can always refer to the board's website and cross-check that just to make sure they are approved, because we update them yearly as well. So some courses might drop off of there. But thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Tenorio from the board? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Dr. Byers, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Motion to approve, Dr. Byers. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Reza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
And Dr. Leary, for the record, I recuse as the IBM.
Thank you, Dr. Leary. So at this time, I will be turning the chair back over to Dr. Lurie.
All right, thanks, Dr. Ingles. Appreciate you stepping in and doing that for those. I appreciate the work that was done on those as well. We are going to take a brief 10-minute recess to get set up. We are moving to agenda item number 15, which is going to be the continuation and completion of the hearing of the matter of Fidel Odenuga, DC license number B01519, complaint -24-12S. I need a minute to get set up and give a break to anybody that needs it. So we're going to go off record for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 10:10. Thank you. All right, we about ready? I'll go grab them. Dr. Loudon, Dr. Yeager.
Joseph, yep.
Dr. Yeager, you're on mute if you were talking to us.
Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
All right, if everyone can please take their seats. All right, we're going to go back on record this is the Chiropractic Physicians Board of Nevada. Notice of meeting Thursday, September 6, 2026. Start time was 8:30. It is now 10:11. We are back from recess. We are going to move to agenda item number 15, which is going to be the continuation and completion of the hearing in the matter of Fidel Odanuga, DC, license number B01519, complaint 24-12S for possible action. Today is Thursday, August 6, 2026, NAC 634.710. This hearing is being held before one or more members of the board. The hearing is being continued today from the start of the matter from October 9th, 2025, and is going to be continued today. This hearing is being held in the state of Nevada. The location is listed as Legislative Offices, 7230 Amigo Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89119, LV Committee Room 3. This is also being broadcast over the YouTube channel, which is www.youtube.com/@NVLEG, and also streaming on the website www.leg.state.nv.us /app/calendar /A/ Under NRS 241.032, the CPM does collectively have a quorum present for today. NAC 634.720, for the record, I'm Dr. Benjamin Lurie, the president and presiding officer of the board, and therefore will be chairing the matter in the Fidel Odanuga case. Parties present for today's hearing is Colleen Platt for the board. Colleen is the board attorney, however, she did not prosecute the case. She is going to sit in and help with any questions we have from the legal side. She'll handle that. And then on behalf of the respondent, we have Mr. Edgar Carranza as well. And then presenting the board's case will be Attorney Lewis Ling, bar number 3101, as well as the professional board members as well. Dr. Ingalls is the IBM. He is present today. And present with us is the Chiropractic Physicians Board Executive Director, Ms. Julie Strandberg. Board member present are myself, Dr. Benjamin Lurie, IBM, Dr. Adam Ingalls, Dr. Jason Yeager, Dr. Jeff Loudon, Dr. Reza Ayazi, although doctor, and then Christian Augustine. We have concluded a number of matters. We have heard evidence from both sides on this case. Where we are picking up is we were at closing arguments. So therefore, there's no other discussion to be held. We will move into closing arguments. Mr. Ling will begin, followed by Mr. Carranza. Mr. Ling will finish up any questions, and the matter will then be turned over to the board for deliberations. We'll be going through each of the charges individually and making motions on each, and that is where we are going to get started at this time. Are there any questions for the chair? All right, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to Mr. Ling for closing arguments for the Chiropractic Physicians Board of Nevada. Mr. Ling?
Yes, good morning. First, I would like to just make sure, are you all in the hearing room able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe we have a court reporter on. Am I coming through loud enough for the court reporter?
We do not have a court reporter with us. That was
thought we did.
based on discussions with Ms. Platt.
Okay. If you can hear me then, for the record, my name is Louis Ling. I was the board's attorney at the time that this matter was prosecuted, and am going to be presenting the closing argument in this matter simply because, as I said, I was the prosecutor prosecuting the matter on behalf of the investigating board member, Dr. Ingalls. As a preliminary matter, as we get into this today, I have the burden of proof because we are the prosecution in this case, and therefore I intend to make, I hope, a brief closing argument today. So I will get started on that. Let me first state what this case is not. This case is not a records case, okay? Our standard records cases are cases where we get involved in an investigation, and in the course of the investigation, we, of course, will examine patient records, and we will find that those records do not comply with one or more portions of your record-keeping regulation, which is NAC 634-435. And we then will work with that chiropractic physician to try to remedy the deficiencies in those records. That's not what this case is. This case is unique. In my history of prosecuting cases to this board, I have never seen a case that involved two unique and different sets of medical records for the same patient for the same dates of service that also then resulted in three separate and different super bills. We've just not seen a case like that, and that is why this case is being treated differently than a standard records case. You will hear throughout my argument two themes today. One theme is look at the documents. That's what we really, what we did when Dr. Ingalls and I were looking at this case is as we obtained these documents and noticed their discrepancies, they all were provided by Dr. Odenuga. Everything you have in your evidence packet in this matter was provided by Dr. Odenuga, with the exception of a couple of complaint documents that came from our original consumer complainant in the matter. So we'll be asking you simply to look at the documents and interpret the documents as they exist. But secondly, the other theme you will hear from us is the problems throughout this matter with Dr. Odenuga's credibility, and which is probably part of why we are here, which is that the stories, there I go. Which is that the stories that you've heard from Dr. Odenuga as part of his testimony didn't make a lot of sense to Dr. Ingalls and I. And we obviously, you will be the ultimate judges of credibility in this matter, but some of those stories are why we are here, is because when we saw these curious documents, we could not really get an answer that made sense to us. And so because of those two themes, what I intend to do now is just walk you through the charges here and show you how why we believe that the charges in this matter have been established to the requisite standard of proof. One more thing as you then go into your deliberations on this matter about the charges that you see, the actual statutes and regulations. In every one of these 10 charges, you will see charges related to 634, NRS 634.140 subsection 1, and NRS 634.018 subsection 11. The reason for that is we, the board, can only impose discipline for things that the legislature has given you authority to do. So when you look at 140 subsection 1, you are allowed to initiate and impose discipline for subsection 1 is unprofessional conduct. You then have definitions of unprofessional conduct under 634.018 subsection 11. Which is violating or attempting to violate directly or indirectly, or assisting in or abetting the violation of, or conspiring to violate any provision of this chapter or the regulations adopted by the board, or any other statute or regulation pertaining to the practice of chiropractic. So every count, if you find that that count has been established, you don't need to go through and say that there's been a violation of 01811 and 140 subsection 1. They're just there. So the actual statutes or regulations we're going to be asking you to examine are going to be the other one that is then really the substance of that particular charge. So with that said, I'm just going to walk the board through the 10 counts here, the 10 charges, and give you the reason we believe that those have been established. The very first count here involves that there were numerous changes between the two sets of medical records. So we're going to focus on the two sets of medical records. They are, in this matter, board exhibits 3 through 7. That is the one set of records, and then board 47 through 54 is the other set of records. In your board packet, those are pages 159 through 163 and page 203 through 212. The regulation that's actually at issue in this matter, in this particular charge, is 435, NAC 634, 435 subsection 1F. And what that states is that it is the responsibility of the licensee, it says, a licensee shall ensure that the healthcare records of his or her patients, subsection F, are not altered without recordation of the date and time of the alteration and the identity of the person who makes the alteration, whether the records are made and maintained on paper or in a computer. I'm not going to belabor the differences between the two sets of records. You've reviewed them all. We know that the record that was made in November of 2020, there are two sets of records. There is the set of records that is dated January 6, 2022, and there is the second set of records which is dated November 14th, 2021. Throughout the testimony from Dr. Onuga, he conceded that the November 2021 records were, in fact, supposed to be the records in the matter, and that the January 2022 records are not. They're clearly substantively different, and there is no indication in those records as to who made the altered second set of records, the January records. That's where so we look at the records, we clearly just have two sets of records. The first one, the November 2021 records, have obviously been altered wholesale, essentially, by the January 2022 records. So the records themselves speak to the violation here. There is nothing in the January 2022 records that indicates who made those records and dated the alterations, et cetera. So the violation is there, but this is where also we run for the first time into the second theme here, which is the credibility of Dr. Odenuga's explanation regarding this matter. If you remember right, his testimony was that he doesn't know who made the January 2022 records, that those he believed, and he told you that he believed it was altered, or the new record, the second set of records was created wholesale by some malicious, no longer employed employee, but he would not tell you who that person was. And we don't have any indication of that is in fact what happened here other than Dr. Odenuga's testimony. We would simply commend the board to looking at the credibility of that story. When you look at the way that story would play out, it doesn't make sense to board staff. That is, why would this mystery employee wait 10 months after the last time this patient had been seen to make a second set of records related to that patient? In fact, why would they select this set of records to make a second set of records about at all? That doesn't make any sense. We know from the way that this was presented to the board staff, we were waiting for these records to come in. If you look at the January records, they were made after hours. They were transmitted, they were made in about 5:20 that evening on January 6th, 2022. They were transmitted to us about 7 o'clock by fax machine. So again, this mystery employee would have to have been making up these records after hours. Doesn't make sense. The dates of service and the diagnostic codes are the same from the two sets of records, which shows an identity of the person creating the records, it seems to us. And then you also have the fact that it's the same internal tracking number in their computer system for both sets of records. I believe that was count number 3115. So in all, what doesn't make sense is if you were going to look this patient up and you were going to look for their medical records because we had requested them, we know that at the time of that request by Ms. Strandberg, the November 21 records already existed. They were in there when you pulled up that patient's account number. You should have seen those November records. So why we were presented with a wholesale different set of records in January of 2022 remains a mystery, but we contend that the explanation you received from Dr. Odenuga simply doesn't seem credible. It doesn't make sense under the circumstances. So we believe the first cause of our first charge has been established. As to the second charge, that is in creating and maintaining two substantively different sets of records for the same patient. That is now a charge under NAC 634.435 subsection 1, C and E. Those are 435 is your record, your healthcare record section. Subsection 1C says that the records have to be clear, legible, complete, and accurate. And subsection E states that they have to contain certain information that includes an accurate record of the diagnoses, the plan of treatment, et cetera, et cetera. Um, Again, look at the records. You will see that they can't possibly both be accurate, although they were both presented to this board as the healthcare records for this patient, because they simply are very, very different for the same dates of service by the same treatment provider, Dr. Odenuga. We have very different records. I'm not going to belabor those. Dr. Ingalls testified to you about all the differences between the records. So we believe that the second charge has been established, that that Dr. Odenuga maintained two separate and very distinctly different records related to the same patient. As to the third charge, this charge asks the board to look at the two different sets of records and the time frame between the two sets of records where the patient's condition hadn't changed. In fact, Dr. Odenuga was no longer the patient's chiropractic physician when either of the sets of records were made. But there was therefore no change in condition of the patient between the two sets of records. And when he was producing those records to the board office, he was representing to us in the two different sets of records he provided that these, in fact, were the medical records, his medical records related to this patient, and expecting us, therefore, to be able to depend on this representation that he was making to us, that these are the accurate records of this patient. And we believe, therefore, that the charge in this particular case is NAC 634.430 subsection 1M, which charges Dr. Odenuga with engaging in fraud, misrepresentation, or deception in any business affairs that relate to the practice of chiropractic. When you are asking us, the board office, to accept two entirely different sets of medical records related to a single patient and a couple of days of actual dates of service, you are misrepresenting to us that this is the state of your, that these are the patient's medical records, okay? Somewhere along the way, there is a misrepresentation. Either one set or the other could be the medical records, but what can't be true is that both of them are accurate medical statements of the medical records as they were presented to us. Remember, these passed through his hands when they were sent to us. So he had every opportunity to have looked at the January records. He had every opportunity to look at the November records, and why we got two different sets sent to us, representing to us that these are the patient's records, and knowing, by the way, that we were going to be giving these to the patient. That's why we were here in the first place, is we had the complaint from the patient that the patient didn't have their medical records. So we were facilitating the patient obtaining the records. So we were going to be giving these to the patient as well. Clearly, that's a misrepresentation of the medical records, and so we believe the third charge has been established. As to the fourth charge we have the patient A had these super bills that contain charges for electrical stimulation, in which doesn't matter which set of medical records you look at, there's no electric stimulation showing up on either of the two sets of records. So we believe that that is an established a violation of 430 subsection 1F, 1 and 2, which is engaging in practice regarding the billing of patients where you are making claims under that for services that have not been performed, or you are billing a patient in a manner which misrepresents the nature of the services performed. Clearly, again, if you are billing the patient on the super bills for electrical stimulation and you can't point to something in your medical records, either set in this case, that says, yep, I gave that patient electrical stimulation on those dates, then you are charging them for something that you can't prove you performed. Again, this ties though into, so look at the records. But then also this ties into the second credibility problem we have with Dr. Odenuga, which was, you can remember that this was, we had quite a lengthy testimony about this patient being a Groupon patient, and that as a Groupon patient, he just gives them a package of services. That's how he knew that this was a Groupon patient, as he looked at what was on the super bill and said, this is what I give the patient when they are a Groupon patient. But remember, there is no evidence in either of the two sets of medical records that this patient came to them through a Groupon, nor were we presented with any evidence or records from Dr. Odenuga's charts that shows that this patient came to them through a Groupon. But more importantly, from our perspective, is if we understood Dr. Odenuga's testimony properly, he provides electrical stimulation because they're a Groupon patient, whether they need it or not. And then he doesn't even have to document that. That was his story to you. Again, from the perspective of Dr. Ingalls as a practicing chiropractic physician in Nevada, that none of that makes any sense whatsoever. You don't provide services to people that they don't need, and you don't provide services to patients without recording that you're providing those services and why you were providing those services. So we believe the fourth charge has been established based upon the records that were presented to you, and the fact that the explanation simply doesn't make sense to the board, to Dr. Ingalls, I should say. The fifth charge is, again, just look at the records. There were two super bills in this matter. Three super bills, excuse me. The first two super bills showed the electrical stimulation charges at $25 per service. And the third bill, which was created much later in the transactions in this matter and appears to have been created simply to get a bill to the personal injury attorneys who were involved in the personal injury arbitration in this matter. Suddenly, the electrical stimulation is now up to $30. The problem, again, we go through the credibility issue, the second theme in this matter. Dr. Odenuga explained that his prices had gone up over that course of that time. But if you're presenting something to a court, or in this case, an arbitration, you're supposed to be presenting to them what you actually billed the patient. And that would have been probably most likely the second super bill, which seems to be the most accurate of them. You're still representing to the court you did electrical stimulation that you can't prove, but what you don't get to do is suddenly mark up everything, which is what Dr. Odenuga did in the third super bill, and increase those charges for services months, actually years after you provided those services, because you know those records are going to go to the court. That's just deeply troubling. But we believe that the fifth charge has been established. The sixth charge is board staff is dismissing. The way we worded that charge is incorrect. That is, we were saying that the diagnostic codes do not correspond on the super bill and on the medical records. In fact, they do correspond. So the sixth charge will be dismissed. The seventh charge charges Dr. Odenuga with failing to provide the new patient paperwork. What we know, again, let's go through the themes here. Look at the documents. We know that we were presented with the package membership document, which is board 57. That's page 213 in your packet. We know we were presented with the appointment cancellation no-show policy, which is board 45, page 201 in your packet. And we know we were presented with the consent form for treatment, which was board 59 to page 215 in your packet. So we know we had the new patient paperwork. But the one that's actually critical, the one that contained clinical information, the one that contained the patient's description of what the cause of the injury was, and the various patient history that would have been relevant if you were going to consider this patient as your patient, and you would want to know what their medical history was. That document we were never provided. We know that Dr. Odenuga's website says that that's a critical document that you're supposed to provide as part of your initiation of treatment with Dr. Odenuga. His explanation regarding that one simply was, we don't have it. He claims he didn't have it to produce because of some changeover in the computer system. The problem with that argument regarding the changeover of the computer system is that in terms of the timeline, that doesn't fit. The changeover of the computer system was, according to his testimony, in January of, where is it? I want to say it was January of 23, I think it was. June of 23, excuse me. And both of our requests for records preceded that by a year. So the records, if they were in his computer system when we asked for the records back in 2021 and 2022, should have existed in the computer system, and that the changeover of the computer system has nothing to do with it. So we believe that the seventh charge has been established. The eighth charge in this matter was the representation by Dr. Odenuga that this patient was not did not have a package. That was in an email that Dr. Odenuga sent to us when we were asking for these documents. That one, again, look at the documents because this makes no sense at all. You have the actual document itself that says a package membership, which is board 57. You also have on the second super bill, which is board 13, which is page 169 in your packet, you have him acknowledging the receipt of a payment of $494, which is the package membership payment. And so you have his own records saying, yep, they had a package. You also have the patient, and this is, in the complaint documents, or excuse me, these were documents that were communications between Dr. Odenuga and the patient that were presented and to us by Dr. Odenuga, which is board 26, where the patient clearly says, we had a package. We just wanted our money back as a result of only using the package twice. So why Dr. Odenuga would tell us and represent to us in his email that he did not have a package with this patient, where his own documents prove that, we believe that that establishes the eighth charge. The ninth charge is a charge of charging Dr. Odenuga with trying to keep this patient's money after the services, after they had terminated services. We have charged Dr. Odenuga on that one with, again, violations of NAC 634-430 subsection 1F 1 and 2, which again is billing patients for chiropractic services that have not been performed, or billing them in a way that misrepresents the nature of the services performed. We believe that obviously him wanting to keep the money after on a package deal, where the patient had only seen him, I believe, twice, then everything else that he would keep after that would be, of course, for services he had not rendered. But this one is the one that perhaps has the craziest story that goes along with it. If you think about Dr. Odenuga's explanation regarding this particular violation, he wanted you to go into patient was not a PI patient. They were a group I patient. I was mad at them because I later learned that they were a PI patient. But they never had a plan with me or a package with me. And yet, think about this, the only document that we have in the record that says that he gets to keep the money even if they don't use all the services, is in fact the document that says that they had a package membership. So the story just does not make sense, okay? His understanding of how he categorizes his patients has no impact on the law as to whether he has the right to keep money for services he never provides, regardless of his piece of paper that he claims wasn't a package, but certainly says it was a package. If you remember right, the patient did stop the charge on the credit card, except for the amount that they felt was fair to pay for the services they had received. And it seems that that whole stop payment seems to have been very troubling to Dr. Odenuga, because twice he gives us all of these documents related to the challenging of the charges. If you look at the first super bill that he gave us, there's a handwritten note on there about how they get to keep the money. This seemed to be a real problem for Dr. Odenuga. But from the point of view of the ninth charge, we believe that you do not get to keep money for services you did not render. So we believe that the ninth charge has been established. And now on the 10th charge, charges Dr. Odenuga with being party to and performing all of the previous 9 charges, actually 8, because one of them we are dismissing, that he was doing so in his role as a chiropractic physician, and therefore he violated a different statute than we charged before, which is 638-018 subsection 10, which is conduct unbecoming a person licensed to practice chiropractic or detrimental to the best interests of the public. We believe that the conduct that you have seen here with producing 2 different sets of medical records, 3 super bills, giving you explanations regarding these various documents that simply don't seem to add up and don't make sense in the world of a chiropractic physician, is conduct that's unbecoming to a chiropractic physician. But even more importantly, let's remember that there was the very reason medical records have to be accurate, which is that courts are going to depend on them, patients are going to depend on them, subsequent medical professionals are going to depend on them, that was violated here. And the ability to trust these records for anybody, the patient, the court, this board, was breached. All right, we just simply have no way to trust the records and or Dr. Odenuga's representations regarding them. And remember that in the arbitration, the records actually did show up in the discussion by the arbitrator. It was one of the reasons the arbitrator used to deny ultimately the claim of the patient in this matter, was that Dr. Odenuga's records were reviewed by the arbitrator, and the arbitrator was actually quotes from Dr. Odenuga's records. It's on page Odenuga evidence, page 26, paragraph 5 there in the middle of that. The medical records show that the first time plaintiff sought chiropractic treatment was on March 24th, 2021 at Halo Wellness Clinic under the care of Fidel Odenuga. The report of this visit shows, quote, complaint in the back and of lower left back and back of lower right back since 3/24/21. Regarding the mechanism of injury, the report shows, quote, occurred of unknown origin. There is no mention of any accident. So Dr. Odenuga's records were reviewed by the arbitrator and found to be not assistive of the patient's claim, in part because, again, we have statements made in those records occurred of an unknown origin. We know that this patient had been in a go-kart accident and told that to Dr. Odenuga, but because we don't have that patient intake form, there's no way to know for sure exactly what they were told. But this was not a patient who came in with an unknown source of injury. This was a patient who knew why they were injured. And so why that record would say that, I don't know. More importantly, this board asked Dr. Odenuga questions about that because it is of primary importance to a chiropractic physician as you're treating a patient to know, how did the patient hurt himself or herself? What did they do to cause the harm that they're now being asked, the chiropractic physician is now being asked to look at? This lack, at the very most, this was a complete lack of intellectual curiosity on behalf of this treating physician of this patient. It just is baffling why you would satisfy yourself and say, I don't know. I'm just going to write down, I don't know what caused this injury, when you've got the patient right there in the room and somebody that you can actually talk to and try to ascertain that information. So we believe that the 10th charge has also been proven. With that, I'm going to conclude, and we will make our disciplinary recommendations should the board find that any of these charges have been satisfied. Thank you.
Too many papers. Thank you, Mr. Ling. Appreciate your closing arguments. Going to turn over to Edgar Carranza on behalf of Dr. Fidel Odenuga. I will have you explain, Dr. Odenuga is not here, sorry, absent. I'll just let you kind of explain that.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. President. I appreciate Mr. Ling's summation. Dr. Odenuga had, we had both planned to participate remotely in today's hearing. We're asked to come in person. We try to shuffle our schedules around. He was here earlier today and was able to stick around until 10 a.m. We were hoping to be able to make the presentation before that time, but he had to leave. And that's the reason why he's absent for today's closing. But I'm here, ready to move forward. And again, thank Mr. Ling for his summation. I've reviewed the record. I've seen the evidence, and I don't really plan to provide a summation on behalf of the defense in this case. I think the record by Dr. Odenuga's former counsel, Patricia Danke, adequately recorded the evidence, the testimony, the objections that were made during the hearing. I don't think need to be summarized for you. I know the board members paid close attention and took notes and are familiar with what that record is. What I would like to do is very briefly just outline that at the end, and remind everyone that at the end of that board hearing, the parties were encouraged to try to work something out, and both sides engaged in that process. Dr. Odenuga, through he and his former counsel, and Dr. Engels with his counsel, Mr. Ling, engaged in that process, made some significant progress in that direction, but then at some period of time, Dr. Odenuga's counsel withdrew. He retained my office, and then I appeared and continued and picked up that baton and continued with the negotiations with Mr. Ling. We reached what we thought was a fair resolution to the case, working in conjunction with the investigating board member, Dr. Engels, presented that to this board back in April. And the board voiced its concerns, voiced some questions that it had about some of the charges and some of the recommended disciplinary that both sides had negotiated to, and rejected the settlement proposal. The parties went back to the negotiating table with those comments and with those concerns in mind. And this time, my office, working in conjunction with Dr. Engels and new board counsel, Ms. Platt, negotiated a different an amended settlement agreement that we presented this morning. Again, there were concerns and questions that were raised this morning that resulted in the rejection of the second settlement agreement. What I would ask the board to do in their deliberations is to frame the evidence and the testimony that they heard in this case, keeping in mind the efforts by both parties to address the concerns both of the board on behalf of the citizenry of the state of Nevada, and our efforts to try to resolve the case and reach a resolution short of a board deliberation. But with that, I would submit to the board's deliberation.
All right, I appreciate that, Mr. Carranza. Any further closing from you?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ling, any follow-up?
No, as I said, if the board finds any violations to have been established, we will make a disciplinary argument at that point.
All right, thank you. And at this point, we will turn it over to the board for deliberation, although, Mr. Ling, what is the board's position and recommend? Oh, okay, perfect. All right. So we'll go ahead and turn the matter over to the board at this point for deliberations. During deliberations, obviously, this is an open forum and discussion. We have talked about the amount of evidence that we have in this case as well. If you have questions, we can look up some of the facts on the board agenda items that we have and the packets that we have. They are multiple numbered, but I think between Mr. Ling and myself and Ms. Strandberg, we can get you to the right direction. So I'm going to go ahead and close, for the record, the testimony for both the board and the respondent, and go ahead and open up the board for deliberations.
Mr. President, if I may give kind of, so at this point, this is turned over to you as board members. And so you have the complaint notice of hearing in your board packet today. And so what you're going to do at this point is determine whether Mr. Ling has proven they're listed as the pertinent facts. So you have 1 through 12 facts. So the discussion will be around whether Mr. Ling has proven those facts based on the testimony and the evidence that you guys have before you. I will note that there are some corrections based on the original hearing. So I believe in alleged fact 4, I believe it's listed as March 24th, 2024, which should be 2021. Number 5 should also be 2021. And then for the second charge, there is a reference to NAC 634, 431 C and E, and those should be removed. That's not a correct citation. And then on page 7, there are 2 labeled 7's charges, so just kind of be aware when we're talking about the charges. We'll get to that in a second. And then I believe there is one other there is a reference to June 27th, 2024, and it should be June 21st, 2024, on page 1, line 18. So the
And-
first, sorry, was that Mr. Ling?
No, I was going to say, the second charge, we corrected at the hearing that to be 634-435 subsection 1C and E, and we corrected the typographical error. So there is
Thank
still a charge there.
Okay.
It just is correcting the typographical error.
So the first discussion will be around the facts and what facts Mr. Ling has proven with regards to 1 through 10. If you find that he's proven those facts, then we'll go into whether those facts support the violations of law. And you'll see there are 10, Mr. Ling, violations of law.
There are 10, there's just two duplicate numbers.
And I believe, Mr. Ling, you said one of the charges was dismissed.
The 6th charge is dismissed.
So when you're looking at the facts and determining whether they have been proven, whether they support the charges, you're going to be looking at 1 through 5 and then 7 through 10.
Okay.
Okay.
Reza, I see for the record. Is it 12 or 13? I'm seeing 2 6s on page 2.
Are you referring to the alleged facts?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
There's 2 6s.
1, 2, 3.
So then 13.
Yes. So then 13.
And then for the benefit of the
With
board,
notation that there are 2 6s on page 2.
what's our standard? Preponderance, clear and convincing?
Yes, so you have to determine whether Mr. Ling has proven these facts by a preponderance of the evidence. So preponderance of the evidence is basically 50.01, right? It's more likely than not that the facts, the alleged facts were true and did occur.
Okay, so just take them one at a time.
Whatever is the pleasure, you guys can have a discussion. You can take them individually. You can open up the broader discussion if there are any if anyone's feeling, particularly passionate about one of the facts or none of the facts, or you can take them individually. It's entirely up to you how you want to proceed. But for a clearer record, it is much cleaner if you talk about the facts first, find which facts are proven, if any, and then move into the allegations, the violations.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and open it up for discussion for the board. We're going to talk about the pertinent facts on the case. That is on page 116, starting of your packet. So we'll go ahead and just open it up to board's discussion. We'll go through the pertinent facts. Again, I'll entertain either taking them all at one time or going through individually. Any suggestions, any recommendations from the board?
Start from the top. Reza Ayazi.
Okay. Board good with that? All right. Pertinent fact number 1, does the board find Mr. Ling prove the case with a preponderance of the evidence pertaining to count for the facts in number 1? Dr. Odunuga is a licensed chiropractic physician since August 28, 2013. His practice is at 5920 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 5 in Las Vegas, Nevada. Does the board feel that is established? Dr. Yeager?
Dr. Lee, I put my hand up to indicate that I felt it was established. I know we're developing procedure here, and this isn't our own.
Can we turn the volume up, or maybe can you speak up? Are you on 2 different phone and computer?
No, stand by. I'll adjust my volume. One moment.
Just Dr. Yeager, such a soft-spoken individual.
Test 1, 2. Is the volume better?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. So Dr. Lurie, I raised my hand because the question was asked, does the board feel that pertinent fact number 1 was established? And I know we'll find our cadence on process here as we go through all the facts, but my hand was raised to affirm yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Yeager. It's hard. You're way up on a screen and I'm looking way down. So I wish they had little TV monitors here so I could see. I apologize. All right.
I apologize for not being there in person.
Okay. So Dr. Yeager, myself, so you feel pertinent to facts number 1 that the preponderance of the evidence have proven fact number 1.
I have a dumb question as well.
Okay.
Colleen, are we allowed to ask defense if they contest certain facts, so that way we may be able to go through this a little faster? Are we allowed to do that from a procedural perspective?
So typically that would have been done in the hearing. That's the whole point of the hearing, is they're contesting the allegations put in here. So at this point, it's all to you, and what you're doing is determining whether Mr. Ling has proven them by a preponderance. So, I wasn't at the hearing, so I don't know if and Mr. Carranza here is also, pinch hitting to some extent. And so to the extent there's transcripts that are available regarding the allegations, and I think she put on a defense to challenge some of these allegations, and so I think that would have been the contest was they went to a hearing.
Thank you for that.
Can we just simply have someone ask, did the board counsel by preponderance of the evidence prove the pertinent fact 1? We can read it and then all say aye or nay.
So, Colleen Platt, what I would recommend is, like, obviously we all know Dr. Odenuga is licensed. I don't know that you necessarily have to have a question about that. I think when we're getting into these allegations, right? So it's not, and again, making mental note that there are some changes to some of these facts that were disclosed on the record and agreed to. So, right, so fact 2, does anyone have any concern that whether Mr. Ling proved by preponderance that we received a complaint regarding this particular situation? Probably not. So you don't necessarily have to take a motion on every single fact. You can discuss them as a collective, and at the end, based on that discussion, make a motion. I move that facts 1 through first 6 are proven, maybe second 6 is not, and then the remaining are proven. And then now, once we get that and from what that motion is, then we would move into the allegations and make sure that those facts that you've decided have been proven support those alleged violations of law.
All right, so we'll go ahead and go through them. Started. So the first one, we're just going to go through it. Pertinent facts number 1. Do we feel that board counsel has proved that with preponderance of the evidence? For discussion, I say yes.
Okay, one more runge. Sorry, Dr. Lurie. Can we phrase, Colleen, can we phrase it in the negative? Does anyone disagree with so that way we can just have discussion based upon interruptions?
Colleen Platt. Cool. Yes. Yeah, you can definitely, you don't have, it's entirely up to you at this point. It's, however you feel makes things either go faster or, yeah.
Okay, how do you want to word it?
Does anyone disagree that Del Oganuga and then the fact? It's like, does anyone disagree that we have that? Sorry.
What I would recommend is the first 2 facts are whether, like, he's licensed, there was a complaint. I think the understanding of the board is that those have been proven. We have a complaint notice of hearing, he's a licensee. What you really were going to look at is whether the individual facts that are supporting these violations of law are proven.
So if I were to say, does anyone disagree with the board's findings that this was beyond a preponderance of the evidence, and then the fact, and just like a call in back? Okay.
All right. We'll take that for 1 and 2.
Yep.
Okay. does anyone, you want to say, does anyone disagree with the board's finding by the preponderance of the evidence
For fact 3.
for fact 3? All right. Does anyone disagree with the board's finding by Mr. Ling to the preponderance of the facts for charge 4, facts 4?
And then to be a stickler, just ending it with the board finds by preponderance of the evidence, fact 4. If we do, if there's no disagreement to the statement, right?
Yeah, so we'll get that at the end with
Okay, got it.
one big motion.
Thank you.
All right, non-hearing none, fact 5. Not hearing any, fact 6. Not hearing any, fact 7.
Well, sorry, for facts 6?
First
One
6
more.
or second 6?
First 6. All right, we just 5, now on to 6.
And 6 was the one that says Dr. Odenuga warned patient A that he, Dr. Odenuga, would modify or falsify patient A's records if patient A did not remove the negative review.
Fact 6 on my is upon learning that a patient A stopped payment of the credit card charge and that patient A had posted a negative review on social media, Dr. Odenuga warned patient A that he, Dr. Odenuga, would modify or falsify patient A's records if patient A did not remove negative review. Patient A removed the negative post.
And then for the purposes of finding that fact, are we finding the fact that that is actually what has happened and transpired, or that is the fact of what patient A had brought to us, Colleen?
That is the fact of what Mr. Ling presented in board evidence during the hearing.
So we're saying that, so for the purpose of that fact, we're saying that this is something that we believe happened? Okay, I don't think that we hit that. Reza Ayazi for the record. Specifically, the warning of you would modify or falsify patient A's records. And for the record, I do believe that there was a modification of the record. I just don't know if we have enough meat on the bone for warning someone that they were going to modify or falsify a patient's record based upon a negative review.
Okay, any other comments?
Mr. Augustine, for the record, I think Reza has a point, right? Which is would modify or falsify patient A's records. I don't know if that was part of discussion in the trial, whether or not he would do that as a result of not making taking it down. I do recall there being some sort of a request, almost like a quid pro quo, but I don't know entirely if we proved that or not.
Okay. Any other board members? I had thought that it was established for the stop payment credit card revolving around the negative social media post. I felt there was enough evidence produced at that point to prove that fact beyond proponents of the evidence that was submitted. That's just based on my recollection of the testimonies and the evidence I've read. Any other board member comments? Okay. We'll go to fact 7. Second fact 6 is what we're going to call it. This is unbelievable. Second fact 6. Does anyone disagree that Mr. Ling has not proved beyond the preponderance of the evidence with the facts for second six. All right, hearing none. Fact 7. Fact 7. Hearing none. Fact 8. Hearing none. Fact 9. Fact 9. Hearing none. Fact 10. Hearing none. Fact 11. Hearing none. Fact 12.
So now, yeah, so now at this point, you would be looking for a motion to, so there's, it sounds like there might be two discussion points. One is a motion where first fact 6 is not proven, but the remainder are. That could be one motion based on what I didn't hear and heard. Or another motion that says all of them, including 1 through 13, are proven.
Pauline, are we able to do a partial approval of first fact 6? Because there are facts in there that I do believe were proven by a preponderance.
Yes. So you could say, like if we go back to first fact 6.
I 100% agree with that question. Thank you.
So you could say that first fact 6 would basically, that it wasn't proven by a preponderance. What exactly are you looking to change? You're muted.
Ozzy, for the record, the only thing that I really have a problem with is the threat of the modify or falsification of patient A's records. But from a timeline perspective, which is after patient A had stopped payment of the credit card and after patient A had posted a negative review on social media, Dr. Odenuga, the medical record was then modified.
So.
And then patient A, and then also at some time, patient A removed the negative post. Oh, I see. Wait a second. No.
There's an alleged violation here. Like it's the allegation here is that, to board member Augustine's point, is that Dr. Odenuga didn't like the negative review and allegedly told this patient that he would change the medical record in some form or fashion unless he took that review down. And so if the modification of the record is not the issue, it is the allegation that he threatened to do that modification because of the review. So if there's no allegation that if you believe that there wasn't evidence that supported that threat, then you would say that fact hasn't been proven.
And Colleen, I don't see a charge related to the threatening of changing the record beyond just the general charge that's in, which is now the corrected 10th charge, which is the candor requirement of the chiropractic physicians. So in my understanding is, even if we were to reject fact first 6, it doesn't seem to be a corresponding charge in the charges sans the 10th charge, which is the general charge of candor. Is that correct?
That's what it sounds like, yes. That it's this is a fact that perhaps is giving more of a larger picture about the overarching allegations in the charges. And if it there may be other ones that also correspond to that 10th charge. And so dismissing, it's saying that that particular fact wasn't proven may not impact the charges, the alleged violations of law.
And then from a board perspective, I guess my mind is I don't want to create appealable issues if possible. And so my understanding would be that if we were to drop first fact 6, that would no longer be an appealable issue. It would be, hey, part of your discussion and your decisions based upon the preponderance of evidence was based upon the fact that you guys took into consideration that Dr. Odenuga warned patient A that he would modify or falsify a patient record. Is that right?
I mean, anyone can appeal for PJR if they
Sure.
decide, but this would, if your decision is that there wasn't a preponderance of evidence, then that would remove that provision from an appealable issue, theoretically.
Awesome. And then I guess my final one is I'm just trying to recall the prior hearing. Was there any admission by Dr. O. Danuga or his counsel that he had warned patient A that he would modify or falsify patient A's records or anything like that where we would have like absolute sort of like testimony to the same?
I can do a quick search of the
Yes, please.
transcript, if you give me a moment. I think Dr. Yeager had a question. I saw his hand up.
I withdrew.
And Reza Yazzie for the record, just so that way I can kind of give my... If this is only relevant to the 10th charge, and my mind is we address the facts that we have based upon the charges that are being performed, that are being like sought after here, and we just make decisions based upon that evidence.
If I may, Mr. President, I can offer an explanation about this first paragraph 6.
Go ahead, Mr. Lane.
At the time that this document was charged and we were writing up the notice of charges, we understood that the patient was going to appear and testify. So I believe that this was an allegation made by the patient, and we were anticipating that if the patient, we were anticipating that the patient was going to come in and give you testimony related to this. And so that's why it's there, because we needed to give fair notice to Dr. Odenuga that that was something we were alleging. As we all know, the patient since moved out of the country and was not presented for testimony. And so while Ms. Platt's looking for this in the record, I think my recollection and my notes is Dr. Odenuga was asked about this and he denied it. And since we did not present actual evidence or testimony to this effect, because the complainant was not available to testify, I understand the confusion that's going on with the board regarding this particular fact. I just wanted you to know why we alleged it and what, why it's in there.
And I did a quick search of the transcript that I have, and I don't see it. So that would make sense.
Thank you both, and thank you for that explanation, Lois.
Okay. Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Chair Lurie. Dr. Yeager for the record, and Mr. Linger, I appreciate that point of clarification. So I would like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Dr.
If that's okay, I'm going to make a motion that the board accept the pertinent facts proven by a preponderance of the evidence. Facts 1 through 5, second 6,
through 12.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, motion made by Dr. Yeager, second by Reza. Any discussion regarding the facts 1 through 5, second 6 through 12? Is there any further discussion?
I would just add with the noted changes that were already approved on the record during the hearing.
There are a number of changes that have been made on the record, accepted by both the board and the respondents' counsel. Prior, Edgar, I know you know that mess, but I will say that everything has been stipulated to, the evidence, the changes, along with the changes in numbering in our board packets. I do apologize on behalf of the board for all the confusion with the numbering and the changes, but those have been established on both of the hearings prior to this. So we'll just keep reiterating, we understand the errors that we made in those beginning charges and have corrected them through, and they have been accepted by all the council present. Any other discussion regarding the motion for facts 1 through 5, second 6 through 12? Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Dr. Ingalls recuse?
Dr. Ingalls, I recuse myself for the record.
Okay.
Dr. Byers, for the record, I'm abstaining because I've been present for the majority of this as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you clarify that again?
This is, I haven't reviewed this enough to be a portion of it. And so,
He's a new board.
Oh, okay.
yes, yeah.
You were not present for the
I was
hearing.
not present for the hearing.
There we go.
There you go. That's, yeah. Thank you for summarizing it better.
Okay. All right, so facts 1 through 5, second 6 through 12, the board has agreed to. Therefore, we're going to move into
So now,
Lewis's recommendations.
nope, now we're going to go to the violations of law. So you have the charges. So recall the 6th charge has been dismissed. So you have charges 1 through 5, and then 2 sevens. It's total of, and then it would be 7 through 10, even though it says 9th, but 2 sevens through 9th. And so considering that you found all the facts minus the 1 and the acknowledgement, it sounds like that there was not a corresponding charge regarding to that that statement in first fact 6, except maybe that last 9th charge, which is actually the 10th, where it says that he violated 634.018 subsection 10. It sounds like all of those have been proven, but you guys can go through them individually, or if anyone has any questions regarding it.
5th charge, the 6th charge is dismissed.
Correct.
7th charge. This is technically the 8th. This is the 9th. This is the 10th. Okay. Anyone want to make a motion regarding the charges, the violations charge for the 1st charge, 2nd charge, 3rd charge, 4th charge, 5th charge, 7th charge, 7th charge, which is the 8th charge, the 8th charge, which is the 9th charge, and the 9th charge, which is the 10th charge. That those violations have been proven beyond a preponderance of the evidence presented from board counsel. and I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second,
I'll
Dr.
second.
Yeager.
Second,
Reza
Dr.
can
Loudon?
have it. Dr. Loudon.
Okay. Any discussion regarding the first charge, the second charge, third charge, fourth charge, fifth charge, seventh charge, eighth charge, ninth charge, and 10th charge? Any discussion or comments? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Dr. Ingalls, I recuse myself for the record.
Dr.
Right.
Byers, I will abstain.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to, based on those charges, Mr. Ling, what is the board's recommendation between the IBM and yourself's discussion regarding the appropriate discipline that you see for Dr. Odenuga? What are your recommendations?
Yes, thank you. What this board may do is found in NRS 634.190. You can, I will go through those briefly. Subsection 2, you can put the person on probation for a specified period or until further order of the board. You can administer a public reprimand. You can limit Dr. Odenuga's practice to one or more specified branches of chiropractic. You can suspend the license for a specified period of time or until further order of the board. You can revoke the license, or you can impose a fine of $5,000 for each, up to $5,000 for each act. And we now have 9 causes of action in this matter. We believe that the discussions regarding the settlement agreements set out a number of things which Dr. Ingalls, in conjunction with Dr. Odenuga and his counsel, had already agreed would adequately address many of the concerns raised here in terms of the terms of probation, which included in this most recent iteration of the settlement agreement, the spec exam, EBAS. There were questions today raised about how long he was being given to comply with those. That might be something you would factor in, but we think those are appropriate. We agreed to those. So we think those are appropriate. The fine amount is going to be something we're not going to make a recommendation on. We would simply state that you can fine up to $5,000 for each of the 9 charges that were substantiated. So that would be a total fining authority in this case of $45,000. We're not recommending a fine of that amount, but we'll leave that subject to the board to determine what they think is appropriate in this case. We also would seek the board's entirety of its fees and costs in this matter. The amount that was subject to the negotiation in the settlement agreement was $16,000 and change, had been frozen at some point to further the negotiations. But there have since that amount, Ms. Platt will have incurred some attorney's fees and costs for her part in negotiating the second settlement agreement, as well as my time in preparation for today's closing argument. I have engaged some additional time that I had not done. So we would ask that you order the entirety of the board's fees and costs in this matter, as will be proven through statements from the various counsel and from Ms. Strandberg where she will document all of the board's hard costs in this matter. We had to rent the room twice, and we had a court reporter. There were, considerable expenses that were just hard expenses for the board. So our recommendation is look at the settlement agreement. We believe, obviously, that those things that were recommended and agreed upon by the parties are appropriate, and we would think that those should be included as part of any order that you make. We're going to leave the amount of the fine as you deem appropriate in this matter. And then our fees and costs, we would recommend that we get the entirety of those subject to proof by counsel and Ms. Strandberg. We're not recommending revocation or suspension of the license in this case. So with that, that's our recommendation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Ling. Appreciate that. For board members, you kind of heard what the recommendations are. You can follow along also in your packet as they reference the settlement agreement that did not pass, although it sounds like they're recommending following the same outline, except regarding the increase in fees and costs and possibly fines. I'll open it up for any board member if they have a motion or would like to make a motion at this time.
I would specifically Reza Ayazi, for the record. Prior to motion, probably just, are we allowed to discuss now what we should do?
So this is your time to decide what disciplinary action you'd like to impose.
Wonderful.
One thing to keep in mind, if you do impose any fines or fees, please set a time frame for when those have to be paid by. And then to the extent you engage in a probation or a revocation, just know that revocation can only be, you can only revoke a license for up to 10 years. And then if you're going to put someone on probation, you, again, just identify a time period.
Are we allowed to do payment plans as well?
Yes, you can, in a discussion about payment of fines and fees, you can direct staff to engage. You can say, hypothetically, you've to pay the board cost up to a dollar amount, say $20,000, I don't know. And he has to pay that in 6 months and can arrange a payment plan with staff. You can say that, or a year. It's up to you, and then direct staff to the extent the licensee requests a payment plan.
Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion? Recommendations, Dr. Yeager?
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. Dr. Yeager, for the record, I'd like to hear on any historical conduct in situations where charges have been found with the preponderance of the evidence, payment fines have been imposed, and if payment plans were not honored, what steps the board took historically so we have a basis to operate off of.
So I'll give, I don't have this cooling plat. I don't have the history, Ms. Strandberg probably does, but I can give you kind of what typically happens. So obviously if this is an order from the board and they fail to comply with the order, then that in and of itself, that failure to comply is a disciplinary action. So then the board could, if it chose, to engage in further disciplinary action. When you have a fine and a fee assigned to a board under different statutes that are not yours, and this is why having a specified time for when those payments are due is important, because after a certain time, I think it's 353, NRS 353, you have to turn them over to the controller's office. And at that point, the controller takes control of that debt. That's a debt to the state now. And the controller's office starts that engagement process with that individual. And there are other ramifications associated with that. But that's typically the process. The licensees, that's a disciplinary action typically. And then we turn that debt over to the state. And then the controller's office seeks to attempt to get that repayment.
And if I may, Mr. President, I can address Dr. Yeager's question. I forgot to do that in the course of my argument for what the discipline that was appropriate. I do have Dr. Odenuga's disciplinary history if you'd like me to present that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Odenuga has two prior matters with this board. The first was the citation back in 2023. It resulted from his renewal application at the time, and his failure to disclose at that time some arrests. They didn't result in conviction, as I recall, but he failed to disclose the arrests. For that, he was issued a citation and a fine in the amount of $600, which he did timely pay. The other disciplinary matter was charges that we learned about related to a failure to pay child support. Notice of charges were filed in August of 2024 for falsifying his 2023 reinstatement application, in which he had answered that he was not delinquent on his child support, when in fact the facts showed that he was delinquent at the time that he filed the application with the renewal application with the board. We entered into a settlement agreement, which was subsequently approved by this board in November of 2024. That settlement agreement ordered Dr. Odenuga to pay the board's fees and costs of $735, a fine of $1,500, all due within 90 days. We would agreed in the settlement agreement that the first charge would be dismissed and waive the $1,000 fine if Dr. Odenuga provided written evidence to the board that he was fully compliant with his child support order and that he was not in arrears. He did satisfy that, and we did only pursue the $500 fine for the falsification on the application, but the actual child support charge was dismissed because he did prove to us with court documents that he in fact had caught his payments up, was not in arrears, and was current with his child support obligation. And as per the settlement agreement, we agreed to dismiss $1,000 and dismiss that first count because of that. So those are the two disciplinary matters we have as a matter of record related to Dr. Odenuga.
All right, thank you for that explanation. Does that satisfy Dr. Yeager? Does that satisfy your answer?
Chair Lurie,
Question.
thank you. Dr. Yeager for the record, and thank you, Mr. Ling. Just an additional point of information, as far as there is public record where fines have been imposed, the timeline has not been met to pay said fines. I would like to hear a history of conduct by this body on how it affected, for example, a limit of a licensure, a suspension of a licensure, a revocation of a licensure, so we have a guideline to operate from.
Julie, do you have those details? And I would say also, if you didn't have the details, I think they would be listed in your financial status report on the individuals that have either we've given a payment plan to, or you've turned over fines and costs to the state of Nevada.
Julie Strandberg, for the record, that is correct. So on that report, once I turn those people over to controller's office, I pull them from that report. So, for example, those individuals who have not even followed up with me at all, I've just turned them over to the controller's office. We have no contact with those folks.
I just want Dr. Lee, for the record, as we go through this, and they're no longer practicing anyways.
Correct.
All right, so
Right.
they're not licensed, they're not practicing. We turn those over to the controller's office.
Right.
The people that are practicing, that have set up payment plans, those are listed in our financial packet as well. In there, for example, Dr. Overland, per se is making some payments. There's a couple other doctors that are making payments based on their arrangement with the board, but they are still currently practicing in the state of Nevada. But they're in compliance with what they're doing because we've approved their payment plans. Go ahead, Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie.
That is correct, Dr. Lurie, and some of them have been on payment plans because of their circumstances. They've been on payment plans for years.
Yes.
And that's just because the fines were huge and their practice doesn't allow them to pay them off quicker. So those determinations historically by the board regarding the payment plan and the time frame for the payment plan, you have instructed us historically. I can remember back to before Julie's time with Cindy Wade, that you had said you really disfavor payment plans that extend beyond a year, absent extenuating circumstances. We do have some people who have been paying, and we have one I think is going to pay for the rest of his life. I just don't think he'll ever get there. But it was a huge fine, and his practice just doesn't allow him to pay more than what he has agreed to. So I think you could direct Ms. Strandberg to negotiate with Dr. Odenuga should you order fines, and give her an outside time frame that you might think is reasonable, and then she can work with Dr. Odenuga from there.
All right, and then Dr. Yeager, to satisfy your question also, I hope that helps. And then secondly, sitting on the board from 2010 to present, I don't recall any licenses that we've ever suspended or revoked secondary to non-payment, meaning they've at least made those payment plans. I am aware of probably applications that we've denied from other states that they haven't followed their compliance with the state they were coming from, and therefore the board denied their license until they came in compliance with the board order from the state that it was ordered.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. Dr. Yeager, for the record, and I appreciate this dialogue. I didn't exactly get what I was asking for, but it may be that we can't answer what I'm asking. Specifically, Dr. Lurie, for example, you brought up one case, Dr. Overland Jr., and so I was trying to ascertain if a payment plan wasn't honored, for example, and was there an action taken on his license? Did we limit it, suspend it, revoke it? Another example, since it's public record, would be Dr. Nasiri. So what I want to do is make sure what this body ultimately votes on is fair to Dr. Odenuga, and it's consistent. And I'm trying to get a historical background from Lewis and Julie, and then obviously legal direction from Mrs. Platt. Thank you.
So just to follow up, this is Colleen Platt. If Dr. Odenuga does not comply with the payments, that is a disciplinary action. So we would draft a notice saying, hey, I mean, obviously we would be working with Dr. Odenuga, hopefully to get him to come into compliance. But if he hypothetically ghosts us, we would send another, like basically a 233B letter that says, hey, you are not in compliance. This is a violation of law and can result in disciplinary action. Please respond. And then we would draft it. And if he doesn't respond and again continues to ghost us, then we would draft a complaint notice of hearing. We would bring it back before the board, and you guys could take action on it and decide what to do at that point. At that point, you could then revoke his license for failure to comply with the original order. But it would, you would be kind of, again, due process. We would be engaging in that disciplinary process.
Okay. Before we make a motion, I'd like to hear just a little bit. Where does the EBAS, where does the spec exam come in? Lewis, why was the spec exam ordered? And I'm trying to figure out the reason the spec exam was ordered.
Dr. Lurie, I can help with that if you'll allow me.
Go ahead.
Dr. Yeager, for the record, in the minutes of our last board meeting, when Dr. Odenuga's settlement offer was contemplated, the spec exam was discussed as having been missing. Spec exam is an assessment of clinical competency, and there was through the allegations there was a clinical competency concern that was brought up in that discussion. So it's my understanding that is why it was included in this second offer to
Can I
settle.
ask you just, what was the specific? Because I mean, I'm going through, the records are one thing, the multiple records are, but clinically, based on what the spec exam is to set up for, to be fully understanding of a doctor's capability of providing professional services as a chiropractic physician, I'm having trouble getting to the actual spec exam itself, based on my knowledge of what the spec exam is used for.
Dr. Lurie, thank you. Dr. Yeager, for the record, my recollection is that the poor note taking was a part of a clinical competency issue. Poor note taking is not an ethical issue.
But for the purposes of clinical competency, the record, again, I understand the record keeping is one thing, the diagnoses are there. And again, the spec exam covers a wide variety of topics, from bone lesions, tumors, cancers, arthritides, really how we get to the diagnosing of a patient with multiple kind of conditions. And I'm just trying to figure out how the spec exam plays into this, and that's fine. I understand your explanations. We might not be seeing the same kind of thing here, so we'll end it with that. I'll satisfy with my question. I appreciate your explanation as well, so I'm good. Anybody have a motion they'd like to make? Any further discussion?
Reza Ayazi, for the record, what are we thinking about fees-wise? I believe that was, if I recall, part of the reason why the settlement agreement wasn't agreed upon was the time it would take to conduct the EBAS as well as the spec, as well as the period of time it would take to pay back stuff and take the continuing education, as well as the amounts of the fines. I think those were kind of the sticking points of.
So you're asking where we're leaning towards as far as the fine?
I was, yeah, at this point, I'm curious where we're trying to go with it. We have, instead of 2 admitted violations, we now have 9. Previously, we were at 2,500 per violation. Now we have 9 of them. So if that were to be the case, it'd be adjusted up to like 22,500 if we kept the 2,500 figure. 120 days was the amount, and then obviously it said if you can't make the payment in full, they may make payment arrangements, and probably we would want something to show what the hardship actually is to make that payment. Though I guess if this ends up becoming, with the fees and cost of counsel, a fine that exceeds like 50K, I would imagine hardship's probably a little easier to get to. But that's why I was like wondering, are we going to go for 2,500 for all 9? Are we going to put fines at higher amounts, lower amounts, time periods? Because that's what the motion is going to end up being.
We're waiting on a motion, Riza.
My second point with the first one, I was kind of there. I was like, Christian, I see his hands up. I'll defer.
Christian?
No, I'm willing to throw things out there. And look, I don't disagree with the $2,500 charge on the 2 accepted charges. But we take a step back here and we understand that we believe that these charges have been proven. And I think these are gross charges. These are serious charges. These are not, these are certain issues of potential fraud, and credibility is questionable. right? And that was in the closing statement and through the trial that we saw. There's a question of honesty and sincerity here, and we're dealing with patients, and we're dealing with people, and we're dealing with a lot of different matters that are happening where people can be injured and hurt, and I'm concerned. And then we have someone who has a history with the board with prior issues. So I did not mind the $2,500 charges on each one. I would literally do that times 9. That's 22,500. I would understand that there potentially can be some hardships there. Uh, I'm not obtuse to that. So I would say that potentially maybe the hard costs, the fees of having to do this, the trial, having to do these hearings, having to rent these rooms, which by the way, really all came because there was a lot of lack of credibility and willingness to accept the problems, which is in my opinion, his own doing. I think an argument could be made that those hard costs have to be paid within a certain dedicated time frame, 120 days or less, and we can make a payment plan for the additional fees for each charge from there on out, plus additional requirements that may have to come into play. Willing to start there and discuss this. I'm also willing to change the fine amounts and discuss it, but I wanted to throw those out there as maybe starters.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I think I'm in agreement with you on 9 times 2,500 is probably a good base of just like going there, because these are gross violations and we did find them, and the purpose of negotiating the settlement is for us to have settled. But now that we're at this point, I don't hate 22,500. Depending on what the final bill and balance is, I was like, I also am not obtuse to the fact that depending on whose practice and what they're doing, they might not just have like a loose 20 G's lying around to just throw at a disciplinary hearing. That being said, I guess that leads us into the probation part of this, as well as the how long can we I guess this is my question. Historically, how long have we put a practice monitor in place? Like, what was the longest period of time that we've had a practice monitor for? Like something that would be like this is the longest time that we had a practice monitor in place to try to get someone to correct their practice.
2 years.
2 years. Okay. What was the violation of that one, if you recall?
Right. I know it's 2 years, but maybe maybe the Francis case.
Do we recall the Francis case? What happened there?
He was the one that the board found him. Was it Tim Francis?
Yeah.
The one that we found him in violation, numerous of things. Mainly it had to do with diagnosing patients over the phone, literally brainwashing a patient. Patient ended up taking a Plan B, secondary to some pregnancy. It was quite extensive of a hearing back in 2013, somewhere in there.
Okay. That helps a lot.
But it was an extensive hearing, and I think it was a 2-year probation.
What is the sports scene? Okay, and then historically, what have we seen for like a year of probation? Is that more common as well, or is that not as common?
In my history of the board, I think that the year is more common, and especially when it comes to record keeping, which is seems to be a majority of our alleged complaints.
Yeah, I would probably go towards a year of an IBM as well. I don't love. So we have done 10 historically.
Okay.
Like we've done 10 files.
Hang on real quick. We lost Dr. Yeager somewhere.
Oh no.
God, he puts TV screens up here. There he is. Welcome back. You're on mute, but welcome back.
So then for probation periods of time, because I know for monitoring it's been 2 years, but for probation, how long is like the longest probation?
2 years.
Also 2 years. And that was that guy. Okay. So then a year is appropriate for a probation period as well then, give or take, depending on
You can
what
always
this board-
deviate down,
Yeah.
or you can go up.
Yeah. It's just if the mark for 2 years is brainwashing your patient and having them allegedly take Plan B to terminate pregnancy. Okay. Wow. So I think where I'm leaning for the purpose of conversation is a year of probation, a year of monitoring, the spec exam, the EBUS, and the spec and EBUS to be completed within, Christian, like 120 days instead of 180, 4 months instead of 6.
Yes.
Okay. 120 days for spec, 120 days for EBUS. Monitor for a year, quarterly reports, 10 files as outlined through this. Specifically, I have a real problem with a doctor's office just volunteering 10 files. That seems kind of wild to me. I know historically that might have happened, but the idea that we're going to go to the physician and say, hey, give me 10 of your files of your choosing is kind of, it doesn't really make sense to me. I'd much rather have the practice monitor just have like a list of the files and then just choose 10 at random just so that way we can ensure compliance.
I think that's what they do.
Right. The way that this is written and upon, direction from our council that said they have the option of being able to do that, I would like to just tighten it up a little bit so that way there isn't an option to do that. I want to be like clear of like, hey, like you can't pick 10 files, give it to us and say, check these 10 files out, because that's something. Okay. And then obviously probation continues until all of the terms of the settlement has been paid and done and completed with, and that we would get a calculation of the fees and costs of the investigation and everything else that has been done, and that goes on top too. And we do $2,500 for all 9 charges. And if he fails to comply, we'll bring him right back in front of the board. And I would imagine at that point, we would have a very different conversation with Dr. Odenuga.
Okay, appreciate your input.
And how long would he have to pay the costs and the fines?
I would say that for costs and fines, it would be dependent on what the actual fine was. When it was 21,000, like that's a lot more manageable than if this is going to be like 50K. And if this is 50K, like I would want to see either like a lump sum paid like immediately, because the thought process is Dr. Odenuga came before the board. Dr. Odenuga came and had some settlement stuff prepared. So I would imagine that the $21,000 is at least allocated somewhere. So I would like to see like a $20,000 lump sum payment made within like the next 3 months, and then the remainder of the money would be made on a payment plan. Would be kind of my recommendation, because I'm just like, if the money's already there, put it towards the board. If the money's not there and he can show like financial hardship, at that point we could have a conversation about it.
So just a couple points of clarification. Fines are not kept by the board, they're returned to the general fund.
Sweet.
There's constitutional issues with keeping fines. And then in the settlement agreement that was recently rejected, the cost to the board were roughly little over $16,000 and change. I don't know how much Mr. Ling's costs are going to be, but you could, so 22.5 is $2,500 per the 9 violations, $16,000, and maybe it's $18,000 now. I don't know. That, to your point, puts you closer to the $40,000 range. If you're looking, then the motion would be directed to say that the board costs are paid first and the fines maybe, because then the board is made whole.
Yeah.
as opposed to paying the general fund.
Yeah, okay.
Something to consider.
No, that's great, Colleen. Let's do
It's,
that. I would recommend board costs paid within the next 90 days because he has the money set aside anyway for settlement, or at least we would hope that he proposed to do that because we had previously come up with a settlement agreement. So that's my thought process of the money should technically be available and we should run into a hardship. Not that that is what we are basing the fine amounts on, but rather that the thought process being it shouldn't be like brutal to him. And then the remainder of the 22,500 that goes to the general fund, we would allow him to pay back within. Christian, what are you thinking? 22 grand after paying like 20 G's
No,
up front.
Look, my thought process was if the hard costs are paid within a reasonable time, and I think you noted it.
Yeah.
And those hard costs really are paying back the state and to an extent, right?
Yep.
Then I'm willing to understand payment plans that could be created, right? The idea is that we get those taken care of, but can we get those hard costs taken care of within a reasonable time? So that's my biggest thing. I don't care about a payment plan after that.
Right. So what would be like a period of time for the 22,500? Because that's the thing that I'm having trouble figuring out what would be a fair payment plan for 22,500 after paying back $20,000 within 90 days, because I would expect a payment of like the $20-ish thousand, and I don't know how much the money is for the fees and costs. Like we have 16,000 in front of us. I always go higher because I want to make sure that we have enough wiggle room there. So in my mind, it's probably somewhere around $20,000, give or take. So that's why I was like, I would want that money paid back to the board within like, or wherever it goes within 90 days. And then I'm having trouble with what is fair for the remainder 22,500, because if we gave him, even if we went as far as a year, it's still nearly $2K a month. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's still nearly like $2K a month, and like depending on his practice and the money he makes, that might not work. Are we allowed to say like, hey, we want like it back in a year, and then like if there's like really like no way for you to pay this, we can extend it further?
Right. That's where they petition the board for a payment plan if they can't.
Typically, they would ask for an amended order.
Yes.
But, you know, it's, Mr. Carranza is here. If he has any thoughts, you might want to ask him.
Mr. Carranza, any thoughts?
Yeah, no, again, and that's one of the reasons why we had anticipated potential issues paying, whether they're fines or costs, all in a short period of time. And why we asked to try to extend some of those time periods was to help absorb that. I don't think Dr. Odenuga, let me put it this way, Dr. Odenuga and I haven't had specific conversations about whether he has or has not set any money aside, but let me tell you that I'd be surprised that he's done that, because we had built in the 120-day and the 180-day window, so he knew that if it was accepted, there would be a little bit of cushion for him. So I wouldn't expect him to be able to cut a check tomorrow for whatever a large amount is, but certainly he's aware of his obligations. Had the settlement agreement been agreed to, or whatever the determination is of the board, he understands that there are going to be payments, and he's certainly willing to work with the board to enter into some kind of reasonable payment plan.
Okay. I think with that insight, I mean, I'm down for 90 days pay back the costs, because that would be kind of his, if he was saying 120 days, and I believe that's what it was in the bottom. Let me just check. Yeah, so we had costs payable in 120 days, right? Make them 90, and then have the remainder on a 6 month, with the understanding that with that ruling, what is it called? What are we calling this? I don't know what the terminology.
I apologize.
If we make a motion and we actually like rule upon it, is it a ruling base, or is it?
So you've already found that he violated the law. You've already found that there are violations. Now you're talking about the discipline. It's an order from the board.
Perfect.
And
the
so
order.
there's going to be an effective date on the order.
A disciplinary order. Thank you, Colleen.
Yeah. So then it's called findings of fact, conclusions of law, and order.
Order, perfect. So depending on the disciplinary order, I would imagine that if we did a 6-month disciplinary order for him to pay back $22,500, which would be nearly $4,000 a month, we would probably immediately get a letter to Julie that says, hey, we would like to enter into a payment plan. And at that point, Dr. O would show his hardships and Julie would accommodate that as well. And he would then figure that out. And that way we have like an actual time frame of like, if he hits the lotto and pays us back within 6 months, great. And if he doesn't, he's more than welcome to get together with Julie. That would be kind of where I'm leaning with it.
Okay. Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. And thank you, Mr. Ayazi, for taking a stab at this. 2 questions. First for Colleen. Is it appropriate in this matter, in light of the history of the complaints with Dr. Odenuga with this board, to build in a monthly proof of compliance for child support?
No, that's not part of this complaint.
Okay. And then what I'm thinking through is the financial burden that this may place on Dr. Odenuga, and then how it may affect his other obligations, with there being a history potentially of concern with child support, and that in fact violates our law to not be current. So I'll leave that there. And then secondly, I just want to zoom out as we try to find a plan after finding 9 counts with a preponderance of evidence, including fraud, including billing for things not done, charging for things not done, keeping money that belonged to the patient, that we feel that the Nevada public is going to feel protected with the beginnings of the plan that we're forming.
I have a weird one. Let's say we were focused more on like compliance, right? And are we allowed, and maybe this is not the right thing, and maybe this is too much in the weeds, and even saying that out loud tells me that I'm probably already there. Are we allowed to reduce the fine amount should he comply with certain specific things? Like he takes the e-bus, 30 days, spec, 30 days as his continuing education, like within 90 days becomes like a model chiropractic citizen. Like, no, okay, well, it's curious. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, where I'm at, I think the fines are a little bit high. I'm not sure I'm at the 2,500 mark. Kind of deviating downwards just a bit to $1,500 per charge, which is roughly $13,500. Little difference. Fees and costs. Lewis, how many hours do you have tied into this now? After your final, what do you have tied in that you're going to bill the board for?
I was calculating that while you were discussing this. Of course, the timer is running right now, but as of right now, I'm at 10,500 approximately.
Is that additional?
No, that's total from the beginning to the end of this case. We had hard costs. I think Julie can tell you the hard costs in this matter were substantial because we had to rent that room for 2 days. We had a court reporter sitting there for 2 days. And then we're now renting this room today. So I think, Julie can tell you what those hard costs were. At the time we started the negotiations of the settlement agreement after the close of the last hearing, we were at $16,000. And as I said, we froze that amount at that time for negotiation purposes. So we weren't adding my time as I was negotiating the settlement agreement. I don't think Ms. Platt was adding her time. That number was just frozen because we were negotiating and we were trying to get this resolved. Now Ms. Platt will submit her time. I'll submit my full time. And Ms. Strandberg can tell you, I think, what our hard costs are right now. I don't know if she has those with her today, but they were substantial in this case.
This is Julie for the record. Louis, so the 16,000 are, to date, are hard costs that's in the settlement agreement now. So
Okay.
we were just wondering what yours were from, say, preparing for this now, today.
Oh, you mean just the additional ones?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I am up to, let's see, 7 hours and counting right now to get ready for today. So 7 hours at $175 an hour. Let me figure that out real quick.
1,225.
Okay, that's the additional then that I would have. And I don't know what Ms. Platt's costs are, but she's probably billed her settlement. Obviously, she was negotiating with Mr. Carranza, and she's here right now too. So
We're just questioning the hard cost because, but for the rental of the room and everything else, because it doesn't seem like the 16,251 changed.
There was no room rental cost.
Lexitas.
There's none.
There was none.
No, just the court reporter.
Just the court reporter. Okay. All right. The second issue I'm getting at is for the probation period. I don't feel a year is long enough. Repeat offender, again, in front of the board, multiple issues, taking everything into account, including any remorse for what was done and things of that nature. I'm going to be leaning more towards the 2 year of compliance. The rest of it I agree with. I'm still not there on the spec exam. I'm not quite sure I'm understanding the full scope of the spec examination based on what that test is to determine to do in this matter, and I'll just leave it at that. Spec exam is very similar to a Part 3 examination of national boards for the doctors in that sense, very clinical oriented. Not a lot of records, more towards diagnosis of conditions and can you get from A to B with these scenarios that are given to you in that examination. But again, I'm open to listen. I'm just having a hard time getting there.
President Ozzie, for the record. I hear you with 1 year might not be enough. I feel like if the 2 year mark is that extreme, maybe somewhere in the middle might be the place to be. I don't know if you're open to that or not. I'm just trying to see if we can't get a motion on and get this thing kind of where it needs to be.
The board hearing chair is open for motions to begin based on discussions at any time you'd like to make a motion.
I'll take a crack at it.
Okay.
Okay. Motion for a disciplinary order where the licensee will be on probation for a period of 1.5 years. You know what? Actually, strike that. He'll be on probation for a period of 2 years. At the 1 year mark, he's allowed to petition the board as showing full compliance with everything, including the fines paid back. And at that point, we may consider removing him from probation, from early probation, but I don't want to see him for at least 1 year. And then after that, we'll say within 120 days, the E-bus. I'll throw the spec in for 120 days as well. we'll do the 12 hours of continuing education within, we'll do 90 days on that one, so that way it's all record keeping and it's 12 hours. That's doable. Practice monitor for a year, and if the inspection and compliance is not done, obviously that gets extended, and that specifically the records, which are going to be 10 records, up to 10 records that are provided to at the IBM's choice, are also picked at random by the IBM by Dr. O giving a complete list of the current patient list post the determination and decision order of this board for the IBM to choose, and that the term of the 2-year probation will also extend unless that all of the terms of the settlement, including but not limited to the EBOS assessments, the spec, the payments in full of the fines, and the monitoring is completed, and that he shall pay the board the full amount of that $16,251.84 in addition to whatever are the remaining costs, which are estimated to be currently from Lewis 175 times 8, because we're going to get to the hour, $1,400, as well as Colleen does have time in this. She did spend time doing this. I would like a number for that. Whatever that amount is, and that is to be determined as well. And then the fine, Dr. Laurie, you indicated $1,500 if that was correct for each charge. I think that's fair. 1,500 times 9 at 13,500. The costs are to be paid back. The hard costs are to be paid back within 90 days, showing extreme circumstance. I want at least 10 of that happening within the 90 days to discuss a payment plan. I was like, this has already been on book. He knows that this is happening. We should be able to have $10,000 deposited with the board. And then the additional amounts, and then obviously the fines of $13,500 $1,500 times 9, 6 months, 180 days for that one. And then obviously if he needs a payment plan for that one, we can go ahead and get that going. And then obviously he'll meet with the board or representatives upon request and shall cooperate with such representatives in their supervision, monitoring, investigation, or auditing to ensure compliance with the terms and conditions of the disciplinary order. And that he will also pay for any and all reasonable necessary costs incurred by the board resulting from that supervision, monitoring, investigation, or auditing. And then finally that just a reminder, failure to comply with any of this order will lead him to further action that the board deems necessary to either attain that compliance or cease whatever Dr. Odenuga is doing or not doing that violates the terms and conditions, and that we may take further action. And if we have to take any further judicial action to effect such cessation or collections, and we would be entitled to recover our attorney's fees and costs incurred in the same, and that Dr. Odenuga would be responsible for those. That's what I got.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Dr. Loudon.
A second.
All right. Any discussion by the board members?
No.
Christian.
Mr. Ozzie. Mr. Ozzie, damn, that was long. Did we get all that? Is there a way to maybe simplify that? Can we maybe a suggestion of maybe 2 years probation, 1 year monitoring for 1 year, hard costs paid in 120 days, 12 hours of continuing education under 20 days, EBAS 120 days, $1,500 per charge. Payment plan could be accepted.
That's definitely
And
cleaner. I'm just afraid of any sort of wiggle room out of this thing because I was like, if we've had trouble collecting from this dude historically in the past, I would like us to have some form of like, this is going to happen, he's going to comply, and we're going to be happy. I'm not opposed to the friendly amendment.
I don't think we've had payment plans issues with him.
Oh, really?
Meaning, he's had prior discipline that's been satisfied.
I'd accept the friendly amendment then.
I don't know what other people's opinions are.
And you said
So
the monitor for how long? Because I
1
said
year.
2 years.
I did 2 years probation, but happy to do 2 years of monitoring, 2 years of probation. EBAS 120 days, 12 hours continuing education 120 days. Hard costs, attorney's fees 120 days. Charges for the fines for each of the charges at $1,500 each.
Spec exam, EBAS exam.
I did not include spec, but I'm fine to do so. I appreciated your discussion and your questioning of that. So I just said EBAS, but fine with spec.
Fees and charges 180 days?
I said 120 on all accounts.
For both?
For attorney's fees and hard cost, 120 days.
No, the fines, Christian.
$1,500. In that scenario, that's up for debate.
We have to put a time limit on it.
I know, that's why I said it's up for debate.
Pick a time.
What would other people
A lot
want?
of times boards will do a payment plan over the probationary period.
Do you want to do it
wanna
over the
start that.
probationary period?
I think that's fair.
Cool. Fines paid over the probationary period.
You want to accept those amendments?
So we need you to accept that amendment?
I'm accepting the friendly
and
amendment.
we need Dr. Loudon to accept the amendment.
Yes.
I accept the amendment.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Mr. President, just as a matter of a point of clarification, because, we'll be preparing this order for your signature. Would the practice monitor be provided by affiliated monitors?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure because we need to put that in there because that's obviously that they then have to get involved and they need that in the order so they know that they are involved. So.
Yes. Affiliated monitors is listed, and I would recommend affiliated monitors as well. Okay. Any other discussion? Any other discussion or comments? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Dr. Byers, for the record, I'll be abstaining.
Dr. Ingalls, for the record, I recuse myself.
Good. All right, motion carries. That will conclude the hearing in the matter of Fidel Odunuga. Appreciate everyone's time. It is 12:28. What are we doing? Taking a lunch break? Going to the cafe? What are we doing? We want to take 45 minutes? 30 if. Okay, 30 minutes, we'll be back, and I'm assuming we can leave everything here. Lock the door.
Is it okay if we leave everything in here? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, we will be back on record at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, members of the board. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Edgar.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Later, Lewis.
Hi, team.
Hello.
If we, there's a potential for petition for disability.
Yeah.
Like making a clean record of the things is.
Hey, so sorry we're late, you guys. Apologize. We had to
You're all
walk to
good.
another building and then it was lunchtime, so everybody was ordering.
Okay, I got to eat, and it's nice.
I appreciated the extra time.
I did too.
I figured nobody was gonna argue about it. I'm still old school paper, if you haven't figured it out. All right, all this crap is done. We're just waiting on a couple. We're finishing up. We're just waiting for a couple of board members to get back. We kind of had different times come up on food, so hang tight. All right, appreciate it. Everyone's getting settled in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're back. Julie's good. Colleen's here. I think we're ready to go on record. good?
I think it must just continue because it's on YouTube. Yeah, okay, we're good. What it does, it says recess, and then once you come on, then we turn it back on.
All right, back on record? All right, Dr. Benjamin Lurie, President of the Chiropractic Physicians Board of Nevada. Today is Thursday, August 6, 2026 at 1:31 p.m. I do apologize publicly. We are running about a half hour behind, secondary to a little walk we had to take, and it was lunchtime, so there was a line. But I do apologize, we are getting started back. We are on agenda item number 16, which is going to be the discussion and possible action regarding repealing the continuing education audit policy. The background is on there. At the April 25th, the last meeting that we had, the board voted to review the continuing education random audit policy in accordance with NRS and NAC 634 to identify the inconsistencies. Pursuant to NRS 634 130 subsection 12, if a licensee fails to submit all information required to complete the renewal, the license automatically expires. Based on this statute, the policy is not necessary. Do I have a motion to the board to get rid of the continuing education policy?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second. Dr. Byers.
Second by Dr. Byers. Any discussion on that? Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Agenda item number 17, discussion and potential action regarding hiring and retaining an investigator for possible action. This is on here. Again, this is something the board had talked about. We had put out some information as of to date. We received one application, one resume in the matter. And Julie, eventually what we're going to end up doing is, do you want to talk, we're going to post it on the state website. We haven't really posted it.
This is Julie for the record. Yes, no, we have not posted it. And that was just the question for the board. Do we want to post it? Because I don't know how else to communicate it otherwise.
Okay. And the one application that we do have, or the one resume that we do have, is Dale Yeager, who's present here today. So the idea was to the board is we can set up an interview for Dale and interview him, or we can wait and actually post it on the state's website to see if we get any other responses, and then go through those resumes at that time to see if there's any other candidates, but have a definite conclusion by the October meeting. That's kind of our recommendation. Any comments by board members?
For the record, did we use any other, like, are we allowed to use like a job site, posting site or anything like that? Like Monster or Indeed, did we use anything like that?
I've never used them. I've never posted for this job before, so I have not. I've always just posted to the state website for like my internal position that's in my office, but otherwise I have not posted anywhere else.
I'd be curious to see what would like a couple job site postings would look like, just like on like either like a Jazz HR, and Indeed, a Monster, or whatever the kids are using these days. I'm not particularly fond of any particular one.
Okay. All right, so we want to open it up to the state website, at least posting wise. That way I feel like it's public information at that point, and not secondary to just somebody reading the minutes and submitting something in. So I think what we're going to do is open it up, and then by October, and the executive committee can always meet and interview the candidates, and then obviously bring them into the board on the October 22nd meeting for any other additional questions you guys may have, concerns, or approvals at that point. Does that sound reasonable to everybody?
I would just...
Dr. Yeager?
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. I was pausing because somebody spoke up, but I was just going to say, I understand since Dale Yeagers is there, you guys might have him say hello since he's in front of the board, and in person. We don't always get the opportunity to be in person.
Absolutely. Dale, come on up. Put yourself on camera and say hello. You're being summoned.
That's awesome. What do they call it? 5-minute interviews.
just introduction.
Well, I met most everybody. I'm Dale Yeager. As you never know, I'm related to Jason, and I've been working in the chiropractic industry for a while. Prior to that, I spent a lot of time in law enforcement doing lots of different types of investigations. So I was excited at the opportunity to come at least say hi and meet everybody officially and take a shot at the opportunity.
All right, we appreciate you showing up today.
Absolutely.
I think what we're going to do is go ahead and open it up. We haven't really posted it publicly on the website. So I know reading through the minutes and things like that, you can get ahead of it. So I think we're going to open it up, do a couple of postings, and then we'll have some decision made.
Yeah, that's probably
October. If that's
probably a better
fine. If we
idea.
can keep
I
your
think, just
resume on
to
file.
cover everybody. You know, it's proper procedure.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
And Ben, just to clarify, like, that is kind of my idea, is just to have like a little more transparency. That's it. And that's why I was like, the job posting on Nevada is great. The other one that I know of was is it governmentjobs.com? Is that the other one that does like government jobs and stuff like that?
That's federal, though.
That's federal?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
But you never know. You could get a retired federal investigator that has some interest.
No, I just want to be able to show up to the hearing and say, look, we put postings up, we put this together. Here's the pool of candidates. Here's ultimately who we decide
I agree.
on.
It's the transparency side of it.
Mhm.
So I definitely want to just get it out there as well. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 18, which is going to be the status report regarding anonymous profiles of possible disciplinary action. Just recall that the board's action will be limited to either dismissing the matter if there is no violation, it has no jurisdiction over the subject, or providing direction to pursue the matter further. And also, when you're giving updates, just make sure that you try to keep it to a they and them. Also, just remember, don't bring up any names or facts or evidence regarding the case. Just give us your status, where you're at on the case, and we'll go from there. So the first one is agenda item 18A, complaint 23-13S is mine. This stemmed from Summit Medical. After everything that we received in correspondence we received, we felt it's best to go ahead and dismiss this case at this time. We have enough information that the practice has sold. They are not performing chiropractic services within the office. However, we are aware of the chiropractor that is in the office working independently from the practice, more of kind of space rental. So I'm going to go ahead and recommend dismissal of case 23-13S. I'm the IBM, so I can't make the motion, but that is my recommendation.
So moved.
Motion to dismiss. Second.
All right.
Yeager.
First by Reza, second by Dr. Yeager. Any discussion? Any discussion at all? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, hearing none. Dr. Lurie, for the record, I recuse. Going to move to agenda item 18B, complaint 23-15S, and C, complaint 23-16S. Julie?
This complaint is going to hearing on August the 18th with the hearing, again, in front of the hearing officer. So I will report back after that.
All right. Thank you. Agenda item 18D, complaint 24-12S, Dr. Ingalls.
And this complaint was the one we concluded the hearing on today, so it's officially closed.
Perfect. We're going to go to 18E, complaint 24-16S, Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. Dr. Yeager, for the record, this is one of multiple complaints I inherited from a past board member. Mrs. Platt and I have gotten up to speed on this complaint, and she's in dialogue with one of the doctor's counsel on a settlement offer, and then identifying on the other doctor if they are going to retain counsel, and then depending on that, a settlement offer as well. I expect to have a good update by October.
Awesome, appreciate it. Agenda item 18F, 24-18S, Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. Dr. Yeager, for the record, also a case inherited by a prior board member. This case, as I'd mentioned previously, alleges that uncertified chiropractic assistants were taking x-rays and treatments were being billed for that were not done. There has been an investigation done by our investigation body, And then Mrs. Platt and I are circling up on our next steps.
All right, thank you. Agenda item 18G, 24-34N, H 24-35N, I 24-36N, J 24-37. We heard those complaints today, and I appreciate the work on the settlement agreements from the board. Those are completed. Agenda item number 18K is complaint 24-38N. My recommendation at this time is to dismiss the complaint. This was a complaint that was based on an entity that had doctors working for them. There was no violation from the entity side of it. So I'm just going to go ahead at this point and recommend dismissal of complaint 24-38N. I am the IBM, so I can't make the motion.
So moved, Dr. Yeager.
Second, Reza Ayazi.
All right, any discussion, questions? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Hearing none, Dr. Lurie, for the record, I recuse on the case. Motion carries. Agenda item number 18L, complaint 25-23S. Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. Dr. Yeager, for the record, this is a complaint about prepayment and services being rendered or not being rendered, and allowing the patient to receive a refund for services not rendered. Also, Mrs. Platt and I are getting in sync on what our next steps are going to be, and we will have more information for you on the October meeting.
Thank you. Agenda item 18M, complaint 25-43S. Dr. Loudon.
This is a complaint alleging records manipulation. I've been in contact with Ms. Platt, and she is in communication with the doctor's legal counsel.
Okay. Agenda item 18N, 25-45S. That has been turned over to Colleen, who is working with the doctor at this point. We're supposed to find out some information, I believe, tomorrow. And if anything, we'll be presenting at the October 22nd meeting. We are at the end of that. This is the best I can say. Complaint, agenda item 18O, complaint 25-46N, and complaint agenda item 18P, complaint 25-47N, I believe were heard today. So those are part of the settlement agreement, so those will come off. Complaint, agenda item 18Q, complaint 25-48S, and complaint, agenda item R, complaint 25-49S are still under investigation. I have given Colleen a list of information that I'm still looking for from the attorney and the respondent. And as soon as we have those, I'll probably have an update at the October 22nd meeting, but we have requested other items. Agenda item 18S, complaint 25-52N, Dr. Ingalls.
Yes, so this complaint was received from a former employee of an office. He alleged the chiropractor was dictating his care even though he didn't have the same license. The investigation revealed, after reviewing the records, that wasn't the case. I didn't find anything in the records to prove the allegations. The circumstances of the termination of the employee, I believe, were kind of the driving factor in this case. So I didn't find that the doctor violated any regulations. I'm going to recommend dismissal of this case.
All right, Dr. Ingalls is recommending dismissing complaint 25-52N. I'll go ahead and make that motion. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Second by, I heard somebody over here, Dr. Byers or Reza? Reza? All right, any discussion or questions or comments? Any discussions, questions, or comments? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
And Dr. Ingalls, I recuse myself for the record.
All right, thanks, Doc. Agenda item 18T, complaint 26-03N.
So this complaint was from a patient against an employee of the doctor. The investigation revealed that the incident in question happened outside of the office. We could not prove that the doctor committed any violations, so I'm going to recommend dismissal of this case.
All right, Dr. Ingles recommended dismissal of complaint 26-03N. Is there a motion to dismiss?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Byers. Any discussion, comments, questions? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Dr. Ingles for the record.
Dr. Ingles, recuse myself for the record.
All right. Agenda item 18U is going to be complaint 26-04S. This case is still under investigation. This involves multiple boards and commissions as well. And newly brought in is some federal government as well. So we will have more information. We just received an email today where I'll be able to go in and look at the evidence that they have. So I'll have more information, if not a conclusion to our complaint at the October 22nd meeting, but still under investigation, but is moving. Agenda item 18V is going to be 26-07S. Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. Dr. Yeager, for the record, if I may, complaint V, the next one W, and the next complaint X are all part of the same complaint. This is 26-07S, 26-08S, and 26-09S. These are anonymous complaints, so there's a likelihood that there'll be a dismissal. However, once again, Mrs. Platt and I are getting up to speed on this case, and we decided to do another quick review of records. We'll have an update for you on the October meeting.
I appreciate that. Agenda item 18Y, complaint 26-10S. Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. Dr. Yeager, for the record, complaint 26-10S, the investigation is ongoing.
Thank you. Going to move on to agenda item 18Z, complaint 26-11N. Dr. Ingles.
Yes, so this complaint was from a patient alleging that the doctor had overcharged her for some DME equipment. Upon investigation, the case had actually been submitted to small claims court and it was resolved in small claims court. So I'm going to recommend dismissal at this time.
All right, Dr. Ingles has recommended dismissal of agenda item 18Z, complaint 26-11N. Is there a motion to dismiss? If not, so moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Loudon. Any discussion or questions? Any discussion or questions the board has? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries.
Dr. Ingles, recuse myself for the record.
Thank you. Agenda item 18AA, complaint 26-12S, and BB, complaint 26-13S were heard today in settlement agreements. I appreciate the board's listening to those and getting those completed. Agenda item 18CC, complaint 26-14S. Dr. Loudon.
This is a complaint where a attorney submitted a chiropractic physician's billing statement to an auto insurer. The auto insurer subsequently sent that billing statement for review. The reviewer actually filed the complaint with the board, stating that it appeared there was unbundling of codes. Upon investigation, it appears that the billing statement didn't contain appropriate modifiers. This appears to be more of an administrative error, as the modifiers were actually entered into the chiropractic physician's billing software, as the claim forms did contain the appropriate modifiers. And I just spoke with the billing manager and the CFO of the practice and let them know that, the billing statements do need to match with claim forms. My recommendation is for dismissal of the complaint with a letter of instruction that billing statements should contain appropriate modifiers and match those found on claim forms.
All right, complaint 26-14S, Director Loudon is asking for approval to, well, dismissal of the case with a letter of instruction regarding using appropriate modifiers on both bills and super bills as well. Dr. Yeager.
I'll move.
So moved. Is there a second?
Dr. Byers for the record, second.
Second. Any other discussion, comments? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Dr. Loudon?
I recuse myself.
All right, thank you. Agenda item 18DD, complaint 26-15N, Dr. Ingalls.
Yes, so this was an anonymous complaint against a doctor alleging inappropriate action on social media. Upon investigation, I didn't find any of it had to do with any of their business or the chiropractic portion. It was all personal social media. So I'm going to recommend dismissal in this case.
All right, Dr. Ingalls is recommending dismissing complaint 26-15N. Is there a motion to dismiss? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Reza. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries.
Dr. Ingalls recuse myself for the record.
Agenda item 18EE, complaint 26-16S. This is a newer complaint that is still under investigation. I'll have a better update at the October 22nd meeting. Agenda item 18FF, complaint 26-17S. Dr. Loudon.
This complaint was brought by a former employee of the clinic. She alleged that a CA had inappropriate communication with patients. Upon investigation, it appears that the patients actually had inappropriate communication with the CA, and the CA had brought that to management prior to this complaint being filed. I'm recommending dismissal of the complaint.
All right, and Dr. Loudon's recommending dismissal of complaint 26-17S. Is there a motion to dismiss?
So moved.
Okay, is there a
Yeager.
second?
Second, Dr. Byers.
Go ahead, Dr. Byers. Perfect. Second. Any discussion?
Dr. Loudon, I recuse myself.
All right, not hearing anything. Dr. Loudon, recuse yourself. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Complaint, agenda item 18GG, complaint 26-18S. Again, fairly new complaint. I'll have an update at the October 22nd meeting. Agenda item 18HH, complaint 26-21N, Dr. Loudon.
This complaint is alleged malpractice, and it's still under investigation.
All right, thank you. Agenda item 18II, complaint 26-22N, Dr. Ingalls.
Yes, this is a new complaint as well. We just received records on this case, and we're still under investigation.
All right, thank you. Agenda item 18JJ, complaint 26-23S, Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Lurie. Dr. Yeager for the record. This is a new complaint. However, we've made quite a bit of progress. Also, Mrs. Platt and I are working together on this. The licensee has retained counsel yet and is being very cooperative. I think there's a strong expectation of an action, some sort of movement by October. But it's a unique case that I've never seen in my years with the board. So be excited to tell us more about it when we get there.
All right. Can we just have the next meeting now?
Yeah.
All right. Agenda item 18KK, 26-24S. Welcome, Dr. Byers.
Yeah, so these actually KK, LL, MNN, they're all connected.
Okay.
We've got preliminary paperwork, so it's still under active investigation currently.
Thank you. Agenda item 1800, complaint 26-29S, Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Lurie, thank you. Dr. Yeager for the record. And OO, PP, and QQ are all the same complaint and complainant. This is complaint 26-29S, 26-30S, 26-31S. All are ongoing and under investigation. However, it appears that at least one of the parties named in the complaint had nothing to do with the situation. More to come in October.
All right. And agenda item 18RR, complaint 26-32S is brand new. And I will be requesting information. I'll have an update at the October 22nd meeting. I appreciate everybody's work. As you know, this list is getting deep. We cut out quite a bit today and dismissed some. You know, people ask me, we're just getting more complaints and what it is, and I don't have an answer for anybody. I am going to try to work with the association a little bit to get some information out as to just past settlement agreements and what the board is seeing, especially revolving around records, and really see from a board standpoint and association standpoint, if we just can't get information out to the licensees with their understanding of the number of complaints that are coming into the board. And unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. We're obligated to look at them, but there is a big uptake in the last probably 3 to 4 years that this board has ever seen. We normally don't carry this many complaints, but I appreciate everyone working on them. Colleen's been fantastic. Lewis was fantastic to work with. I think definitely Colleen will help us get through a majority of these if we just get her involved and make sure she stays on top of any information and evidence that you have. But I appreciate everyone's work on it. It is quite a bit. We're going to move to agenda item 19, which is going to be the discussion of possible action regarding the inclusion of the chiropractic assistant's practical examination question with the x-ray examination. Julie, you want to kind of explain that? Or do you want me to?
Sure, I can start.
Go ahead.
Julie Strandberg for the record, and this discussion started with an executive team meeting as it relates to the x-ray exam and the CA program. It was brought up that there was an understanding that the CAs should still take the practical portion of the exam, continue. We've already eliminated the law portion in our regulation. It has to be approved yet, but that's going forward. Again, the discussion was to add the CA practical exam that we currently give to the CAs, to all CAs, in addition to it, and combine it with the x-ray exam. So I guess this is just a time for the board to discuss if we reassess the situation and handle the CA program by requiring CAs, all CAs, to continue to take the exam that they do today. Whereas our discussion prior was to do away with the practical and the law, again, which we are, and then just keep x-ray. So this would require all CAs to take the test now.
Okay, question. Dr. Ingles.
So my understanding, the old CA exam was one exam, but it was law and practical together?
No.
There was
Separate.
2 different exams?
Yep.
Okay. And we were replacing the law portion with the attestation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
But we didn't address the practical component of that?
we didn't.
Okay.
Which we will be talking about that in the next agenda item, actually 20.
You might want to
And-
combine them because that is a section in there.
Yeah, I mean, if I can combine them, I will. So agenda item number, we'll take 19 and 20 then, because it's gonna come up. I don't know if, and I apologize if I had a complete misunderstanding that it was just the radiology examination. We have since determined that it's not just the radiology examination. Even though the statute had changed from the Board of Health that requires chiropractic assistants to have some kind of an examination, it doesn't read that way, which means that we can still give a test for the chiropractic assistants, and you'll see that somewhere in here. I'll get to it. But you'll see that in there where all we have to do with the regulations that LCB sent us and the changes is ending up just removing a couple of the words, really take out radiology. Let me jump to this section real quick. I didn't know we were gonna.
Page 11, section 9.
I got it crossed out here.
Page, for the rest of the board members, it's page 11, section 9 of the LCB regulation 157-26.
So
Colleen,
it's
what PDF page number, please?
316.
11.
Thank you.
No, well,
PDF.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yep.
316. Okay, so it starts out with section 9, NAC 634.305 is hereby amended to read the following. The first part was struck out and then was added in, except as otherwise provided in subsection 2, an applicant for a certificate to perform radiography as a chiropractic assistant, and then everything was struck out until it comes down to must take and pass a score of 75%, a radiology examination administered by the National Board of Chiropractic Examiners or its successors. My recommendation, after talking to Julie when I saw this, was just removing the word radiology instead of changing the language and have the new language say that must take and pass the exam with a score of at least 75%, an examination administered by the National Board of Chiropractic Examiners or its successor organization. That's the recommendation on that one. The second one I have highlighted in question. I don't know if it's needed any longer because as long as it is in there with the passing of 75%, 2 doesn't make sense. And if it did, it would say, if an examination administered by the National Board of Examiners does not exist or is not administered, the board will require an applicant for a certificate to perform radiography as a chiropractic assistant to demonstrate to the board in a manner prescribed by the board his or her competency to practice radiology. The board may, without limitation, require the applicant to take and pass an examination on radiography administered by the board. But if we're just going back to where the exam itself is going to look like clinical examination for a chiropractic assistant for clinical applications and practice with active and passive therapy and safety, along with some radiology questions as well, we feel like just combining those examinations into one examination really takes care of this section where the board still gives a CA examination. They're still taking it. They're still going to follow under going to Prometrics. We've been in touch with the national board to explain that we have to revamp not just the radiology test, but actually get our CA test questions in there as well and revamp that. The other question is, what do we want to see percentage-wise on the questions? 30%, 33% radiology, 33% active, 33% passive. What breakdown do we want to see for that examination? So that's what's before us today is in 19, and we're going to modify the exam. I no longer think we need just the radiology exam. We have to combine the two. That still gives us our purpose. And for a purpose of discussion, and just so my understanding, is the change to the radiology board or the Board of Health didn't affect the chiropractic assistants.
That's correct. So whenever that the radiography was enacted, I apologize, I can't remember the specific year, but it was put under the State Board of Health, and there's a language in there that specifically exempts chiropractors and chiropractic assistants from the requirement to obtain a license from the State Board of Health. So when you look at this regulation section 9, the reason why it's written the way it is because specifically as it relates to section 2 is because the organization, the National Board of Chiropractic Examiners, does not have a current exam right now because was still in the development phase. And so LCB had to account for if they never create one for whatever reason. So that's why you see subsection 2. If you are going to just simply say that in order to obtain a license, a chiropractic assistant needs to take an exam administered by the National Board of Examiners, all you have, then you just say that, and then you guys will work with the National Board of Examiners regarding that exam and whatever it's comprised of. And LCB will likely still have that language in there because it's a new exam that has yet to be created, and they'll adjust it accordingly if it's just not focusing just on radiology.
Okay. Any discussion by the board members, questions?
Dr. Lurie.
Go ahead, Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager, for the record. Thank you, Colleen, for that additional information. I really like two needs to be in there so that we have an if then but. Also, I just want to reiterate that during our executive committee meeting that Colleen had discovered that, as she said, in fact, there isn't a requirement by the radiology tech board or tech certifying agency that requires that chiropractic assistants take an exam. When that division was created, chiropractic assistants had to take an exam because that's what we've done for years. And I also think there's an expectation from the public and the profession that a chiropractic assistant isn't just simply bequeathed, that there needs to be some training and a certification of proficiency in an exam. So I just want to say on the record today, us continuing to hold that standard, we're a leader in the country within chiropractic and chiropractic assistant.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. So the first part of the discussion, agenda item 19, is to action regarding the inclusion of chiropractic assistant practical examination with the x-ray questions. I'm going to go ahead and make that motion to go ahead and accept that we are going to change the examination to a practical examination with some x-ray questions in there. Right off the bat, I'd like to see at least 33% in radiology, 33% towards active and passive, and 33% towards clinical as well. And we can break down those questions. We have a number of questions that we have submitted to the national board. So I think this will go back to the test committee, where the test committee will be able to, or the executives will be able to get a new test developed by the national board, sent out for us to review. Circle back with the questions that we have as far as the difficulties, modifiers, and distractions to the questions and give our input. But we kind of got to speed this up a little bit as we have some people that are actively waiting to take the examination. What I don't know is between now and then, can we have them just continue to take our examination that we have while we're in development of the exam, so we're not slowing down the people that are ready to take the exam?
Right now, our exam as it exists and has existed for quite some time includes practical and x-ray. And so, yes, we're just continuing with that test that we have now. And then I just want to ask you one thing before, and that is, am I free to go ahead and provide the national board with our current practical questions so they can look?
Vote on it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. So that's my motion, is to go ahead and continue with the practical examination with a combination of the x-ray questions, and then make a determination. Right now, that's my breakdown. That's the motion. I'll entertain a second or any other discussion as far as what the board feels the breakdown should be. Christian?
Just a small thing. Right now, you have 1% that you haven't accounted for.
Yes.
So you got to put, one of them's got to be 34.
34 on the active and passive practical, 33 on radiology, 33 on clinical.
Love it.
I'm not sure 33.3 is going to do anything, but I'll add one more to the radiology just so we make sure we have the radiology section.
We could add a math portion.
Right. Who's the most important person on the board?
I knew it was 99.9. I was trying to round up.
He's a numbers guy.
Yeah. All right, that's the motion. Is there any other discussion? Is there a discussion on the number of questions that we want the test to be? My thought was 60. Go ahead, Dr.
I just had a quick comment, though. First of all, I appreciate this because as my staff was preparing for new CAs coming in, we were having to, because it says I'm responsible, right, as a doc, and I was trying to figure out how am I going to test my staff. And so I appreciate that we're kind of turning this over and we're actually making it so not only will it be a standard across Nevada, but it also take the burden off of practitioners who, as we all know, we have a lot of things on our plate. And so trying to develop a whole training for CAs just to make sure that they're competent in what we need. I fully appreciate this. So I just want to make sure that comment was out there so that I know that whether they've said it or not, I know other practitioners will be like, I'm glad that we did this. So I just want to put that out there. And I'll just put my name down as a second to your motion.
Thank you. All right, so we have a first and a second. We've had some discussion as far as the combining the attest for at least on agenda item number 19. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, hearing none, that carries. I do want to go ahead and just keep working through this section. Let me just get it. Section 9, 634.305. My recommendation is just to remove the word radiology. And then I heard Dr. Yeager state we'd like to keep a second. And I think if we're going to keep number 2, it should read, if an examination administered by the National Board of Chiropractic Examiners does not exist or is not administered, the board will require an applicant for a certificate to perform that would have to be struck out.
Well, it'll just read to just demonstrate.
But we're not really demonstrating other than the questions that are on the board. There's no practical examination to it, so there's really no
Well, it says in a manner prescribed by the board, his or her competency in the practice of.
Dr. Lurie,
You go ahead, Dr. Yeager.
as you're rethinking that, please keep the language in number 2 the same as what we have in the blue line above. So if the radiology or if the examination administered by the National Board of Chiropractic Examiners or its successor, comma, does not exist. Let's always keep or its successor in there.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so 2, you're just saying you're recommending keeping it, but take out the word radiology?
Yeah.
Because this is just if
Colleen,
an examination.
So what'll happen is if this exam is not administered, so this is accounting for if the Board of Examiners doesn't create this exam or it's not administered, then you guys will require the applicant to demonstrate, because if you're just taking out the word radiology, then what'll happen, the way that this will practically work is a chiropractic assistant applicant will have to demonstrate to you in some form or fashion, because this is in the manner prescribed by the board, their competency to practice, and it'll say chiropractic or whatever you want to say there. Maybe it's the duties of a chiropractic assistant, and then it'll continue to say it may require them to take and pass an exam administered by the board. And again, taking out radiography.
Okay. I'll accept that as a change. So that'll be my motion, is to make sure we just clean up that radiology language in number 2.
You can hold that
Till we get through.
the rest of the reg if you want.
The problem is some of them we don't have to vote on. It's just language that now they're seeing.
Well, you already made that a motion
Okay.
for the last one, so.
All right.
This is a product of.
All right, then we'll hold that and go back up to the beginning here. All right, let's go to agenda item 20 to A, NAC 634.119. Well, let me back up. So the agenda 19, we're going to make a motion to approve. Because that's just changed. We already did that, so now we're 20. All right. The language that you have in front of you is language that we've talked about on the board over the last couple of meetings that was sent off to LCB. LCB has since returned the language, and all of you should have had a chance to go through each one of these and look at LCB's interpretation of what the board was asking as far as changes go to our statutes and regulations. The first one is NAC 634.119. These aren't even going to make sense.
So that regulation is not included in LCB's draft.
Yeah.
So if the members would turn, so that section of NAC defines the term direct supervision. What is happening is there's some language,
Yeah, it's.
we have some language in the reg regarding the direct supervision, and there's some changes that warrant a review of whether the phraseology in 634-119 needs to be addressed. So, which section is it?
What section is it?
I know,
Where they changed supervision, several different sections.
one second, I will.
Section 5.
Section 5.
634.117, section 5.
634-117.
Yeah, section 5. Where we struck direct supervision.
So if you look at that section, that's right. In 634-117, so you'll see there that in a prior meeting, you guys voted to remove that word direct supervision. Whether you guys want to continue that or not. So 634-119 defines the term direct supervision. You've removed it from the definition of a chiropractic assistant to just be supervision. So now you have to determine what it means for a chiropractic assistant to be supervised, because you've now negated the term direct supervision. Does everyone follow? Okay. So it's a policy decision for you guys to make, to decide what kind of supervision you want a chiropractic physician to engage in with chiropractic assistants. Once you decide that, we will have to define what that means, right? Whether it's direct, whether it's indirect, whatever it happens to be. So that's kind of why you see Julie and I flagging 634-119, because in this reg, you made some changes that require us to also address that specific phrase.
Okay. Christian?
Mr. President, question. Just point of clarification, 634.119 is nowhere in this packet for me to review. Is that correct?
That's correct, because no changes were made to it. So it still exists as it's currently written. What happened is the removal of that word direct negates the definition.
That's why I was wondering why it's not in here. If it's something that we need to review, that's something I would potentially has to be in another board meeting. It should be in here for us to discuss and look at, because you're telling me there's contrary language.
Well, it's here for you to discuss today. We've agendized it. It's not
Where's
in
634.119?
So we've listed it on the agenda. It's just not included in LCB's draft. So we're talking about a couple different things. So what we did was we've got LCB's draft, and we've also included some additional NAC sections that need to be addressed for various other purposes. And 119 is one of those because of what changes were made in this LCB draft.
Okay, so I have to go look it up. That's what I'm being told.
Yes, and
Okay.
it's online or.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you. I kind of didn't see it in the packet, so that's why I'm lost a little bit on how we're doing this. All right, so the idea behind the direct was also coming from an agenda item that I had brought up regarding doctors not in the office. I said I was going to provide further language for that, which I did. I included, but in the meantime of me getting the language and LCB getting the language, we have partially put together, at least from what I see, is the concept behind direct supervision and removing the term direct. And that's in here.
Mr. President, if you don't mind, I'll read. NAC 634.119, direct supervision defined. Direct supervision means that the supervising licensee or licensed professional of healthcare, as appropriate, is actually present in the chiropractic facility during the period of supervision, period. That's the extent of it.
Mr.
Right.
President.
So if you look at section, it's section 3 of LCB's draft, and you drop down to section 2. So it says a chiropractic physician retains the responsibility of of the tasks that are delegated to a chiropractic assistant. Then it says a chiropractic assistant shall not transfer to another chiropractic the responsibility of supervising a chiropractic assistant, right? So there's one section where it talks about supervising. Then it says a chiropractic physician may supervise from a remote location. And this is the key section as to why we're flagging 119, because now you're saying a chiropractic physician can remotely supervise. That doesn't true up with the language you just read, Mr. Augustine, about being physically present in the facility. So we have to address 119 if you're going to allow this remote. And it could be as simple as instead of saying is actually present in the chiropractic facility or is available remotely. We just need to address it here so that, and what would happen then is in that definition where we've taken out direct, we would undelete it basically and leave direct supervision, and then we would add it to this section where it says directly supervised. And so what you're doing is you're saying you can either be physically present or you can be remotely present.
It makes a lot of sense. I appreciate being able to walk through that. I get it. Thank you.
Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager, for the record. Also the way it's written under section 3, subsection 4, Colleen, you just read a chiropractic physician may supervise from a remote location. Somewhere else, and in a place that I found confusing, then it refers to that only being allowed for 2 weeks. So whether it's better placement in the right place or something to that effect, but I can imagine a chiropractic physician licensee reading this and then missing that somewhere else it says, but not up to 2 weeks, and then thinking they can be remote always.
So I don't see the word week in this regulation, and I just did a search, so.
Yeah, and forgive me because I called you about this. I found myself confused in how this was oriented and organized. But reading the totality of all these documents, there is a place that we're going to come across today where it goes back to this ability to be remote, but that there was a 2-week cap. It could have even been in Dr. Lurie's language, but nonetheless, I doubt that this board is looking to change our regulation that a chiropractic physician can always be remote.
That's right. So my recommendation, again, I think we put the cart before the horse in this instance where direct supervision will always take place in the chiropractic office. This was an ask partly by the NCA and other individuals that if a doctor just had to go on vacation or was out of town or sick, that they would be able to at least treat established patients, which is the language that I had sent in to the board to look at as well. Again, between the last meeting and now with LCB making these changes as quick as they did, I don't think the full concept got there to the public safety side of it. So the public safety side is not to remove direct supervision. I think we always need to have direct supervision. This gave the ability to doctor if something happened, taking a vacation, they can't find a replacement, they can't find a doctor instead of closing their office, much like physical therapists and medical doctors where they're still able to treat and see established patients, putting some kind of guardrails in place that if a doctor could be out, this board would look at allowing up to 14 days of remote supervision, and or if you look at the language that I submitted, informed consent from the patient that the doctor is going to be out of town, safety rails to what the CAs can and cannot do, just kind of that initial phase of phasing in, just in case a doctor's out of the office, could they still see established patients that don't have And I listed a number of things in there, new complaints, new issues. If they were involved in a car accident, things of that nature, they wouldn't inevitably seen. But all of that would be in there. So I'm not asking for removal of direct supervision. I'm asking for the board to make that determination if we're ready to move to, if a doctor happens to be out of the office for a short period of time, would they still be able to have their staff manage established patients based on a prescribed treatment that doesn't change why that doctor's gone? And if any changes are made, that patient can't be seen. So again, I don't know if those are too much guardrails, but this is what the initial was set up for. And again, this has been asked by the NCA for quite some time regarding this. So this was the discussion to have it. I think we put the cart in front of the horse a little bit on the language side of it. And that's why it's kind of getting mixed up a little bit. But the concept that I'm looking at is kind of I just called it 14 days, meaning 2 weeks. Some offices are open on Saturdays, Monday through Saturday, maybe closed, but it just gives that doctor the option to be able to remote manage and or have somebody here that the CA can respond to. And that's the secondary language that's in your packet that I had sent out as well.
So just so we're clear, the way that the LCB version that is currently drafted, R157-26, it doesn't include the language of limitation to 14 days. So a chiropractic physician may supervise from a remote location at any time for any length of time. And there are no theoretical guardrails that the chiropractic physician has to be unavailable at his standard practice. So, right, so if he goes on vacation to Cabo, he could oversee the tasks of the chiropractic assistant who's in the office from Cabo under the way that it's currently drafted in LCB's version. To the extent that you want to make a change to that, to Dr. Lurie's point, and put more guardrails, this is the conversation to have and direct us, meaning myself and Julie, to make those changes and send the draft back to LCB.
As long as it's Cabo, that does sound good to me.
Yeah. So I guess to speed this up, the recommendation is not going to be to accept the LCB language because it's not interpreted the way that I believe it was meant to be interpreted. But if we're going to talk about the guardrails, then obviously you can turn to the information that I had sent. It is on page 344, which is proposed amendment to the code. And then I've listed definitions. I'm happy to go through them. Conditions for delegating therapeutic procedure, the limitations of a temporary absence, informed consent of patients, prohibited activities, mandatory referral and suspension of treatment with responsibilities of supervising chiropractic physician, documentation, and construction. And if those are the guardrails, if we feel like those are the guardrails we'd like to move forward with, then that's some of the language that we can turn over to LCB to look at adding into that definition. I just want to be clear, I'm not looking to remove, again, direct supervision from the chiropractors. This is looking for a very short period of time in case of emergency and or vacation relief you can't find that would allow doctors to continue to treat or have their staff treat the patients while they're gone. Dr. Yeager?
Dr. Lurie, I'd like to make a motion regarding this line item A, that we send your language back to LCB or direct Colleen and Julie to do that. We can take another look in October.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? If not, I'll second it for discussion. And as you guys can see, I mean, I'm happy to answer questions. I tried to get as detailed as I could with the best public safety measure that I could imagine, that if what would happen if I was out of town and I wanted my staff to continue to see patients. And this is the best language I've come up with in the last couple of months, as I told you guys I was going to do at the last meeting. Dr. Byers.
I just had a suggestion on section 4. 14 days, not upset about that, but the way that I read it, and maybe I'm reading it, is that you can only do 14 business days during a 1-year period at all. Not necessarily that, hey, you could go on, maybe go on a quarterly trip or something and at the end of that. And so I don't know if that's expanding it too much, but just having it to where it's like can't exceed 14 continuous business or business days, something to that extent. I get your intent of like, we don't want this, for them to be remote all the time, but having it to where, hey, maybe you take a January trip and then maybe take an August trip. You can't be gone, longer than 14 days or something. Would be a suggestion. I don't know.
Okay. I think the point I was getting at was just 14 business days within a calendar year that you would be allowed to step out and still.
So again, then my question would be, are you just tracking that? Are we tracking that otherwise? Or are they just like, hey, this is, if we find otherwise, I don't.
Yeah, because I think there's language in here that they have to notify the board of the dates they're gone. So we would have to, it would be another kind of timekeeping track that we would have to do. And also gives one of the problems that I saw with doing 14 days was just the fact that what if I want to take a bunch of 3-day weekends or have a couple of days? And I think I'm just trying to figure out how do we say we'll kind of allow 14 of those days within a calendar year that you could possibly do remote based on these guardrails. I understand what you're saying. I don't know how to get it into that language. Maybe LCB will.
Yeah. Okay. No, I just wanted to see if that was a possibility associated with it. So. Okay.
Any other discussion regarding that? All right, so we are going to have Colleen we're going to keep direct supervision, but then we're going to define what that is with the guardrails that if we do it for the 2-week period or 14 days, however we define that legally in there, it is something we're going to have to track. And I think we can do that if the doctors follow through. If not, we'll have to come back to some unprofessional conduct in that sense and look at modifying that. Any other discussions or questions? All right, if not, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, that'll carry. And Colleen, I honestly don't know how to go about this because we don't have all this information. We only have the LCB kind of packet. Next one is NAC 634-200. And that language is for the fees and costs. And I think that is in section 5. Section 6. Those are the ones that Juliet asked to have struck out. Any questions on those?
This one's fine.
Okay, what about the addition language to waive the fees for military and veterans?
We would need to.
They added that language in under, it's number 3.
Number three.
3?
Yeah.
Okay.
On page 9, top of page 9. Well, sorry, I'm looking at the right.
Page 314.
314.
Thank you for PDF page number.
Okay, any questions on that? Any comments, concerns? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and move forward. The next one is NAC 634-300. Examination for licensure, period for taking, passing, and failing. And you can go to page 315, section 8. And you can see what was kind of struck out. We added remains open for 90 days after the date of the exam on which the board designee receives the last document required for the application to be processed as set forth in the chapter and chapter 634 of NRS. Any questions, comments on that language from LCB? All right, not hearing none. 305 is going to be, go ahead. We already talked about it. You're ahead of me, Colleen.
That's when we.
330 is going to be in NAC 634-330. 30, cheating of applicants. Any changes, comments, or questions regarding the new language from LCB? Okay. NAC 634, 331 through NAC 634, 347.
That's not in your reg.
Okay.
Sorry, I apologize. So, yeah, so Dr. Larry, this is the preceptor program, so you and I discussed it, and just about if we were gonna change the direct supervision, we would need to adjust some language here. So we didn't provide that to LCB because we didn't make any recommendations to date on that language.
Yeah, and I think that the discussion, if I recall what we had, was the fact that if a doctor had a preceptor within their clinic and we accepted them being gone, that the DC in training or the student DC would not be allowed to perform any examinations. They would almost act as a CA within the clinic while the doctor was out. They wouldn't have those same responsibilities, but the doctor would still be able to oversee them as a chiropractic assistant. But with the doctor not in the clinic, they wouldn't be able to perform any examinations. They definitely can't change any diagnosis, make any new diagnosis. They can't change therapy. Their role would basically fall if the doctor was out of town. If that gets approved, the doctor's out of town for a certain period of time, they would fall into and act as a CA.
They can still adjust?
They cannot.
Cannot adjust?
No.
Okay.
No, just like a CA. So if they fall under the duties of a CA, no adjusting or anything. Dr. Yeager.
I like this a lot. And then I also wonder the 13 different chiropractic universities and their policies and what they would allow or not. I suppose, I don't know that we need to consider it, but I wanted to at least put that into your ears.
I thought about that, and I also thought that, the schools will have a copy of our rules and regulations, and the schools can also, if they feel like they need to change something on their preceptorship, but I feel like if it's in our regulations and we allow it or don't allow it, they just have to follow what our regulations are.
Thank you.
All right. You're down here, you're cutting off screen. So I can't, it brings up certain people. So I can't tell if you have other questions or that's why I keep looking until the screen changes.
You're doing really great, Dr. Larry.
All right. So I'm not used to looking at,
You guys
again,
are bouncing around.
my only suggestion is they should have some TVs right here.
Yeah, the obscurity is when someone else is talking, but somebody else's screen pops up. That's really.
All right.
So for the next two, it's 634, 3475. So that regulation is in the LCB version. You guys just made some changes. We will also have to revise this to add that delegating situation that you guys just approved. So just know that will be added.
Okay. So we don't need to go through H and I. All right. J is going to be agenda item 20J, NAC 634, 355 is going to be certificate additional requirements and waiver. And that is.
So this just revises the information that a chiropractic assistant applicant has to provide to the board. And so because you guys are shifting that exam from you guys administering it to the Board of Examiners, you'll see there that that they've attested to certain things.
Okay. And that's on page 322 of the packet. You guys had a chance to look at that language. Everyone good with that language? Okay. Agenda item 20K, NAC 634, 360. Employment and training, a chiropractic assistant and trainee. You can see the changes we asked for. This one is to provide, let me see.
So this is just revising because you made changes to 355. It's changing the references to the paragraphs up above and then just requiring that statement that's provided in 355.
Okay. Any questions or comments regarding that language? All right, not seeing any. Agenda item 20L, NAC 634, 3668. And this has to do with continuing education, adding the providers of approved continuing education or its successor organization, and then renumbers, and meets the requirement of NAC 634, 385. Any questions on that language? Good. All right, not seeing any. I'm going to go to agenda item 20M, NAC 634, 384. And this is language just adding. You guys have all had a chance to look at that. Any questions on that language? All right, not seeing any. Agenda item 20N, NAC 634, 385, subsection 3, 8, and 11.
Pardon me, Mr. President. I just want to make sure on the previous one, it says from as opposed to form.
Colleen?
That 634, 384, blue, the completed self-inspection from as opposed to form.
We'll note that to LCB.
Yep.
What was the
Instead of,
630?
it says, it's in the one just above section 18, it says the completed self-inspection from instead of form. It's just LCB errors in drafting. The editors didn't catch it.
Okay.
All right, and this is under section 18, page 326. Maybe just kind of scroll down. It looks like the addition of 3, 4, 4A and B, and then renumbering. Everyone had a chance to look at that. Any questions, comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any. NAC 634, 430. Let's see this one. 430. This was adding, it looks like spouse, and then I'd added the addition of domestic partner of the licensee. It looks like LCB accepted that and put in a definition. I don't know if they have a definition of domestic partner. Would you actually have to list that definition?
It might be in the 0 chapter.
Dr. Lurie, Dr. Yeager.
Yes, Dr. Yeager.
We're on 331, correct? Just confirming 331, 1N, where domestic partners in blue.
Yes.
Okay, great. And that was my same question is any sort of wiggle room on oh, they're my domestic partner, and what defines that?
I'm almost positive that's defined.
It's defined in, it's not in the 0 chapter, but it's defined in other chapters. If we want to cite to a specific something, you can, but there's specific forms that people can fill out to identify domestic partners here in Nevada. So I think it would be, it's a common, like you can't say your chicken as your domestic partner. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and it's like a $10 or $20 form that you can file, and then so I guess as long as domestic partner means X, and we have a place to look that up, then I'm happy with it.
It is
yeah,
$50
so
now.
It's 122A 030 is the definition.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Domestic partner, then we come down to U, which is the prepayment plans. This is the language that has been submitted by a few of us at this point, and everyone get a chance to read that. Comfortable with that language for public protection? Dr. Yeager?
Thank you, Dr. Lurie.
or page 333.
I'm really happy with the work that LCB did on this. And trying to find my notes. There was a page, and it might have been in the beginning of LCB's preamble, but there was something that said draw from account. And I think that means something different to the attorneys, especially with trust accounts, than it does to the chiropractors. This is a point I brought up for probably the last 12 months. So just some specificity. I'm going to give you an example. I take a prepayment, for example, and after today's treatments and 5 CPT codes, out of my EHR, I draw down X dollars related to those usual and customary charges. But that might not be what LCB means. So I want to at least open up that dialogue and make sure that we're being specific and accurate. I am hopeful that we're not trying to create situations where chiropractic offices are having to create trust accounts.
So if the board members would look, section 4 of this regulation sets forth the specific requirements regarding these types of agreements. Because if you look at that section that talks about the contracts, it says that is not in conformance with section 4. So you go up to section 4, and that's where you see the specific criteria related to how you can create these prepaid contracts.
Direct me to a page number, please, for what you just referred to, Colleen.
Sorry, I'm looking at the reg itself.
I know.
1 second.
Or
Sounds like
anybody.
332 maybe?
No, I don't see it in here, that's
I
why.
don't see it either.
Oh,
Read it recently though.
313 is where it starts.
Okay.
So you'll see there, it has to be in writing, signed and dated by the patient and the chiropractic physician. And then you can see there's some specific terms.
I don't know where we're at.
I'm not finding it.
Page 310.
310.
What am I looking at then?
Okay, well, there's where I had it underlined. Thank you so much. Okay, so page 310, and it's D1, which chiropractic physician draws money, semicolon, and onto 2, the chiropractic physician will draw prepaid money. I'm pausing to think, bear with me.
So what it says is that the money that's given to the chiropractic physician has to be reflected in the EHR.
Great.
And
Okay,
then there's
I
a
see it now.
creation of a ledger, and then the chiropractic physician will draw the money after the services are provided.
Thank you very much. I really like what they did. That's great.
Any other questions or comments? Dr. Oh, go ahead.
So no trust account, correct? Is that what that's
Correct.
saying? Money goes in your EHR, you put it in your EHR, money's in your bank account, you draw it out.
So it doesn't say it has to be in the EHR, but you are reflecting that patient Bob has given you $1,500, and so that's going to be notated in the EHR. And then through that system, you're going to, once you provide that service, you can withdraw the funds from whatever account you've deposited them. But you'll see there also too, it says it requires the chiropractic, it's paragraph E says that the chiropractic physician has to provide a detailed and itemized accounting that satisfies 3. So we'll drop down to 3, and it says an accounting must include for the entire time period all lists of services, the amount of that he's paid himself from that prepaid amount, and the remaining balance.
Dr. Lurie.
Go ahead, Dr. Yeager.
I just want to say it differently and practically in the way that those of us who have done prepayments have operated. So you have an EHR, there's $1,000 that's taken as a prepayment. An agreement is entered into and executed by the clinician or its office as well as the patient. And then there's $50 in treatment that was done today. Once that treatment is completed, that $1,000 will show and reflect that the $50 for the 5 different CPT codes was subtracted. And then that account will reflect that there's that credit, and that credit will remain there in the EHR accounting until the next date of service.
That sounds like what we're asking and looking for. So,
And it reads that way. And frankly, Dr. Ingalls, I think LCB did a really good job of the work you and I started and been working on. This is how it should be.
Yeah, much better writers than me.
Okay, any other questions, comments regarding that section?
Dr. Byers, for the record, I just wanted to do one quick thank you for bringing that up. I was trying to find it and I couldn't, and I just wanted to make sure that we weren't, because that could be very cumbersome. But again, I think it's written very well, and it's exactly how my EHR already does it. So thank you for bringing that up, Dr. Yeager.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Agenda item 20Q, NAC 634-435, which is the record-keeping section. This was some language that I had submitted. I'm not sure LCB hit it out of the park with this one. Let me just go through. Part of the changes were including without limitations record relating to communication in any matter that had been brought up as well. We are seeing that chiropractors and patients have different modes of communication, from social media to text messages to emails to phone calls. And I think this was actually part, Lewis had included this, that when we're looking for communications in any matter, that those are documented within the 72-hour time frame of your encounter with the patient. Is that your understanding?
Yes, on 72 hours. Can you guys give us PDF page number also, please?
I'm at 335.
Thank you.
And then we go on to the description of the reason of the complaint. I always thought that should be complaint or complaints. Description is there. The region and radiation, they kind of took some of the OPQRST instead of really defining what those are, kind of added the region and radiation of the condition that prompted the complaint, severity of the condition, along with chronological information, which I feel is part of the history that I had put in there. Anyways, you guys have had a chance to read this. One of the sections that I had notated was the diagnosis section, and really when it came to diagnosing of areas of subluxation, that they have some kind of an exam that they've done on that area before they adjust. I see that quite often in patient complaint records where a chiropractor specifically has a subluxation listed, but they have no examination, no history, no diagnosis, no objective finding to the complaint. And I'm just not sure that there are components to a subluxation that we know how to diagnose and also to document, but I'm not seeing that. So I just want to be clear, for every diagnosis of a patient, there's actually an examination, history, complaint, ortho neuro exam, if you need to take an x-ray, just whatever it is, but it has to be in the records. You just can't have a diagnosis of subluxation and how did you get there? And that's kind of what I'm looking for in this section.
Dr. Lurie, if I can just bring up another point, and I hesitate to say this, fearing of being too prescriptive, but at least I want to say it so you guys can boo me out of the room. In reviewing records, sometimes I'll use the analogy of the heart and the cervical spine, and the heart isn't our territory. But if, for example, a cardiologist was treating the right atrium, that's a different treatment, different assessment, different diagnosis. And the same for if you were to say I treated the heart or I treated the cervical spine versus C7 on the right laterally. I at least, as we're opening up what the standard of care is and minimum competency expectation, I'd at least like to hear what you guys think about some better specificity.
Docs? Jason, Dr. Yeager, ask it again.
Yeah. Okay, so if I'm going to treat the heart and I put into the note, I treated the heart today, is that enough? Similarly, as a chiropractic doctor, if I treated the cervical spine or the cervical spine was adjusted for subluxation versus with the heart saying I treated the right atrium, versus with cervical spine saying that I treated C7 on the right. So does this body think that stating in the SOAP note, as we're talking about what we're doing here, the assessment and the diagnosis, is stating region enough, or does it need to be specific to segment and side?
Go ahead, Dr. Ingalls.
Yeah, no, that makes more sense because I was kind of confused at where you were going with that. Because, for instance, I see a lot of them, like you said, they'll say I adjusted the cervical spine, thoracic spine, lumbar spine. And then I had recently some records I reviewed that said regional adjustment, and that was it. And so I think specificity would be better for us. Now, how specific, that's, I guess, a good question for all of us. Is cervical spine okay? Are you a Gonstead doctor? Are you a diversified doctor? Are you doing, different types of different techniques? So I don't necessarily have an opinion on that. I think at least specifying what part of the spine you adjusted is good. Cervical spine, upper cervical, lumbar. But I know I go as far as documenting each region, C1, C5, C7.
Dr. Loudon?
I agree completely with Dr. Ingalls. I do think we should be, it should be specific to level. In reviewing complaints, it would be very helpful in a lot of circumstances to have levels that were actually adjusted. So I think there is a need for a little bit more specificity, not just cervical, thoracic, lumbar. I think it should be levels. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and I would follow that up with saying, if you're diagnosing subluxation, I found subluxation in the cervical spine. Well, the whole spine or what level? So if you diagnose a C5 subluxation, you better be treating C5 and not C2.
Okay.
So I'll weigh in. I think first part of this conversation, I agree. We should go down to levels. I mean, with our current EHR and where things are at, or even just paperwork of it, you can easily put that on there rather than do region. And I would always ask the doc if they weren't, why? Because your notes are there, so you can review what you've done previous. So and keep a record, secondary, right? But my second would be. I don't know if we want to go so specific into that because then you start coming into what again, I'm not a lawyer, but liabilities associated. Well, today maybe they had something going on in the upper cervical spine, but you only you only did an exam and diagnosed in the lower earlier. So now we have to stop and then they have to come back for another one. Like practicality of that seems like it gets practicality and liability seems like it gets cumbersome over time because you've zoned it in that you can only do this because you've only done the exam there. Whereas if I've done the exam on the cervical spine, that would leave it open to me looking at everything, right? I've done an exam on the heart, therefore I can look at all chambers of the heart. But if I'm going to work with the right atrium, then I need to document that. So I would caution against getting too specific in how is your exam and diagnosis in that. But definitely whatever you're working on, if it falls within that region, then you need to be documenting that. Does that make sense? Hopefully I walk through that.
I'll take it a step further just from Dr. Byers and say that I would stick to the regions versus specificity of the adjustment. And that's a couple of reasons. One, it's the minimum requirement that we're required right now by the state to make sure we document. We adjust it in the cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacral, pelvic, extremity, whatever that case may be. But I think doctors that are more concerned about, and the elephant, what everyone is getting at too, is that if a patient does have a vascular dissection, if they have some sort of a malpractice case against them, Specificity in that sense will either hurt you or help you in those cases. And it's really up to the doctor. I think it's the individual doctor based on the current regulations that we have, that if you want to be specific to your adjustment in the regions that you adjusted, this minimum language of region still gives you the ability to list cervical, thoracic, lumbar, and what you find. What I'm trying to get in, I think we're clear on it, is that even though you found something in that region, how are you adjusting it and giving it a diagnosis without doing an exam on it? Meaning that if a patient came in with a cervical complaint and I lay them on a table and as a Gonstetter or any other technique, might not be a neck region that the problem, might be a lower back issue that's causing the problem. I'm looking at the lower back and I'm finding findings in lower back. What do? Do I stop and do an exam and get to the findings that I'm going to adjust the lower back? Or are we just given free rein to say, hey, if you find it in this region, then you can go ahead and treat it without documenting anything? And it's the lack of documentation that I see in all the records where I just have a diagnosis and no examination, no objective finding, anything, but just an examination. Are we saying that we feel that is, a standard of practice? Is that reasonable?
So point of clarification, Dr. Byers, for the record. So you're just saying like, hey, if in your case where it's low back, you want however they found that, right? So decreased range of motion, increased pain, something to that extent where, hey, you just added these on, but you don't have anything prior to that.
There's no history. There's no patient coming in saying, hey, I have lower back pain. It's just through your palpatory examinations, almost through your objective finding.
Yeah.
You're finding some of the components of a subluxation. I mean, if you want to go through the neurology, the myology, the histology, all the changes that we would normally document when we see like subluxation type thing to get us to that diagnosis, that's what I want to make sure that the doctors are doing. It's just public safety. For example, I have had a case where a doctor adjusted a hip and the patient didn't have a hip complaint, no hip complaint, no complaints of the hip at all, didn't even know why her hip was being adjusted by the doctor. So it's kind of, we're into that lack of that information, but how do we get the doctors to document why they're doing what they're doing? The specificity, I understand. I think that's more of a legal malpractice thing.
Yeah.
Because again, the elephant in the room is vertebral dissections. And if I adjust somebody at C3, but they have a vascular dissection at C1 occiput, well, I didn't touch C1 occiput, I touched C3. But if you put just cervical spine, well, now it's up to you and your malpractice carrier to make those determinations as to, what area did you really adjust? Yeah. And I think that falls on the doctor. How specific do you want to be? You want to be right on, or do you want to be kind of like, I'm going to have to defend something? Hopefully you don't. Yeah. Do I want to defend something later on where I'm not sure where I adjusted?
Yeah. Just counterpoint. Oh, so sorry. No, go ahead. Okay, sure. So just counterpoint to that, what we're having the conversation would be, so then at that point, that hip would not be, and so then you would not adjust that hip at that point. And so so there may be apprehension to move forward with anything other than that until you do an exam. So now, again, getting into the weeds of the practice side of it is that now it's we can't. Basically, I understand what you're saying as far as I'm trying to give leeway to not have evidence for why you're adjusting, but at the same time, you're getting to a point where chiropractors may not be wanting to work any farther than what they've just done on the initial exam, right? So it slows down the practice, so it impedes the practice at that point because we have to. Now, I think we can find somewhere in between where it's not necessarily impeding them so bad they're stopping care or not moving forward with care. I'm only going to adjust thoracics because I only examine thoracic spine, and if anything else shows up, I'm not going to do another exam type scenario because we're not set up that way anyways outside of maybe third party or anything where you only get an adjustment a day, you only get an exam You get like one exam if you're lucky on third party, those types of things. So if we require all of that and it slows it, we're now impeding what chiropractors can do over time. So just as a counterpoint, but I agree that it's something needs to be documented. You need to put down why you're doing that. And so, yeah, so I get that. But so I'll rest.
Dr. Yeager?
No, this was, you guys, thank you. This is exactly what I hoped you'd do. And I think it was extremely informative. And I found specific value from what Dr. Byers had to say, because it helped me formulate further thought. And I'm looking up CPT code as I'm listening to you guys talk. Generally, what I'm reading from a eye examine and therefore diagnose standpoint, we would diagnose the region. So that's going to be cervical, thoracic, lumbar, and sacrum. But then what we would note that we did in that day, let's say I have a cervical diagnosis. Today I found C3 on the right, but on the next two visits, I did a C1 and a C7 on the left. Medicare requires, in order to be reimbursed, their SOAP note requires not only that you list region, but also segment. So what we're starting to see from insurers, Blue Cross, for example, is insurers are doing what insurers do, and they're defaulting to Medicare. But I would say for our consideration, there's value in finding what we all agree is that minimum standard of care, just like we like the idea that having a standard of care of an intake form, stuff that was missing on the case that we ruled on earlier today, that gives the specificity. So no, we don't need to do a new exam each day if we move from C1 to C7. But putting that into the note doesn't feel too cumbersome to me. Anyhow, I really appreciate the dialogue. I got a lot out of it. Thank you, guys.
Go ahead, Dr. Ingles.
Same thing I was going to say is just an example of what Dr. Lurie was saying earlier. Take a upper cervical doctor who's only going to treat C1. Patient comes in with a low back complaint. All they do is x-rays of the upper cervical. They don't x-ray the lumbar spine. At least addressing the chief complaint is really important in that aspect as well, versus, well, I'm only going to adjust you up here, so I don't care what your low back looks like. I think that'll help in that situation as well too. Also, kind of to what you were saying, Jason, with Medicare, and I ran into those issues as well with your documentation of, oh, why is your documentation so much better on this patient and this patient is not, just because of the payer aspect of that as well. So having a standard, I think, to hold all chiropractors to, I think, is important. But do we want to restrict it to being super specific, or can we leave it up to the doctor?
Okay. So again, going back through the language and just seeing what's here, what do we want to talk about taking out? What do we want to talk about adding?
I also wanted to add real quick, the intake paperwork. Do we have anything? Because that was a concern with several cases I've had, that there's nothing in our regs that says you have to have paperwork filled out by the patient. Do we have any of that in there, or was that
So
added?
if you look at paragraph F, it says include all forms provided to a patient or required to be completed by a patient during the initial encounter, including without limitation intake forms, medical history forms, insurance, blah, blah, blah.
Awesome. It's always a roadblock when you're like, where's your intake form? I didn't know I needed one.
All right, so I know we talked about diagnosis for each of the complaints. The next area, just the short-term and long-term goal treatment plan. This just falls in line with carriers as far as like, if you're not listing short-term, long-term goals or functional assessments, that's part of it. Is it, and part of the problem I think that we're dealing with is there are some chiropractors that just treat subluxations and just diagnose subluxations and really no other conditions that go along with that. And I understand that's the great thing about this practice. Look at, short-term, long-term goal of a patient. Again, is that beneficial? Is that just over documentation? And I look at most EMR systems and even EMR systems I looked at over the last 6 months, all have some form of a short-term, long-term, or functional assessment goal. I think it's good. I think it gives us directions to a patient. I think it as part of public safety on what are our goals and our minimal expectations for a patient. So a patient, if they're coming in for condition A, B, and C, we're giving them a certain number of visits that it'll take to possibly help that. What is our short-term and long-term goals? Again, this is just increasing our documentation based on some of the complaints that we've seen, where doctors can't explain what they're doing with a patient because there's either a lack of records, lack of documentation, or it's really what it boils down to, lack of documentation, if they had those conversations. I'd still like to see it kept in there, to have, us thoroughly go through the patient and list what our goals are. I think it's fair to the patient. It's also kind of a no surprise act as well. The patient knows, how much is it going to cost? How long is it going to take? When can we get started, type thing. So just want to look at that next one. Any comments or questions on short-term, long-term goals? All right, and the next section is the assessment and diagnosis and imaging. I think that needs to be a part of the record for sure. This just goes along with that documentation of an entire chart and making sure that we have that documented down. Same thing, any referral to another healthcare provider. It's kind of silly to talk about it because that should be in your records anyways. It's part of your medical decision-making process and should be in there. And then Lewis had asked, and I know a couple of you had reached out regarding informed consent. Nevada's one state that doesn't have informed consent. I think California's had it in their regulations since the 80s. So I think it's time to catch up a little bit and make sure that we do have informed consent signed. It's something I want to work with the association on as well. I notice a lot of informed consents that go out to patients go out before the doctor even sees the patient or talks to the patient. And I've seen some obviously malpractice cases through NCMEC where the same thing has happened, where an informed consent is signed before a doctor even discusses with the patient what the problem is, what other alternative treatments they can do, to anything else. So I'd like to see us at least approve, at least get doctors having informed consents in their office to the therapies and chiropractic stuff there.
I'm new.
Go
It's
ahead.
weird to me that you say that. So I'm new, right? And I'm young in chiropractic at 11 years or whatever, but that's bizarro that wouldn't even be part of someone's practice. So yeah. Just as comment, general comment by.
Just to add to that, when I do mine, I have them sign the form right when I come into the office. I give them the new patient paperwork, and then I say, here's the informed consent. This is your consent for me to do an examination, x-rays, and then I'm going to go over your treatment plan with you. So would that procedure fall under that? Are you saying do
that would be left up to you and your malpractice carrier. What I'm saying is that my understanding of informed consent is I've consulted with the patient. I've talked about what the problems are. I mean, if a patient comes in, I'm going to sit a patient down. I'm going to have a consultation with them. I'm going to listen to what their problems are. I'm going to find out what they did, what they've done, what alternatives they've done, over the counter, nothing. And then lead to, based on your complaint, here's what I need to do. I need to do history taking. I need to perform an examination. Based on that examination, I'm going to have recommendations. Those recommendations are going to be do nothing. They're going to be do minimal work at home, and let's see if that gets better. I'm going to give them all their options up until the point of sending them to a neurosurgeon or surgeon saying, hey, these are your options. Are we good to get started? That's how I operate my practice, which is I'm going to consult with the patient before I give them informed consent so I can go over all the options, including examination, because now I'm hands-on touching the patient and making sure that my informed consent is given after I've given them a full explanation as to what I need to do to get to my diagnosis.
Yep.
And then how am I going to treat that, right? But I've seen where doctors, as just part of their forms, have patients fill out an informed consent, but nobody gave them those alternative treatments until after
Yep.
they already signed it. And then they turn around and say, well, if I would have known that, I wouldn't have done X, Y, and Z.
Yep. Okay.
Right. And I think that just, I always say check with your malpractice carrier, but I'm always to the point where I'm gonna tell a patient what I'm gonna do before I do it and then have them sign an informed consent. It takes more time, but I've always felt legally it's the best way for us to approach it. Okay.
Mr.
And
President,
then-
quick
go ahead.
question. So I just wanted to confirm, so if we're, 5, 6, 7, so under 7, under the same verbiage, the informed consent for proposed treatment plan described in a subparagraph. So in a couple of the scenarios, if someone does give informed consent as part of their initial paperwork, they sign it, it says treatment plan on here. So then are we saying that they need to have another informed consent with this? Is that what this is stating? Or is just them signing a treatment plan? Does that
Colleen, you
confer
want to
that they
define
know,
that?
so that they do, that they're accepting that plan? So is that, and are we changing how practitioners will have to get informed consent, right? Because it's asking for proposed treatment plan, informed consent, I get it. But prior to you giving a plan, you would do everything you just talked about, exam, and any of your diagnostics. And so I'm just trying to make sure that we streamline it to the best of our ability.
Yeah, that's 100%. That's what we're here for today. So if you have suggestions on how to do that, then, please let us know. Because again, we're just trying to set up guardrails, meaning informed consent has never been in our statutes and
Oh, okay.
regulations. This is the first time informed consent is
It's
going
ever been in, okay.
So we can define informed consent how we want to define it. This is how LCB defined it for us. But again, we can put in those
however.
guardrails either side.
I would just think that obviously you would get informed consent to talk how you're going to go through in order to assess what kind of plan you need in order to take care of the patient in front of you. So, and then in thinking in the broad spectrum of how you said we have chiropractors who just do single visits and then they work on them as they go forward, and we have others that do care plans that we're trying to find somewhere in between there. But the way that I read this is that we would have to get informed consent when they come in. We do to do diagnostics and exams, and then at this point, by including treatment plan, which you should get consent for that anyways, you would have to then do it as part of a treatment plan too. My question was, if we left it, would this imply if they signed off on the care plan, would that then mean that they consented, they had informed consent because they signed that care plan document?
So this specific subparagraph 7 is focused solely on informed consent for the treatment you have identified up above your treatment plan. So, right, because the way that it reads is signed and dated documentation from the patient providing informed consent for a proposed treatment plan as described up above or for any change to an established treatment plan. So when we go up to paragraph 3, that's where you say plans for treatment of the patient, including short-term and long-term goals, reschedule of re-examinations throughout the course of treatment plan. So anytime you're changing the treatment plan or establishing a new treatment plan, you're going to get informed consent for those. This is not referring to informed consent overarchingly for seeing you as a chiropractic physician.
So as a follow-up question to that, so in your record, say that day I changed my patient's treatment plan to, 3 times a week from 2 times a week, or we're going to change modalities in my treatment plan. Can I put, this is what I'm recommending for the treatment plan, patient agreed to this plan today, or does the patient actually have to sign it?
A new form.
So there's nothing in this subparagraph that requires a form. It says, well, I lied. I should say that signed and dated documentation. So however you are able to have that, whether it's through a form or if, I don't know if your electronic record allows a signature through, okay, so then yes, you would need a form.
A second form, meaning if
That's
a patient,
correct.
patient comes in, Form A is, hey, this is my treatment for the next 3 weeks. At 3 weeks after I do a reevaluation, I'm going to change my treatment plan. I agree. It is kind of a new informed consent because you're now adding new therapies, new changes, new exercises, and the patient should be able to understand what changes you're making. I think what they're saying, if it's in the records, and I stated in the records, and the patient agrees we're going to move forward, do I have to sign a new agreement, or does the record that the patient understands the informed consent and the changes we're making that one record?
Nope, this requires, so say for example, patient A goes in and the treatment plan that you've put in is a 6-week program that requires these things. And at the 3-week mark, the patient is doing much better, and so you've decided to readjust that treatment plan from 6 weeks to something different, or add different, or take particular exercises out and replace them with different ones. You would need that patient, you would print that form out, identifying that you are changing that treatment plan, and they would have to sign it, document it, and you would have to include that in the, you'd have to scan it in and put it in the EHR.
I don't know, as a practicing chiropractor, I read a lot of, medical doctor notes, and I see them just write it in their treatment plan. I don't see, going through that extra step of having, and it's hard because you can't just get in and sign in my EHR and having to print this form out and then scan it in. And so I think it would be cleaner and easier for the provider to document it in our treatment plan, and just acknowledge that the patient agreed to the plan. Or notes.
You could just take out sign and dated and just say documentation that the patient provided informed consent for the proposed treatment plan.
That solves it.
What she said.
Okay.
Yeah.
That gives you language to go work on. All right. Yep. All right, that one, let me see. So that takes care of that. Notes for each encounter, which obviously we should have. And then it comes down to 9, couple straight. And then F is include all forms of the patient. This goes back to what we said before, including all the intake forms, medical. This is that catch-all that Lewis and Julie wanted us to put in there to make sure that we had that. And that includes the patient bills, invoices, carriers, third party or whatever, and then any copy of any lien between chiropractic physician and patient. As a part of that as well. So everyone's good with that. Just a complete file when we ask for one. All right, next section is 20R, NAC 634-460.
So based on the conversation earlier, we're going to take out that removal of the word direct.
Okay. And then we have agenda item S, which is 20S, addition of language to accept the recognized chiropractic specialty program. But Julie, I thought we did that.
Yeah, I was just talking to Colleen about that.
It's not in the reg. We'll have to add that.
It was in our draft, but they just didn't add it, so we'll get that.
Okay. And then prepayment plans and issuing funds is in here.
That's correct. It's in subsection. It's in section 4 of the reg.
All right, appreciate the work on that. We're going to have some more to do as this language kind of changes, but I appreciate everyone working through that. Agenda item number 21 is going to be discussion and possible action regarding collaboration and interactions among chiropractic physicians, chiropractic assistants, physical therapies, working within the same practice for action. I had brought this up only because there are some chiropractors that are changing ownership from chiropractic offices to physical therapy. Sorry, Dr. Yeager, did you have a?
I did. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Lurie. And I just a point of clarification for Colleen. Colleen, we had spoken about all of this language and me kind of understanding what went where. We have Dr. Lurie's draft on the delegation and the being out of the office. So if you'll go to page 344 in Dr. Lurie's language, section 2 definitions. Under A, established patient means a patient who has been personally examined. Let me know when you guys see that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we explore better language than personally? And my thought process is you work in a large practice with multiple DCs or multiple licensees. Is it appropriate for DCB to work off of the examination performed by DCA and then for them to be out of the office while the CA does that treatment? I don't know the solution. I'm only bringing up the problem, but I just want to explore better language than personally examined. Sorry to derail us, and then I'm ready to move on.
That's all right. I think you could take out personally and put, examined by the licensed supervising physician or a licensed chiropractic physician. I think though, to your point, it would be confusing to me what you said, because if I have associate doctors in there and I'm out of town, I don't need to worry about having them sign anything or do anything, because my associate doctors are going to be taking care of my patients when I'm out of town. That's the benefit of having associate doctors in the practice. I think for this purposes, if a doctor is a solo practitioner, what happens if he needs to take some time or get out, and how do we allow our DCs to continue to make income? And in most instances, we know that if you can't find a vacation relief doctor or anything else, you got to shut your practice down. If your practice is shut down, you have no revenue or income coming in. It's always been the Achilles heel to our practice, I believe, because we don't have the same situation as a PT, physical therapist, a DC, a medical doctor, doctor of osteopathic, dentist, things of that nature, where you can still go get your teeth cleaned and you can still go do that. But multiple practices is where I kind of heard you. This is what I'm trying to figure out for solo practitioners, unless there's really wonky stuff where doctors don't see each other's patients. But I know in my old practice, the idea was you could see any of the doctors. Very similar to these prepaid facilities where it's same as like a gym membership. You go in and through the even records I've seen, you'll have 15 different chiropractors seeing the patient. So I think this we geared this more towards the individual doctor, but I think the recommendation is just take out personal. And again, this language needs to go to LCB. I am not a law writer, you know that. I did the best, and I apologize on the personally, but thanks for picking that up.
Yeah, no
So
apology necessary. And if we strike personally, I'd be very happy.
Well, I think the question ultimately becomes is whether a chiropractic assistant may be supervised by more than one chiropractic physician, because you have other language that talks about the supervising licensee practices at more. So there has to be an accounting for whether a supervising because otherwise, what you're going to run into is Dr. Bob is supervising the chiropractic assistant on a Tuesday. He goes on vacation, and Dr. Frank is now supervising, and then there's an allegation of misconduct. Who is responsible for chiropractic assistant? So you would need to clarify whether there are a chiropractic assistant may be supervised by more than one chiropractor.
Good problems to look at.
All right, I think we can figure out language for that. I'll draft some language and send it to you. I don't know how else to.
So the problem is you guys voted on this specific language to submit to LCB your draft regarding these delegation, and so that's kind of the vote that happened earlier. So that's the language that's going to go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the new language would have to be, we would have to redefine supervising DC and how many
correct
they would do, and we'll
correct.
have to do that on another agenda. It's not agendized today.
Well, I mean, it's agendized in the sense that you can talk about. It's listed as a reg to have a conversation about, but we'd have to undo the motion and whatnot and have a further discussion. Whether you're ready to have that today or not is another story. We can pick it up in October. I will say. We will have to submit this back to LCB for what is called a revised proposed, and once we resubmit it, they get another 30 days, and you kick the can down the road a little further every time. And they are moving over to a session. They have moved over to a session budget, so they're going to be focused on session drafting, and so we may not get this reg back.
Dr. Yeager,
just something to
what would
consider.
be your recommendation then for supervising DCs over
I'll either
CAs?
make a motion, or I'll ask for a friendly amendment to the motion we already passed to just strike personally.
Let me hear the friendly amendment.
Well, I guess the question, because then it just reads that the patient has been examined by, like, the personally isn't really changing, removing personally isn't changing anything, because it says what'll happen is the person is an established patient, meaning that that person has been seen by the supervising the chiropractic physician at some point. So if the supervising physician of the chiropractic assistant is Dr. Bob, then that's who has to see the patient ahead of being able to delegate seeing that patient to a chiropractic assistant while Dr. Bob is out of town.
This is no criticism at all to what you did, Dr. Lurie. I think what you did was great. And I'm still going to ask for a friendly amendment to strike personally. Whoever made the amendment.
I'll accept that.
So, well, actually, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to reconsider the motion before, because that motion was already voted on and passed. I'm sorry, this is like parliamentary procedures and open meeting law stuff. So we would have to, there'd be a motion to reconsider the prior action, second, and vote on that. And then you can vote to rescind that action. Actually, it's probably the easiest. Just vote to rescind it, and then you rescind the action, and now you go back and decide whether you want to take this. But again, I
I'll
don't
make a
know
motion to
that
rescind.
removing the word personally is going to get you where you actually want to go.
Motion to rescind.
Second.
All right, any other discussion, comments? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, that motion carries. So we're going to come back to the language proposed to send to LCB. And Dr. Yeager, your motion is to strike out the word personally.
Yeah, motion to bring your language submitted to LCB is striking personally.
Okay.
Second.
All right, and second by Reza. And then in that discussion, do we want to bring up the issue that Colleen has, which is the supervising DC and who can supervise a chiropractic assistant, or how many they can supervise?
Point of discussion. I believe our statutes and regs would allow, if Dr. Lurie and I work together in the same practice, to both have a CA registered under us.
I guess the question is, can you have a CA registered in a practice that has multiple chiropractors? Can you assign the doctors in a particular office to all be supervisory?
Ben, my thought process, when you have two or more people advising someone, then it becomes a matter of who's liable for what. If they want to share joint and several liability, go for it. I think from a business perspective, it's a huge risk for the individual chiropractor to do so, but I would outline that in the statute of like, whoever's responsible is responsible, and if you guys are both responsible, we're not going to go and differentiate who's who. You're both jointly and severally responsible.
I would always say, as attorneys, you guys love that.
Mm-hmm. Makes life easier for the record board. It really does.
So chiropractic, so just so we're clear, chiropractic physicians can supervise up to 4 chiropractic assistants.
Yes.
What we're talking about here is something different. A chiropractic assistant being supervised by more than one, right? So right now we talk about you and your ability to supervise. We don't talk about a chiropractic assistant and how many supervisors they can have. Specifically to Board Member Ayazi's point is that when I'm a patient, who am I going to go to? I'm going to say Dr. Bob is the one that's responsible because Dr. Bob's at the thing that day, but they're all going to be pointing fingers at each other depending on who is responsible that day, if a chiropractic assistant can be supervised by more than one. You would then be wanting in that situation, possibly it's a policy decision for you all to make, but you may want to have that supervising agreement on hand so that you are able to identify who is in fact responsible and when, or you're just going to the extent you say that if a chiropractic assistant is supervised by more than one chiropractic physician, because that now you're going to have Dr. Bob sending you information that they're supervising one chiropractic assistant, and Dr. Frank is going to send you information saying they're also supervising it. You're going to have that information, and if something happens, your investigator and or the investigative board member is going to have to determine who is responsible, unless everyone's responsible, which that becomes problematic because we are not set up for a joint and several liability kind of decision. I mean, not that we can't be, but now we're unpeeling that onion and making a lot bigger decisions.
Well, and wouldn't it just be incident happened on this day? You were the doctor in the office that day. You're responsible.
Theoretically, yes.
It could.
And I would also think from a compliance standpoint, we also have to list with the board who the supervising DC is. So I think to solve this issue is that if I'm relinquishing my duties to my associate and I have a CA under me as a supervisor, it's simply to send a form to you, say, I'm going to be out of the office for a period of time. This is now the supervising doctor for this CA. And that would solve that issue, but it's still reportable. It has to be reportable to you because we have to tell you how many people we're supervising.
So if we go back to that language that you've suggested to be an established patient, it's going to have to be the supervising chiropractic physician for that practice, right? It's not going to be the one that's coming in to take over for those 14 days. Like they can't physically see, like who's, when we're talking about established patient, they're going to be seen by the supervising chiropractic physician.
Yeah, I think it's definitely peeling the onion and opening up the can of worms. Because again, now if I hire a relief doctor and they come in, I don't notify you
Then
that
you got
I'm out of town.
I mean, if you want
that happens all the time.
If you want kind of like a mirrored situation, I mean, Christian and I are both in positions where we have, Christian, you got an attorney under you? Or several, I would imagine. Yeah. And then they have staff under them.
Yes.
And so if a member of their staff messes up, your attorney's in trouble and you as the supervisatory attorney of those attorneys are also in trouble.
Yeah, but it falls within the firm itself.
Yep.
Right. So I think, fortunately, you can point fingers at everyone involved. I mean, here in this scenario, Dr. Lurie leaves and he gives someone else the assignment, even though Dr. Lurie is the supervising chiropractor. I would go after Dr. Lurie and the chiropractor who was in charge on that day or days.
Correct.
I don't know if it gets out.
So that's why I was like, we're already kind of unfortunately going down the road regardless. So that's why I was like, in a situation where you have multiple people advising a chiropractic physician, the only language I would feel comfortable with would be kind of like in the world where there's a separation of the entities and you can show an actual separation of entities. Or you're like, if chiropractic physician assistant, if the CA works for multiple chiropractors, which would be weird, and then multiple chiropractic clinics and they're multiple chiropractic supervisors, I would say they would just be limited to the actual chiropractic office and the physicians that are in the supervisory chain, because they're all kind of responsible. And it sucks, but that's the privilege we're given. Like, chiropractic physicians are given the privilege to be able to be chiropractic physicians. Lawyers are given the privilege to be lawyers. With that comes the responsibility. Down the chain, you're responsible. So here, if we have a doctor that leaves and puts another doctor in charge, unfortunately, unless that doctor is, unfortunately, you're still in charge of, in some capacity, the supervision of the doctor that you choose to come into your practice, who is also in charge of the chiropractic assistant. So that's how I would do it. Everyone is responsible.
Dr. Lurie.
Go ahead, Dr.
I'm so glad that I started this rabbit hole. Good job, Colleen. We've had examples where, for example, I've taken all of my providers to Cabo, right? Even though we're not going to put Cabo in the statute, but not all the chiropractic assistants went on the trip. So what if my associate personally examined the patient and then the practice clinically has been treating the patient with the DCs present? And now everybody's in Cabo San Lucas for 4 days, but we have 10 patients that on Friday while we're out of town are going to be seen as established patients. I'm the supervising doctor, but I didn't personally do that exam. That's my nuance. I appreciate the nuances that you guys went into, and we can certainly explore that. But I just want to make sure an established patient doesn't mean that Dr. Lurie's my supervising DC, but the CA's registered under me can't treat that established patient because he did the exam. And I think striking personally fixes that problem.
I don't disagree with the scenario. I think in that scenario, it would come back to, from a supervisory standpoint, I agree that there should be other doctors that would be able to overview other CAs. I think that's completely appropriate. I think that chain's appropriate. I think with that comes the liability. It would, because my question would be, Jason, did you set up a trip to Cabo? It's like, did you select this doctor on that date for when you went to the trip to Cabo? What did you actually do for your background on this doctor? What happened? What's going on? And then your liability is probably whatever. I mean, it's going to be dependent on what the actual facts of the case are, if there is a case. But hopefully nothing happens. Hopefully you have a fun time in Cabo. You get to have a bunch of pictures and you come home and nothing bad happens. But in those scenarios, like, it'd be fact dependent.
Okay. Any other comments, discussion? We're going to come back around to the supervising DC and take the motion as is to just strike personally and see how LCB puts the language in.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that. Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Anyone need a 5-minute potty break? Are we good to go? We probably at least have another hour.
We need to be out by 4:30.
Yeah, we got to be out by 4:30, so I got to speed it up. Okay. Agenda item 21 is going to be the discussion of possible action regarding the collaboration and interaction among chiropractic physicians, chiropractic assistants, physical therapists working within the same practice. Again, some of the concern is DCs are moving or buying practices, but DCs may also be in the practice seeing patients and then sharing therapy responsibilities with either a PTA or a PT tech to do work on their patients. And the clarification that I see that the board needs to lay out is that because the physical therapists, PTAs, the physical therapy assistants, and the physical therapy techs fall under a different license and jurisdiction. And I know this board has said before that we cannot, Lewis Ling had indicated that we cannot direct a PTA or a PT tech to do therapy on a chiropractic patient in that office, meaning they would have to be registered as a chiropractic assistant for me to give them the authority to do whatever I'm prescribing on a patient. But I know there's some practices where DCs are integrated physical therapists. Physical therapists are bringing in their PTA or PT tech, and DCs are directing them for their patient care as well. So I just want to get this defined because I don't believe a DC can direct a PTA or a PT tech since they fall under a different jurisdiction and license. But what do you do when they own the practice and they're not registering them as chiropractic assistants? And it's kind of a legal question.
If those PTAs and PT techs are performing the acts of a chiropractic assistant, they need to be registered as a chiropractic assistant.
Okay. And so the DC doesn't have
There
authority
isn't-
to tell them.
Would not have authority to tell, like, the DC would not be able to say, you PT tech engage in this chiropractic assistant activity because they are not a chiropractic assistant.
Okay.
So.
Dr. Lurie?
Dr. Yeager?
I've got clinical wisdom on this that I can share, and we did meet about this with the chiropractic board. I met with you when I was off the board a couple years ago, and when Lewis was still with us. We also spoke to counsel at the medical board, counsel at the osteopathic board, nurse practitioner, the nursing board, and then also the PT board. So what was landed on at that time is that there must be a documented policy within the corporation that employs those different license types. And so, for example, if there's a treatment plan that you, Dr. Lurie, as chiropractic physician, have created, you can designate me, Jason, I'm your chiropractic assistant, to do those therapies that you've ordered. But that I could also wear a physical therapy tech or physical therapy assistant hat. Physical therapy techs, that board, the PT board does not require registration. So there needs to be internal documentation. And then any treatment done prescribed by the physical therapy doctor could then be performed by the PT tech. And then that PT tech has to designate that they've been acting in that capacity. Same with the medical board. The medical board does not have medical assistants. There's for-profit medical schools that train people to be medical assistants, but they're not certified like the chiropractic board does. So you take off the hat and then you follow the direction and the prescription. That's collaboration, which is the agenda we're on. The next agenda item is being told by, which we can't cross over those lines. A PT can't tell a DC what to do, an MD can't tell a DC what to do, or their formally certified assistants or their corporately documented assistants in the case where there isn't a state board certification. Sorry, that was a lot, but I hope that helped and made sense.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out 21 and 22 to go together. They're the same one. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying because, again, if I'm a DC that owns a clinic and I have PTs and I have PTAs and techs, and I'm misunderstanding. How do I take off my chiropractic hat and say, well, I'm not a chiropractor. I'm going to put on my physical therapy hat when I'm not a physical therapist. But it sounds like I would need to go to my physical therapist that I have hired and say, hey, this is patient so-and-so. And they actually have a responsibility too of seeing a patient. I'm assuming they have to do their own examination. They have to look at the patient. They have to go through their rules and regulations as to what to do with the patient and then assign any clinical therapies or anything to that patient. So I guess I'm confusing on how you're pulling off one hat and putting on another hat. Just because it's an entity, I understand you're an owner and employer of all of these different, but you now have different boards and regulations that oversee each one of these operations. And I'm just trying to figure out how are you making that crossover?
Here's how you do that. Now, in the first scenario that I just described, I spoke to the case of an assistant. So PT tech, chiropractic assistant, medical assistant. And the orders need to be fulfilled from the licensee to the appropriate assistant. And we've talked about and agreed across all boards in assistant cases, one human being can take off the hat. Now, in the example that you just gave, if you're the DC owner, if you're an owner that happens to have a DC license, you cannot tell a PT what to do. They have to make their own clinical decisions. The corporation they work for that you may own may have standing orders on how, if X physical therapy situation occurs, this is how the corporation following physical therapy law shall follow, but that ultimately it's their clinical decision. So there's corporate policy and then there's clinical decision. You as a DC cannot tell another license type what to do.
Okay. All right. I feel like we need to at least have something in a newsletter just explaining kind of who can supervise who. And I guess, Dr. Yeager, if you want to help out with some of that language, with your knowledge of, I know you're a multidisciplinary, this doesn't have to do with your practice. It's, again, what I'm seeing from chiros getting into and then directions that PTAs or PT techs are taking, but again, not having them licensed as a DC as a chiropractic assistant. Anything I would tell them to do to the patient, they wouldn't be able to do because they're taking the direction from me, but they're not a chiropractic assistant.
You're 100% right. You as a DC owner of a physical therapy clinic could not clinically tell a PT assistant, or a PT tech what to do. You can say the corporate policy for the company you work for is this, but that's not you telling them clinically what to do. They have independent judgment.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to help, right? Any of that, we have all that written.
All right, any other comments, questions? 21 and 22 kind of go together, right, Julie? Right, somehow they ended up on there twice. Any other questions, comments, board members, experience with this, seeing it? No? Maybe just here in Vegas? We're getting it. We got a lot of DCs going into PT.
Most of the PTs in the Northeast, they are on their own. So Dr. Bryce for the record, but so they're doing their own thing. They have their own clinics. They come into town, and chiropractors are doing some chiropractic and whatever else they feel like from there that falls within their scope, right?
Okay.
And so, but not a lot of, not PT. Yeah, it's not a thing in the Northeast area of Nevada. So,
All right. So we have some direction on that. Julie will work on that. Agenda item number 23 is going to be the Federation of Chiropractic Licensing Board National Boards for matters, although it says no action. So Julie, you want to go ahead and take A and B? 23. FCLB district meeting is coming up in Anchorage, Alaska, and that is coming up.
Yeah, on September, where do we leave? September 2nd, I think is travel, and then come back on the Sunday. Yep.
Okay.
So,
And we have a couple of people going. Dr. Yeager, you're heading up there?
Yes, I'll be there.
All right, Julie's
and
heading up
I
there.
am going as well. Yep.
All right, anyone else heading
I
up
will
there?
not be able to attend that meeting. I was planning on it, but I have to move my daughter to Phoenix for college that weekend, so
Okay.
I'd rather go to Anchorage than Phoenix.
All right, any other FCLB or NBCE matters? Okay. Agenda item number 24 is going to be the committee report. Dr. Ingalls, continuing education.
Nothing new to add with the continuing education side. We've been getting a ton of applications. We've had quite a few denials. Really, going after the submissions regarding practice management. It's kind of been contentious. What we consider practice management. I recently had a seminar speaker kind of contest this, but I think we got that ironed out. But overall, I think we're doing a good job on the CE seminars and which ones should be approved, which ones shouldn't be. So that's all I have for that.
Okay. Agenda item 24B, Dr. Ingalls, the preceptor.
Nothing new to add there.
All right, and then Dr. Loudon, agenda item 24C, chiropractic assistant examination. You got a lot of work on your hands.
Yeah, I realize that. I don't think there's anything more to add. I think we covered under agenda item 19.
It should go fairly smooth. It should be the same process, and that was a fairly smooth process to get the radiology side, so shouldn't have an issue with that. Agenda item 25 is going to be the executive director report. Julie?
okay, so I'll start with A, the status of the pending complaints. We've gone through those to ad nauseum today, and thankfully we're at 45 complaints, and we were able to get rid of 15 today, so that's very exciting. And the next item B is the status of the current disciplinary actions. Again, that's just the summary of everybody who is on probation, who's paying fines, who's under monitoring, and then those that are under monitoring, everybody is up to date, and the reports have been coming in from affiliated monitors on a quarterly basis, and everything is up to date there. The letter C is the legal investigatory costs. This is the spreadsheet that Dr. Lurie was referring to earlier, where I identify those that are paying or those that have a balance, and that if they're off this list, they've been turned over to collections. For example, you'll see Casey Robinson. He'll be turned over to collections here very soon. It's coming up on the time frame to because he's one of the individuals who we've never had contact with and does not have a license. Lastly, I would like to happily report that the board was made whole after the fraud situation where the errors were, yeah, exactly. Thankfully, we were able to recoup part of it. We were still left with $25,360 owing, and we were our bookkeeper. We filed the claim with her insurance, and her insurance made us whole. So we are all back to square one. Yeah, exactly.
I really
Thanks.
appreciate the work that you did on that, and Lewis as well, and Colleen, I'm sure you hopped in there a little bit, but definitely appreciate the work. This is, our licensees' money type thing. We have a fiduciary duty to make sure we try to capture all that back, and I'm happy to report, and as you heard, that we were able to get all of it back. So no money lost. The only other suggestion that, Julie, now that I'm kind of looking through this, and I know we get them, when affiliated monitors or the, if we just have a board member doing the monitoring, when they send their reports, can you send them to the IBM so we actually get a copy of the report to look at? Otherwise, I know it's in the packet, but I just want, as you get them, can you individually send them out to those IBMs?
Absolutely. Yes.
I saw Dr. Freeman's, and I'm like,
I guess I not send. I try to, so I'll
I don't
make
ever
a
get
note.
them, so that's
Okay.
why I don't know if other people do. I know I don't.
I've gotten mine.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, I might. Okay, I'll make sure I'll stay on top.
Back, it's actually the monitors send it directly to me.
I've never had a monitor send me.
I don't think affiliated monitors does. I think they just send them to
Yeah.
her.
Okay.
But I
Yeah.
Can you add me to your list?
I will. Yeah, I will.
I have Dr.
Sorry.
Rivetti
Yes.
on mine, and he just
Sorry
sends
about
them
that.
directly to me.
Okay. All right.
I will. I will.
Appreciate the work on that. Agenda item 26, financial status report.
Yes, so this report, I'm going to go over it as a whole. So you'll see it's the regular report that we get quarterly from the bookkeeper. It currently shows our checking account balance, the savings account balance, which we'll address in the next item, the fines that that are outstanding, and the costs that we've been reimbursed to date. And then the state treasurer, that $9,529, that's the amount that we received from Dr. Francis, who has been paying forever. And how I've typically, as the board probably recalls, once I collect the entire fine, then I submit it to the treasurer's office. And so that's where we're at with that particular individual. And I apologize for the accrued compensation. Sandy's line was cut off, but she's at 20 hours of vacation and 20 hours of sick leave. She promptly joins me in the office daily. It's wonderful. Then the next item is our actual, so this is FY26 compared to the budget there, and you'll see the variance between those line items. And then lastly is a comparison from FY25 and FY26, and the variances you'll notice there.
Okay.
And
Any questions regarding the financial status of the board for Julie?
So just as a point of order, we do need you to vote to accept these reports. I know it's probably not something you've done in the past, but from an auditing perspective, we should get in the habit of accepting these reports.
All right, new
Yeah.
council, new rules. So
Motion to accept the report is given.
Go ahead.
Dr. Yeager, motion to accept the reports as presented.
Dr. Byers,
Yes, I'll second. Dr. Byers, second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Agenda item 26B, Julie?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, 26B, sorry. So this was brought up by our auditor, and I am now bringing it to the board. He had mentioned to open a sweep account. I went and talked to our banker, who informed me that it's better off being put in a certificate of deposit, because sweep accounts, there's fees involved with the sweep account, so he's not sure why that was recommended, but either way. So I just wanted to see if the board, based on the balance currently in our savings, if the board would like to put a portion of that savings into a certificate of deposit. And if so, I provided the rates that they currently are offering, and then obviously the term of how long you want that money to.
Page
Yes.
379 of the PDF.
Thank you.
Okay. The ask is to possibly move a portion of the savings into a money market account. I wouldn't go with the sweep account just for the reasons that you've talked about as well. What is the recommended based on the budget? And we have renewals for DCs this year that are coming in. And I also start looking at investigations, cost of investigations, might have some hearings coming up, possibly bringing on an investigator as well. So how much are you looking, how much are you asking to put in? Or I know it's collectively you're looking for an answer. Budgetary wise, you know, I always think you have to leave some capital in there. Although a money market account, you can kind of pull money in and take money out. Are you penalized if you take it out early?
Out of this, no. Oh, out of the money market?
I mean, if I'm going with a 6-month term and I take it out in 3 months.
Oh,
Oh, you can't.
Can't do
Not,
that.
no.
Right.
On a
So that's
CD.
what I'm saying. How much do you want to lock up?
Right. I mean, we're gonna, like you said, we're gonna have the renewals, DC renewal, which will be,
If you look at the APRs, it looks like 6 months is better.
I,
that right?
yeah,
Or you could look at,
3.25.
I mean, we never go below a certain amount, right?
in,
How much was the suggestion? 5,000, 10,000?
what's that, to put into a CD? There was never there was not a suggested amount. So we have 500,000.
I have dumb questions. Depending on the bank and depending on the banker and depending on your relationship, there's better interest rates than the ones that are being presented in a CD. Personally, just anecdotally, there's a state bank in town that I think is giving, and don't quote me on this, but the last time I spoke to them, it was 7% as long as you had a balance of $1 million in there, which was interesting. So I'd be curious as to kind of like, where are these do we have to keep our funds with like a specific place? Because that,
Are we required to keep our money in a specific bank, a specific place?
I would want to have conversations with some of like the friendly bankers in town that have like state bank institutions, a la Nevada Bank, Nevada State Bank.
We're with Nevada
We're
State
Nevada
Bank.
State Bank now. That's
Yeah.
who we're.
Who's the banker? Who's
Here,
our?
up north.
They're up in Reno, and I still can't cash a check.
Are you kidding me?
Not for $500,000.
She can research if you want.
You know, you're
Yeah,
making a
I
joke
would
about
really-
cashing a check for $500,000, but I mean, like, we could totally call the person.
Why don't we
may be
do
able to
this?
make
Why
that
don't we
happen.
task Julie with going and
Okay.
checking with a couple? Maybe you can send her an email, Reza, on suggestions, or maybe a great
Julie, I'm
banker
gonna put you in
down
a
here.
group chat with the relations person who's like a senior VP over at Nevada State Bank to talk to us and say, hey, we have like a public entity that's a nonprofit that is looking to make sure that the members are taken care of, and what can you do for us? That would be kind of like my conversation with them.
Okay.
And
Yes.
Other.
Just wanted to add real quick that part of the school board up in Elko County, and I think we're getting better rates than these too as well. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, yeah. So I think this is a great.
Okay.
Okay.
Right on. Okay.
Bring it back at the
Make us all
October.
millionaires.
Okay.
Okay.
I
We're gonna table that till the October
$150 a meeting to go up to
22nd meeting.
15,000.
All right, agenda item number 27 is gonna be board member comments. Any board member comments at all? Anyone? Dr. Yeager?
Dr. Lurie, I'll go. I'm sorry that I'm so quiet, you guys. I want to just on the record again, he's not here, but I want to thank Louis Ling for his years of service and coming in after he's no longer with us and finishing up today. And I thought he just did an exceptional job. I also got to spend a bunch of time with Colleen, with Mrs. Platt, and she's doing also a fantastic job. I love on our one-on-one calls, the challenges that she poses, and then the new thought processes, the cleaning up of procedures. And then there was no element of shyness today in her operation. I thought she just did a fantastic job. I want to continue to commend Julie Strandberg. Every year, you're just stronger and stronger and stronger in your role, and just absolutely love working with you. Dr. Byers, you just jumped right in and done a fantastic job as well. And me not bringing up Dr. Loudon and Mr. Augustine and Mr. Ayazi or Dr. Lurie or Dr. Ingalls has nothing to do with how great I think you guys are, but just particular mention to those folks. As I close, I also want to bring up generally, loosely, and nebulously an issue that I talked to Colleen about the other day, and that is when we have situations where there's public comment, and then the degree and the detail that we put in this board's notes compared to some of my other boards, and what we're required to do with open meeting laws and laws, et cetera. The concern of a statement being made that's not truthful, and then that gets put into the record. And if, for example, a board member doesn't choose to engage in a public comment, which I think is a good practice, but it's memorialized in the minutes, and then a comment could be made that says the sky is red. And a person can say that, right? It's their open public comment, and America has freedom of speech. But then if they make that comment and it's not truthful, it was the thought I had that I think is worth exploring. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board member comments at all? All right, hearing none. We're going to move to agenda item number 28, which is public interest comments. This portion of the meeting is open to the public to speak on any topic and may be limited to 3 minutes. Any members of the public? I do not see any. We're going to move to agenda item number 29, which is adjournment. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Any
Second.
discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. See you
Aye.
in October.
Thank you, everybody.
October, just so you know, October may be in person, depends on hearings. A couple cases may go to hearing. So just be aware, October meeting is probably going to be in person, just in case we have some hearings that we have to get through. If we can get through settlement agreements, that's great. But I just want you to plan October might be in person. We'll know more as we move on in the next month or so, but I'll keep you updated.
Over, as I say, over in Elko, is that where?
It would be down here in Nevada because or down here in Vegas. The building's so nice.
California
The cases are Vegas.
Bye, everybody.
Have a good one. Thank you, guys.
I'd love to see it.
See, and I was thinking just go over to Elko.